the countdown is on 16 games until the trade deadline. Ken Rosenthal, Baseball Insider, Tarek Skubal, unlikely to move him? It's from Foul Territory. They have only one series against a team with a winning record between now and the trade deadline. Buster Olney on ESPN is also seeing, hey, maybe you keep Skubal. So the sentiment nationally is keep them and go for it. Look what they've done since June 1st.
Right. And certainly odds have changed since June 1st. They were coming out of one of the worst months that they've had in decades.
Since June 1st, 99 win pace.
Okay.
Kind of cherry
picking a little bit.
Right, because I could say in May they were on pace for 44 wins. That would be equally unfair. For the season, they're pacing for 74 wins. They have a 27% chance to make the playoffs. And when we say, oh, it's a stinky American League, we are one of the more odorous groups. It's like we live in this world where we get to be immune from the bad American League. It's all bad. We're part of the bad.
Yeah.
This team has struggled for large swaths of the season. And by the way, what have you done for me lately? They faced a playoff caliber rotation in the Phillies, and they strand runners on that Saturday, and they don't have many hits, only 2 on that Sunday.
Yeah, but they put up 10 runs on the first game.
I know. But it felt very reminiscent of what this team does come postseason time, what we last saw them do on the Saturday and Sunday going into the All-Star break. So I do not share this exuberant optimism. By all means, rattle off 8 of the next 12, 12 of the next 16. Get yourself back in the mix. That would be awesome. But if you think this team's winning a World Series and you're going to gamble losing Skubal for next to nothing, I don't see it.
Well, I think there's a very different path forward if you think they're winning a World Series. I'm not sure how to have a discussion with you.
Right.
If you think that they could be 500 by the trade deadline, okay, I could start to enter that conversation. And if they're 500 at the trade deadline, would you co-sign keeping Skubal and instead of actually selling him, being a buyer and getting a bat along with maybe a reliever?
Like a true buy, not like a Finnegan and Friends deadline,
right.
like a real, because again, we haven't seen Harris do it.
Acting as professionals.
I think you could justify it if you are a 500 team and if you are also buying, but that's not the world we're currently living in.
No.
If that's the world we find ourselves in early August, I could be malleable. I could be open-minded. In fact, I gave some names earlier that I think the Tigers should consider if they do buy. And you can go rewind and listen to it. We'll probably podcast it later, but I threw out 7 names and a wild card. something outside the box, some options if they choose to buy. And John, you heard the list. They all were reasonable.
And I said yes to all the bats, which was Paredes, Arraez, Ward, and Adell. If you're going to add to this team, I think, and we can argue whether it's a bat, it's an arm in the bullpen. They need both. Yeah. If you make this lineup longer, and then you get to August and September, and you're then expecting your starting pitching to go a little bit deeper into games, you minimize or you shorten what you're going to need in terms of the bullpen.
Ding, ding, ding.
I think adding a bat is going to give you more value than adding a bullpen arm if you don't add both.
Yeah, very quickly here. Snapshot, Cliff Notes version. Isaac Paredes, right-handed bat, can play third and first if you're not thrilled with torque. It's this year and next year, not a rental. Luis Arraez is a lefty, but he can play second if you're just not sure if Torres is going to hold up. He could also DH and play first. 330, contact guy, and he's slugging the same as Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter. The power element's been there this year for Arraez. Taylor Ward is a right-handed outfielder who crushes lefties. The same with Joe Adell. Adell has this year and next. Ward is a rental. Brooks Raley is a lefty out of the bullpen, having a very nice year. Older player for the Mets. He would be a true rental. Sanzatella is is the Rockies relief pitcher, also a rental. He's been great away from Coors. The most intriguing reliever is probably Morjon, is what you would say.
Yes, we need Morjon.
Morejon, the reliever out of San Diego, lefty
tomato.
This year and next year. But Morjon in the bullpen. Yeah. The wild card was Bo Bichette.
You'll get Morjon and Jansen.
A bullpen that features Morjon Jansen.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, my God.
Here we go.
Let's get to Heather with
all
the
lining
news.
up.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, tips from neighbors helped lead to a major drug and weapons bust in Madison Heights. Police say they received reports of suspected narcotics trafficking at this home. They executed a search warrant on July 9th, and inside this house, investigators say they found over 4,000 prescription and illegally manufactured pills, nearly 2,900 empty pill capsules, hundreds of grams of chemicals used to make illegal pills, along with 9 firearms and thousands of rounds of ammunition. So police say they arrested a 28-year-old who is now facing 8 felony charges, including multiple firearms offenses and several drug manufacturing charges. So prosecutors also say there could even be more charges possible once evidence is analyzed. His bond was set at $300,000. He'll be back in court on July 22nd. The man behind a proposed massive $3 billion sports venue near Detroit Metro Airport is now facing federal fraud charges over the project. So this guy, 66-year-old Kenneth Bardwell, he's the chairman and CEO of Motown Sports Group's holding. And he had this big plan. He was going to build this. It really huge, but sounded really sweet sports facility. It would have everything you could want: variety of hockey, basketball courts, a restaurant, an IMAX theater, restaurants, food, fitness center. List goes on and on and on. And anyway, he told his investors that their money would be used to buy the land, but instead he spent millions on strip clubs, on rental cars, on designer clothes, on a ton of other personal items. So he was busted. The feds are now looking for people who may have invested money with his company or with him in general to come forward, and the investigation can continue. The University of Michigan's police department is investigating damage to the greens at the U of M golf course. Officials from the course sent out an email to the campus and the golf community on Thursday morning saying that an unexpected issue has affected the turf on the greens over the last few days. And the email read, "We have experienced an unforeseen and highly unusual decline in the coloring of our putting surfaces. Our grounds team is actively monitoring the situation and developing an action plan for moving forward." And course officials later added that they suspect foul play may have been involved. So
just commission another investigation and then don't report the findings.
Exactly. It is under investigation.
Is this under Ward's watch? It's a golf course.
Another strike.
A man is in custody after he allegedly snuck into 30 Rock in New York City. He went right past security yesterday, where he confronted Today Show host Craig Melvin and reportedly yelled a racial slur at him. It happened around 9 a.m. The man has been identified as Andrew Truelove, which could be a fake ID name if you need one.
Really could be.
Truelove? Apparently so. Anyway, he was looking for Al Roker, but he was arrested shortly after his exchange with Melvin. He was charged with hate crime burglary, hate crime menacing, hate crime criminal trespass, and harassment. And the security guard who apparently let him through has been fired. Everyone is okay. The Today Show went on without a hitch. It wasn't brought up on the show, but Melvin did post a message later in the day saying, I'm okay. Everyone's just fine. There's a 76-year-old woman in Florida, and she recently received a new license plate
I saw
in the
this.
mail. So it wasn't her license, but the license plate, and she couldn't believe what she saw. In fact, she says she went ballistic when she saw what it said. So the plate, it didn't actually say anything, but this were the letters and the numbers. SQZ A55.
Squeeze ass.
Exactly. That's exactly right. She
had
couldn't believe it. This woman it wasn't going to keep it, right? She's like, this
there'd be
doesn't,
people who'd
this
love
doesn't
that.
align with me at all. But her friend said, you have to keep it,
yeah.
at least get a few honks.
Sure.
So it sounds like she is keeping it.
All right. Good for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live life.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, on the cookie jar this week, a question. You can go to dinner with 3 current Detroit sports athletes. Who are you going to pick? Who wins the World Cup? And what's the interest level in the big blockbuster movie this weekend? That and more next. It's 97.1. It's a Friday. It's time for the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. As always, we got a bunch of questions, and I need some answers from you guys before we get into the weekend. First question. Who wins the World Cup? It's Argentina or Spain?
I'm going to go with Spain. Spain has the defense. They've conceded only one goal this entire tournament. So I don't know what the total number that they scored, but the defense has been there, including they shut out France. I'm going to take Spain. Defense. Defense.
Tom?
I'm going Argentina. Look, I'm not a soccer aficionado, but I know Messi's the best player ever. Has an opportunity to win his second straight World Cup going out that style. And they just have a magic to them, man. What they did to England is still just... I don't know if it's all on England or it's the magic of Argentina.
Oh, there's something magical for sure. I mean, they had to come back against Cape Verde. They had to come back against Egypt. Messi had the 2 assists against England at the end. I just wonder, does that run out when you play maybe the best team in this tournament that does not concede, does not give up many goals? I think Spain wins it. Heather?
I'll go with Spain too, just
go.
because I heard they're favored to win. I really don't have any other idea.
And we know John is a big Messi fan.
Yes, yes, he is huge.
Worst thing going around right now: the heat dome, the poop parasite, or this smog that has filled our air. Heather.
All three are no fun. I've only experienced 2 of them, right? I haven't, thank goodness, not experienced the poop parasite. I think that would probably be the worst if I experienced that. But for me, it's the heat. The smoke and whatnot, a couple days of that's fine. But the heat is, man, it's like working in it the other day. Oh, that was no fun.
Melting.
Yeah.
Greg?
Look, the heat do me, and the smog affect everybody. The poop parasite right now is only at about 4,300 cases out of 10 million people in Michigan. So kind of a lottery ticket. That's not a lottery ticket that I want to cash in. I don't want 2 straight days of having the poop. So the poop parasite's the worst thing.
You said 2 straight days. It could be weeks.
I think it's a lot longer than 2 days.
You know, I think part of my answer here is because they've found the source, likely, with the poop parasite, and it's the Taco Bell lettuce.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's going to get under control now, because I do think we had 3 days here where it was at least 500 new cases, so it was starting to grow exponentially, becoming a little bit of a concern potentially. But for me, it's the heat. I can't stand hot weather, and especially when it gets probably above 92, 93 with humidity. The heat index at 100 plus. I'm just not a hot weather person. And I'm a cold weather person. I love being in Michigan, and I'd rather have minus 20 wind chill over this crap.
You're crazy.
I would prefer it to be extremely cold than extremely hot, but I want to be able to breathe. I like being able to breathe fresh air. It's a fun fact about me. I enjoy fresh air. I don't want to be breathing in carcinogens and whatever this, cigarette an hour? No, I'm good.
You know that it's just wood burning, right? It doesn't smell like cigarettes. Look, it's overwhelming.
No, they say it's for your lungs. It's not. It's like having a
It's
cigarette.
like the equivalent of that.
And let's say the people who work outdoors, who can't avoid it, I feel for
You ever
them.
smoke a cigarette?
No.
No?
No.
Heather?
Yes.
I figured.
After a couple drinks?
What's that mean?
East Lansing bar days. You were on the scene a lot.
Oh my God.
That's where it happened, right?
Probably.
No.
Oh, really?
Oh.
No.
No details.
I mean, and I never smoked a full cigarette. Like I've just,
Took a hit.
yeah. Moving on.
You don't like this conversation.
She's uncomfortable
I hate
with
cigarettes.
Not a cigarette. Cigar, does that count?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Your interest level in seeing this new blockbuster, The Odyssey.
0. I honestly didn't even really know what it was. I mean, I know what the story of it, but I didn't know it was going to be a movie until I just looked it up with
Did you
Matt
learn
Damon.
about it in high school?
Oh yeah, I know the story, but I didn't know that this was some big blockbuster
it's Christopher
movie.
Nolan,
I
yeah.
know now, and I'm still 0% interested.
You can't swear. So Matt
I
Damon.
do like Matt Damon.
And
Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway.
I like her too, but I'm just not interested in the story.
Almost a 3-hour movie. Greg, you signing up?
I'm really interested in seeing The Odyssey. I want to know who plays me. in terms of the Odyssey, it didn't make my list of things must watch this summer. It's actually behind He-Man. He-Man made the list.
Okay.
Although it's apparently not good.
Tom?
All right. I don't think the Odyssey movie would work. I've always said a reality show at a radio station would be one of the most priceless things ever because you get to see what goes on behind the scenes here. People would be fascinated with it, especially how things used to be. The office environment, not quite as good as it used to be, more political correctness. But anyways, on the movie, The Odyssey, I'm interested. I don't think I'll probably make it to the theater to see it, even though that's where you're supposed to see this one at the IMAX.
Yep.
I love Nolan movies. I've heard the last 45 minutes of this is absolutely epic. So I want to see it. I just don't know if I'm going to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be, a hero's journey home.
I love Matt Damon, too, by the way.
I was going to say, Damon's great. And think about it. Christopher Nolan's track record speaks for itself. I love Inception, Interstellar. I even like the stuff a little lesser known. Tenet, The Prestige. The guy doesn't miss. People know Oppenheimer, The Dark Knight. Yeah, see it in IMAX. I'm excited. I might do it this weekend.
Would Kelsey go with you?
I don't know. It's almost a 3-hour movie. I don't think it's her speed. I'll go alone if I have to.
Go with your in-laws, right?
There we go.
That's what you do. Do everything with them.
Pick 3 current Detroit athletes to go to dinner with. I know John is just going to pick 3 offensive linemen. Heather, go ahead.
Okay, this was not as easy for me, but I was thinking, what if this is a double date and they all bring their wives along or their fiancés? So I went with Jared Goff. He could bring his wife, Kristen Harper. I went with Justin Verlander. Why not bring Kate Upton
There you
along?
go.
And then I thought, let's throw in Amon-Ra St. Brown because then I could really settle the whole height thing once and for
taller?
all. And then he's just got engaged, so he can bring his fiancée along.
There you go.
know?
They stand back to back, Colin
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Amon
Can you
Ra.
imagine that and putting that on social media?
Oh, yeah. Heather just wants to bring the supermodels. Gosh, why are you so pervy, Heather?
I don't know anybody else's wives. Like, who else has a famous wife? Anyone? I don't know.
I'm going to go with Jared Goff, Cade Cunningham, and Penei Sewell. Now, I chose those three players because I think those are very smart, cerebral players. I would love to get the insight into how they solve problems, their thinking process on the field, and get some insight into that. I would really like that. And we'd go to a Thai food place because, man, you just cannot miss on a Thai food place.
Okay.
Italian steakhouse, that's my favorite kind of restaurant. I go Kevin McGonigal, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Cade Cunningham. I want the stars, and the younger guys, too.
Yeah, fresh, new. Greg, what do you get at a Thai restaurant? What's your go-to?
The number 10.
Okay.
I don't know these by the Pad Preek or the Gang Guy or the...
Okay.
No, I get the number 10 with shrimp.
Fair enough. I went with Cider. I think he's hilarious. You have a good sense of humor. I like Goff's sense of humor, that dry wit, and throw Cade Cunningham in the mix as well. Jeremy Otto finally got that new grill. What's the first thing he should make as a beginner?
Well, I thought do the easiest thing you can make in my mind is a hot dog. Do hot dogs, throw on some corn. That's easy. Boom, done. Maybe some hamburgers. Can't be that hard.
Greg?
Is Jeremy Otto in the Odyssey?
I just wish you guys.
Oh, boy.
I just chose something very simple with hamburger.
Okay.
See, I think hamburger is actually harder to cook than a steak. I would cook a steak. All you have to do is turn the grill on safely and then turn it up high heat, 3 minutes each side, New York strip.
Ready to roll.
I'd go with a thin New York strip. That way.
Hey, who are you? Do you have the poop parasite?
Oh, no.
No. Greg.
We got our wires crossed. It's all good. I would say hot dogs. Let the guy start with something easy. Can't screw it up.
Oh, this is technically my fault, John. You just have to wear it.
That's okay.
That's what we do around here.
That's fine. I'll wear it. I don't
your
even know what happened.
That's your cookie jar, part
Okay.
2. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer's finally here. I'm back. The weather is heating up, and you're probably planning vacations and backyard barbecues. But let me ask you a question. When's the last time you actually looked at your roof? Summer storm season is officially here, and you don't want a leaky roof ruining your summer plans. Don't wait for the damage to happen. Do what I did and call the pros at Rapid Roofing. They're fast, they're local, and they get the job done right the first time. Beat the summer rush and secure your peace of mind. Call Rapid Roofing today or you can visit them on the web at rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection and lock in your appointment. That's rapidroofing.com.
right, let's pull back the curtain. John, what was that like from your perspective?
Well, I come around the corner and I see the on-air light that's on, and I see you getting animated a little bit, and so I'm like, well, did this guy jump in on my live read? Like, I timed things out pretty well. I was back using the restroom, and I thought, I don't know what's going on. Then I come in, and you guys are talking cookie jar. What is going on? And so, yeah, I missed the entire second edition of the cookie jar. So I'll give you my answers real quick. Argentina, Heat Dome, no. Penei Sewell, Cade Mays, and Blake Miller, Steakhouse. And I did get there to give my 3/4 inch New York strip.
For Jeremy Otto.
Yeah.
I'm excited he got a grill.
I am too.
That's awesome. Whoever did that for him, that's great.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
And I didn't know, I'm not frequenting social media, so I didn't realize it until I read the cookie jar questions last night. And I thought, well, I've got a couple of extra propane tanks because our grill now is piped into our natural gas, so I don't use them anymore other than in the winter when I've got, portable heaters that I'm using them for. So I may see if he needs an extra propane tank.
So it's no secret, people who listen to the station, cookie jar gets run 2 hours later for a new
Yes.
audience. We had an issue with the computer.
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy's just...
You're ruining the magic of radio, Costa. So we had to do the segment without you, and I'm like, is he going to come back in the middle? No?
No.
I timed that out perfect for my read. I was here for the live read. So, yeah. I mean,
You walked in with the
I
most
thought maybe somebody
confused
would
look.
have texted me or run back and said, hey, we're live on air. Then I would have had to put the shirt back on.
Oh, John.
Can you imagine? He comes sprinting in, pants at his ankles, shirts
Yeah,
off.
I didn't have time to put my shirt on. You guys ready?
The alternative was I was going to do sock puppets for each of you.
Uh-huh.
I think we made the right choice.
Yes, I believe. I think we all did.
Yes.
Yeah, that would have been hard for me to wrap things up.
Good to know. Tom, you said we got a text someone would like to see a Stony reality show.
Yeah.
Oh my
Somebody says they would
gosh.
binge watch if we had a Stony reality show.
There's
Could
no
be
question.
Quite entertaining.
There'd be a lot of downtime, but the moments that hit would be awesome.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, here's Stoney driving around town.
But you would
How many
put
times has
him-
he almost...
In situations, I think. It would be like a staged reality show.
Oh, we could
You know?
definitely manufacture
Yeah.
things that we know would go wrong.
Yes.
Put a camera in this car and then just give them directions and say, well, yeah, we'll meet you. Send him up to, where was the place that we went to do the show?
Shanty Creek.
Shanty Creek, yeah. Hey, we'll meet you at Shanty Creek. I mean, how
Does he
long does
make
it
it?
take? Normally, it took us about 3.5 hours. Does he make it in 6? And then we have to be able to edit all the film?
Find out how these conversations with his sister goes on the phone.
Right.
Things they talk about and don't talk about.
Yeah, or just scroll some of his text messages.
We
Look
did get
through his selfie roll.
Oh, no. So I was going
I'll
through my
let you
phone.
do that. That's just evil.
You'll remember this. I'm scrolling through my phone the other day looking for something else, and I have a photo of Stoney with the eye patch saved.
Oh, you do?
Arr, the pirate.
Stony.
He did the video with the Larkin news. That was the belly shot.
That was, from the perspective of the lower region.
Jiggled as he spoke.
Oh, no.
And speaking of the Larkin thing, we had a text. You should have looped Larkin into the worst things going right now.
Oh,
So
the
it
Venn
would be-
diagram would have also included not just the poop parasite, the heat dome, and what was the third one?
the smog, the
The
smoke,
smog, yeah,
and
and Dylan Larkin.
our whiny bitch captain.
Well, you could point it that way.
That's how he wants it addressed. Wouldn't have changed my answer.
No.
Heather famously has stated in the past. Oh, I'm not reading that. I think that's made up. I should screen these.
Okay.
Yikes.
Ron Burgundy.
Ron Burgundy. Oh, back to Jeremy Otto. People are giving him a hard time about this grill that he posted.
Yeah. So I still have that Twitter feed up, and basically there They're looking at it going, hey, nice grill, but could you pull some weeds?
Oh, yeah, they're killing him for his landscaping.
And
Yeah.
it wasn't even that bad. When you read that, I thought there was going to be a ton of weeds, like really overgrown, but I mean, you could hardly see the lawn. And you can't really see much of anything besides
No, it's
the grill.
the grass that's
maybe a
growing in
garage.
the cracks of the driveway or sidewalk.
It looks like a back patio.
Yeah. Okay, so let's give him a little
fine.
bit of a break. He's got 3 young kids. I think weeding the sidewalk is probably low on the list, but maybe we just send him
Some Roundup.
some Roundup.
Yeah. But people are killing him. Jeremy Otto, he posted a photo of the grill he got.
Yeah.
We're excited for the guy.
And grill purchases are.
Oh, there's something
fun.
to get very excited about.
We have a green egg. Love it.
Yeah.
But every time I'm in like Home Depot or anywhere,
Oh, you always
for
look.
sale, I'm
He's
like,
scoping out.
what do we got here?
Yeah.
What do we got here? Ooh,
So I was in
Cyber.
a sports store out in Arizona, and they had actually one of the smokers pellet grills that I've been looking at, and as guys do, I'm trying to, in a nonchalant way, talk to my wife about how great this is, and she's just playing the yeah game. Yeah. Like she's not getting the hint at all. I'm doing a
Yeah.
terrible job. It's
Yeah.
made in America.
These are.
It's steel.
She doesn't care.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I hear you.
Oh, he is in today.
You're talking about me.
Hey, actually, I'm glad you're here.
Yes.
All right. So, in a previous house, I had a grill
Jeremy
that
Otto's
took.
here. People don't
Yes.
That's the new voice.
And I had a whole bunch of propane tanks because. Do you need a propane tank?
I do, yes.
I'll bring one in Monday.
Okay, that'd be awesome.
It doesn't help you over the weekend, but
Yes.
I'll bring you an extra one in.
That's great. Well, look at this.
Takes a
Yes.
village.
I'm excited that you're in the grilling business now.
Yes. Now, don't expect too much of me very early on, okay? You know,
No.
I got to ease into it, but
That's the best way to do it. You
Yes.
learn
Growing
as you
pains.
go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, don't set the bar too high. Just because McGonagall hit the ground running doesn't mean I was going to hit the ground running with the grill.
and it's
Yeah.
it's
I don't expect rookie of the year material,
right.
but
Maybe more
I
of
do
a
expect
dingler.
improvement.
Maybe a dingler pass.
Most improved griller, by next year.
Yep.
Yes.
Perhaps.
What's going to be the first thing you throw on there?
How do you christen it?
Oh boy.
I don't know.
could
Probably
be
just a
difficult.
simple hot dog hamburger. I mean, hot dogs for the kids, hamburgers for us. I don't think you can go wrong with that, right?
It's a step up from the boiled dogs,
That's
right?
just put-
Can't.
that never happened then.
Let's just put the ball in play. That's
Yeah.
what he's doing.
Yes,
I'm just
exactly.
going to
Yeah, I just wanna get on base.
Yeah, a little Placido Blanco.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Doug, what are you talking about today?
Well, obviously, you know what's great is that the biggest story in Detroit sports is also the biggest story, second half storyline, and that's the Skubal situation. How it's going to play itself out, Rosenthal and Olney. And, you know, the Rosenthal did a big story about what GMs in Major League Baseball are doing right now. And it's very, very conservative. And while the whole world is zigging, should Scott Harris zag? And people will yell at me.
Well, that's how it goes. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers kick off the second half of the season tonight. There's 66 games left. Detroit 6.5 games back in the division and just 3.5 back in the wild card. Tonight, they'll start a 3-game series against the Angels, tied for the worst record in baseball with the Royals. It's a 9:38 first pitch here on 97.1. Troy Melton will pitch against Reed Detmers. He's struggled before the All-Star game. Jim Bowden of The Athletic released his trade deadline piece today following what other insiders are saying. He says barring a collapse in the next 2 weeks, the Tigers will likely keep Tarek Skubal. World number 13 golfer J.J. Spawn and 8-time PGA Tour champ Patrick Cantlay have both committed to the Rocket Classic today. It's day 2 of the British Open. Lucas Herbert has jumped 38 spots to become the leader with an 8-under score. Jackson Suber, who led after day 1, is in second. They both have completed their round. The Detroit News obtained new Michigan basketball coach Mike Boynton's contract, only his first season guaranteed, where he'll make $3.6 million. For him to make it to the second season, he must not obtain either a level 1 or 2 NCAA violation, no misconduct or violations of school policy, and all his players must be academically eligible. He also needs to collect 2 of the following: 24 wins, a top 4 finish, a Big Ten tournament title, or a Sweet 16 appearance. If none of that happens, but the Wolverines make the Final Four, that would be enough to earn year 2 as well. Contemplated. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, happy Friday, everybody, and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. No Anderson today. He's out. Got a family thing, and he will be away for a few days. So got a lot to get into today. I'm very, very excited about today's show, and I'm very excited about the pseudo stretch run here for the Tigers. It really is a stretch run, and I'm absolutely fired up for each and every one of these 16 games before we hit the Major League Baseball trade deadline. There's a lot on the line that the Tigers are either going to earn it or not. Earn a shot to make a run at the World Series in the postseason, or just completely refocus on next year and beyond. And you know, the time to make up your mind is not right now. We'll play the sound bites from both Buster Olney and Ken Rosenthal and what they had to say, because it's intriguing. I don't think anybody, including the Tigers, setting a position right now makes any sense, because their play has to dictate it. I think it's cool if they think they can do it. And, you know, if I'm sitting in that chair, I am right now shopping Tarek Skubal and figuring out what the best package of players we could get in return is. And I'm trying to buy and add to my roster at the same time. And then whatever the team tells me to do is what I do. If the team tells me that their hot play continues and they go 12-4 or 11-5, then I think you find yourself in a position where you make those moves to buy. And if the team tells me at 8-8 that they aren't serious about this, then I sell Skubal for whatever that best package is that you put together. And I'm perfectly comfortable with going one of those two directions. We're also going to do second half bold ass predictions for this Tiger team. What are some second half bold ass predictions? Get them in and we record these and then revisit them at the end of the year. If you make a bold ass prediction, and you can cross a line into what we call a dumbass prediction, but if you make a bold ass prediction and we deem it bold, that's when you get. So get your bold ass predictions in for the second half. I have 3 of them that I will unveil in an hour's time for the second half of this Detroit Tigers season. As we kick it off tonight, man, I'm fired up. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback, of course, are welcome. So what's going to happen? Buster Olney on his podcast, and yesterday we referenced this near the end of the show in dueling podcasts that came out. Buster Olney and Ken Rosenthal, Baseball Insiders. They were talking about the future of the Tigers and the future of Skubal, and we'll start with Buster Olney. Here's what he said he's hearing the Tigers' position is right now. Okay, that's Buster Olney's take. Ken Rosenthal, his podcast. Here's what he had to say about the Tigers. Now, the thing about this is, and there's Buster Olney and Ken Rosenthal about the Tigers, both sounding as though selling Skubal isn't as likely as it stands right now and doesn't make sense. I also think it doesn't make sense to decide right now. And the question becomes, what is everybody's tipping point to give it gas? What do they need to do in these final 16 where you would say, okay, I'll go for it? Because we're in a weird spot. This is a strange set of circumstances where you know your best player's probably gone after this year in Tarik Skubal. You know that probably one of your top 6 assets is also probably gone in Gleyber Torres after this year. So what do they have to do to justify a buy in 16 games? If they go 12-4 and get to 500 by the time we hit the trade deadline, that to me is a no-brainer to go for it. An absolute no-brainer. They will have consistently played amongst the best baseball in the majors for 2 full months. They'll probably be in a playoff spot. If not, they'll be right on the cusp of one. 12-4 to get to 500 is obvious. Go for it. 11-5, it's probably easier. You're 55-57 at the trade deadline. Still playing well. It's easier to go for it then. I don't think it's as much of a no-brainer, but I suspect they would go for it at 55-57. At 10-6, they'd be 54-58. 10-6 coming out of the All-Star break. I think they probably would go for it then too, because they'd still be playing very good baseball. Now that gets harder though I think it gets much harder for the people out there. Like if you're in a position where you feel like they shouldn't trade Skubal, okay? If you feel like they should, if you're in a position that they should trade Skubal, my bad. If you're in a position right now that they should trade Skubal and they go 10-6 to get to 54-58, I'm going to guess that's not enough to tip the scales and you say, okay, I'll come off my position. But if they go 12-4, would you come off that position? Now, 9-7, right? And you get to 53-59. I'm probably thinking that that's where I'd be like, clearly sell. And, I still think if I had to guess what they're going to do, I would guess they're going to sell. I think it's going to be very hard for them, in spite of the schedule, to play well enough where I would feel a buy is justifiable. And again, if you don't buy, you got to sell. So 248-539-9797. What tips the scales and makes you want to give it gas? Let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Doug. What's up?
Good morning.
For me, good morning. For me, and this is just me, I think they should sell because I do think they'll make the playoffs barely, but they'll be in it. But after, I don't know how much damage I think they're going to do. So if they're not making a World Series appearance, then there's no point to keep Skubal because you're going to lose them next year anyway because you're not going to be able to afford what he's asking. And a comp pick is just not really worth it. I don't want to take that chance. So I would sell Skubal, and I don't know what you'll get for him, but get something to help the team.
Matt, do you think it's possible that because of the last 2 years they've been in the playoffs, that you're sort of taking a playoff appearance for granted? Like, just get in the dance gives you a shot. And because I'll tell you this, what's a safe position? Betting against any single team. Betting against, some have better chances than others, but it's always a better bet to take the field.
I'm looking at, I think they'll get into the playoffs, but I'm looking further down the road. When, the Yankees haven't been good, but you'll probably have to play against the Yankees. You'll play against some other teams that might start getting hot in the playoffs, and you might not do as well.
Okay, hold on.
You're right. It's a safe approach.
Yeah, saying somebody else might get hot, the Tigers would have to be one of the hotter teams in baseball to even make it, right?
Yeah.
So wouldn't the Tigers then be going into the playoffs hot?
Yeah, but I mean, you're going to be playing against other teams that have better players.
Well,
Again, this is just me, and I understand people don't like, other people's opinions. Like, it's just my opinion.
No. I say it all the time. Your opinion is as valid as mine. I don't have any issue with it, Matt. I think it is. There was a text to the morning show that somebody texted in. Do you even like sports? Like, part of the fun of sports is the dream. Part of the fun of the sports is giving yourself a chance. Part of the fun of sports is being in the mix. And the crazy thing about the Tigers is I think you can make a logical case, that the Tigers have more reason to go for it than the Pistons and Lions did at the trade deadline. We'll get into that today at 10:20, plus your phone calls and feedback, 248-539-9797. If you want to get a bold-ass prediction for the second half in, we are taking second-half bold-ass predictions. I'll have mine today at 11:05. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Injured? You know what to do. Call Sam. Everyone knows that Sam Bernstein Law will fight for you. Seen the results his family gets, and you don't pay anything unless they win for you. Get the Bernstein advantage today at 1-800-CALL-SAM. All right, let me be clear because we're talking about a couple different things here. Why I think it's okay to consider buying. Okay, that's different than what I would do or what I think is going to happen here. But why I think it's okay to consider buying. And one thing I find very peculiar in this town is that the probably the biggest call we've got complaining about all of our teams is that they don't go for it at the trade deadline. And you think about each team in their particular situation. The Pistons and the Lions especially, two teams out there competing that didn't make massive moves at the trade deadline, didn't do an all-in move. And those teams and the Tigers have a couple of differences, obviously. The biggest difference is those two teams were more likely to be contenders than this team is that's still below 500. And that's obvious. But you have to consider if the Tigers come out and go 12-4 and get to 500, it puts them in the same position that those teams were in terms of their playoff standing. Like the Lions didn't make it, the Pistons did. And obviously the Pistons only won one round. But for the Tigers to justify a buy, they'd have to get hot and get themselves in a more firm, give them a more firm chance to make the playoffs, right? But the Pistons and Lions both have futures to consider in that they have or have to lock up their core players, their best player, and many of their best players. They have to lock them up, and they have to account for future spending, which probably works against them making that bold move. The Tigers aren't in that position. They're going to lose their best player. They're probably going to lose one of their top few regular everyday players in Gleyber Torres, probably one of their top 6 or 7 players on the roster. So their timeline with a couple of their best players is likely running out, meaning in many ways, it makes more sense for them to go for it this year while they have those players. Now, again, the Tigers' play would have to justify it. The Athletic did an interesting story, and Ken Rosenthal was one of the writers that contributed to this story. And I want to read a little bit from this. This year's market could feature the kind of prize that would energize a fan base dreaming of winning a World Series, Detroit Tigers ace Tarik Skubal. But Billy Beane had a great quote. Ex-player who turned that Maverick executive, as they put it, that once reimagined the Athletics. And it's the kind of quote of an attitude that drives many Detroit fans crazy. This is what he is saying about Major League Baseball's GMs right now. This is not a quote. This is not a criticism, but by its nature, analytics generally are very conservative. We sort of saw ourselves as actuaries, right? Actuaries from insurance companies. In a very crude way, that's what we're going to do. Now they're doing it even more in a sophisticated way. And what do actuaries do? They mitigate risk. Very conservative. Fans want their teams to be aggressive, right? But it sounds like what Billy Beane is saying is that most GMs think of themselves as actuaries. They're mitigating risk. So Ken Rosenthal goes on to write, the August 3rd trade deadline will bring action. Though they're not exactly taking on a gunslinger mentality, these traders, meaning the GMs, are constantly reassessing their positions and exploring alternatives, working within a framework that should lead to a flurry of deals. But the more cautious approach comes with another consequence. The odds for the kind of jaw-dropping, what just happened deal that makes you squint at your phone to make sure you read the breaking news alert right, in short, a blockbuster for a game changer like Skubal, the odds are dramatically reduced. So, he later writes, club officials, including several who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the trade market in exchange for their candor, tempered expectations for this trade deadline. So the writing there is the groupthink in Major League Baseball is conservative at the trade deadline. Big names get thrown around in the media and talk radio. But the point of this story is expectations should perhaps be lowered. And that, unfortunately, includes our guy for people who want to sell him. But oftentimes, when I'm thinking about the situation that our teams are in, when the whole world is going to zig, I like to consider the zag. If you do what everyone else is doing, you have to be the best at it. If you do it your way, if you zag, you can outsmart the group. Outsmart groupthink mentality. Now makes you might get accused of trying to be the smartest guy in the room. But if you don't have the best roster, how do you get to the top? Right? What are you going to do that's different that's going to give you a leg up on everybody else? And I think this year, when you look at the list of obvious sellers and the story, the Ken Rosenthal story in The Athletic says the limited group of sellers, obvious sellers, includes the Colorado Rockies, the LA Angels, and the San Francisco Giants. And that's it. So what are the zag moves? It's an extreme position. If the Tigers become sellers, they have the best to take from. They got a bat in Gleyber Torres. They got bullpen arms to sell, which every contender wants. And they've got the starter that everybody would want. An extreme position would be to jump in that group of sellers and sell. The other extreme position is, while everyone else, and you just heard what they set up, a conservative thinker, don't expect big moves. The zag move, the other extreme position, is you make the big move. You're like, F it. Yeah, we're going for it this year. It's our last kick at the can with Gleyber Torres and Tarek Skubal and probably others that they might not be able to bring back. And people want to sell because they say, oh, the Tigers don't have a great chance to win at all. You realize every single season, every team individually is not a good pick against the field. They're not. Very few people were talking about the Knicks, who won the NBA. New England, who played for the Super Bowl, was plus 950 to win the whole thing when it started. Vegas, who played for the Stanley Cup, was 11-1 when it started. I think the Tigers would be in that realm if they make the playoffs, odds-wise. So just the chance. I think people are forgetting that already are in a sell position, are forgetting what it's like to have a chance, what it's like to be in the mix. And it's weird. We're acting like a team in a city, I think. Some people are acting like a team in a city that goes to the playoffs every single year, and they don't want to do it this year. It's a fresh thing. It's been 2 seasons. And to give yourself a chance to be in the mix is something to value. Now, I'm not saying I absolutely would buy or that it's stupid to sell, but I'm making why there's a case to buy. And again, the play would have to dictate it. 12-4, 11-5 out of this break, but the case can be made. Now, hey, if you're in a sell position, no matter what, I think that's foolish. If you're in a buy position right now, no matter what, I think it's foolish. But there's plenty of people that just scream from mountaintops, you have to sell, which is very interesting because the complaint we've taken more calls than anything is why don't our teams go for it? But not this one. And I'm not saying right now, if their play justifies it, you'd still sell, huh? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls next here on 97.1. There it is. That's from Buster Olney. I don't. Very smart baseball mind. Surprised he's taken that position as it stands right now, but I guess he's projecting them continuing to play well before the trade deadline. I got to say, it took me way too long to get my point out last segment, and I don't know, Kang, if you were actually considering sharking me, but I really was. Yeah, it took me a long time, and we got people on hold. My apologies. 248-539-9797. Let's go to DeVell in Madison Heights. What's up, DeVell?
Hey, how's it going, Doug?
Great.
That's good. That's good. So, to me, and I believe me, I heard you. I heard you. Your reasons that you never, we shouldn't be on one extreme or the other, but I am. I just can't help it. There is no scenario for the Tigers that they could do extremely good where I would consider keeping Skubal at all. My thing is, now I'm going to go back to 2024 before the trade deadline that year. And remember that year, for me, that year, that was the first year that I heard that Terry Skubal had Scott Boras as an agent.
Yeah.
So right then, I knew he was never staying here. So then there was a big rumor then that they was going to trade him to Baltimore, if you remember that year.
Yep.
So I didn't think that we should trade at the deadline that year or last year, but I was like, the closer we get to his end of his run, they should go on and trade him. We could do both. Now, like I said, if they can do well, because I'm looking at it like, without Skubal and our rotation, we are still more than adequate to roll with that.
So, fair. And DeVell, this is Gators theory that you get. So your point is sell Skubal and still play and try and make the playoffs and add.
Yep.
Okay, so
get it back.
if you are, the reason you want to sell is it because you don't think they have a legitimate shot to win the World Series?
Oh no, I think so you're saying there's a chance. There's always a chance. My thing is, I'm saying because that's why I brought up a couple years ago when I found out he had Scott Boras. There is no scenario where he's signing here. Scott Boras, in any sport that he represents, any client, does not deal with the Midwest. He only deals with L.A., Miami, New York, and any hot weather team that's relevant.
You're pretty much right. I guess the reason, DeVell, is that I can't get on board this theory, and I've been talking about it with Gator for a couple of weeks, is I just can't see a scenario where the Tigers, I mean, I guess you'd be in a separate move to add, but lose Skubal, and it's worth going for it. Like, it would be awesome to thread that needle and find the rare case scenario. And it could possibly happen. But if part of the motivation is to sell Skubal because you don't think you got a shot to win the World Series legitimately, even if you add to this roster now, why would you ever have a shot to win the World Series by selling Skubal and adding? You'd be a weaker playoff team almost assuredly. Because the one thing that could carry the Tigers into playoffs in a short series is their starting pitching. And it just doesn't seem, it becomes significantly more unrealistic in my opinion. But 248-539-9797, if you can find the right trade partner in a rare case scenario and somehow strengthen your weaknesses and still move Skubal, I'd be all for it, but it feels so almost impossible to pull a move like that off. Antonio's in Detroit and next. Hello, Antonio.
Hey, how's it going? Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm taking the opposite of what that guy talking about. I believe that the Tigers will be buyers. They're not going to get rid of Skubal, and it's a strategic move because it comes down to, okay, if you're going to buy, most fans want them to get it back. Whereas I believe once Gleyber Torres come back and him and McGonigal is at the top of the lineup getting on base like they do, that sets the table for the rest of the guys. I say they go all in for the closer from the Padres, Duran, even if you got to give up Max Clark and get him. And with the back end of the bullpen solidified with the return of Jackson Jobe, he can go to the bullpen too. Now you're cooking, and with a significant run in the playoffs, that may convince Skubal to stay.
It probably
Seeing that
won't.
he has
Antonio probably won't, but it's interesting. And then you feel like this is what they should do. Is that correct?
This is what they should do, because I believe that's the glaring weakness that we have. This Kenley Jansen experiment is not what I like it to be, and I would be much more comfortable with a power arm in the back end.
Antonio, again, you're in this position. What if they go 6-10 leading up to the trade deadline?
I'm sticking to my guns.
Wow.
I believe that if they buy and solidify the back, that the American League is really weak, and that no team is going to make a sustained run in our division or anything. It's all about us getting hot.
Okay,
So,
Antonio, I guess that's a fundamental disagreement. I want to go to one of the two extremes. I want to either sell big or buy big, which doesn't seem to be what very many people are going to do, and that expectation should be tempered from the trade deadline based upon that Ken Rosenthal story. And I trust Rosenthal and his sources, and all that many of these traders, as he put it, are saying we should temper expectations. If you're in the position that we have to, and I'm not talking to Antonio now, but to the people that have to sell Skubal, you know who's most likely to make an underwhelming deal for Skubal? Someone who feels like they have to sell him. That if you feel like you have to sell him and you got to sell him no matter what, you're the person that's most likely to pull the trigger on an underwhelming return and walk away with Franklin Perez, Daz Cameron, and Jake Rogers. 248-539-9797. Justin in Madison Heights. Hi, Justin.
Hey, good morning, Doug.
What's up?
Your last segment was awesome, and you almost, with everything you were saying, you almost had me changing my position. But as I thought about it on hold and listening to the callers, I think I'm even more in the camp of sell regardless. But if the Tigers come out of the break and they're great, I think Skubal's a great chip that they don't come around often. I know that the return doesn't sound like it might be what it is, but I'm with Gator. I think we can sell Skubal, go get a bat, go get a reliever. Look at how good Melton's been lately. Look at Cater out of the bullpen. The last caller mentioned Jackson Jobe. Let's say our ERA, our playoff ERA gets worse by 1, a whole point, even 1.5. If we can get the bats to stay hot and we can go sign another bat, maybe even a second one, can't we just overcompensate, right? So we're giving up an extra run or two per game, but we could score an extra 2 or 3.
Let me ask you a question. Are you talking about, one point of clarification, are you talking about trading Skubal for a bullpen arm and a bat, or are you talking about trading Skubal for prospects, which is more likely,
yes,
and then trading our prospects for a bat?
Yes.
In 2 separate trades.
Yes.
Something can be done there.
And get the best return we can. And then we go out and trade for a bat, a bullpen arm, whatever. I'm saying go all in both ways. Go all in on selling Skubal and go all in, because the last part I took away from that last segment was you're absolutely right. If we get in the playoffs, there is a chance.
There is a
right?
chance.
If the bats get hot, right? But you only get one chance to get a big return for Skubal. And I know that the return might not be as good as it once looked, but if we keep him, and we win a World Series, of course it's amazing. But if we keep him and we don't, now we get a compensatory pick. I think, like Gator, you can do both. So go all in on selling Skubal and go all in on pushing as far into the playoffs as you can.
I mean, the one thing about the playoffs is, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and I got to try and find the data. Of the current AL playoff teams, the Tigers have a losing record against one of them. One of them. There's 6 teams in playoff positions. They have a winning record against 4 of them. They're 500 against the other, and they're, I think, 0-6 against Cleveland. I don't have the data in front of me, but people might recall we did this a couple weeks ago. Now, it could be rendered completely irrelevant because they played a depleted Yankee team, but the Tigers have been depleted too. And if you don't think they have a chance, all these series are short series. So if you're capable of sweeping a Yankee team in the regular season, it can happen in the postseason. Now, the Yankees will probably be in a better position by then, but there's a case to be made because these are all short series, and they'll go into it probably with an advantage of starting pitching. But you're talking about something completely different that would cut into the advantage in starting pitching because you're talking about trading Skubal and then trading. And if you're trading Skubal and you get back like 3 prospects and then you go into the Tiger prospect pool to add a bat, you haven't really gone backwards in terms of prospects because you brought some good ones in, presumably, and you shipped some good ones out. I mean, that's an interesting way to approach it. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, attention golfers. Let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you're out hitting the links this weekend, cool off after your round at your favorite Twin Peaks. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than 29-degree draft beer or cider. They pour all your favorites at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They got a thermometer right behind the bar that shows you exactly. Sometimes I wait for it to get down to 28, and I'm like, now! Get the beer now. Mugs have been freezing for a minimum of 12 hours. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up, plus pair with the food, the Scratch Kitchen. You won't want to stay on the course for the old hot dog again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tenders and boneless wings, light and fresh salads with house-made dressings. And then, of course, you got all the sports on all the TVs. They pump in the audio. You got the World Soccer Championship, last 2 matches, England and France on Saturday at 5, the championship game Sunday at 3, Argentina defending their title against Spain. Wall-to-wall TV show, all the action. And, oh, by the way, the Twin Peaks are there. Girls are there serving it all up, all your favorites. See the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. An unnamed texter sent this in. If Scott Harris keeps Skubal and does not at least make the World Series, he should be fired. A compensatory pick for him is insane. So if they make the playoffs, they don't make the World Series, he takes Skubal money and signs Randy Arozarena and strengthens the bullpen in the offseason. I just threw him out there as an example. As a free agent to be. I haven't looked at that list, but I know he's one. And comes back next year with a better roster after 3 straight playoff seasons. That's the breaking point. You can't get over that, even though he's drafted well. Max Clark is on the way. Max Anderson is on the way. Guys like Jackson Jobe and Reese Olson are coming back. They could add that right-handed bat. They could add to the bullpen with the Skubal budget. You'd fire him. I mean, I think it's absurd. It'd be disappointing. Got it. But to take up that position to me is not seeing where they have been and what they could do with Skubal budgeted money. But hey, look, that's why I just disagree with you. 248-539-9797. Paul is next. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Doug. How are you?
I'm good.
Hear me out, Doug.
Okay.
I'm an extreme seller. And I'm talking about 4 of our starting pitchers, 2 in the bullpen, Gleyber Torres, to get what I want. And what I want, or I believe this team really needs, and I hear the Dodgers have somebody, a stud center fielder or right fielder, a stud that you know is going to be a major leaguer.
Mike Sirota, Zaire Hope, guys down in Tulsa, top prospects in the game.
Okay, and somebody who's legitimately has closer abilities. And I would package whatever you want, including Casey Mize, because in my mind, what's the problem? He goes somewhere and we re-sign him next year. And Valdez can be in there too if somebody wants it. To get what you want, which I think this team really needs, is a stud outfielder to go with Green and a closer. And then, like I said, if you want Mize back, you sign him next year.
Well, first of all, those things almost never happen. I mean, I love it when it gets talked about, but it's very rare. Secondly is that all sounds great, and I have no issue with that if they come out of the gate and they go 7-9. But what if they go 12-4?
I don't care at this point because I don't feel that this team can win the World Series. When you go to the National League and you put Philly, Dodgers, Milwaukee together and you say, hey, I'm talking to this team and I'm thinking about making a deal with you could play against them. If you said Flaherty, Skubal, and Mize, I'm going to send them to this team. What do you got for me? Or how about you? Because you don't want the other team to get these guys.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
Just real quick, and you heard all that stuff that we had at the beginning of the show that don't expect great returns on your trades this season.
I understand, but the Dodgers,
I think it's foolish, Paul. I think it's foolish to be in this position that you don't want a shot when to make up your mind already, even if they come out of the gate hot here.
Well, because what I've seen in the past 2 years, I don't want to just get there. I want to have a good shot of winning it.
Yeah, and everybody who's in, for them to get in, they would have to stay so hot that they would be one of the teams that probably falls into that Knicks, New England category. That one of them won the NBA, where very few people were talking about them, but they were hot going into the postseason. Vegas was 11-1 to win the whole thing. They played for the Stanley Cup, right? We're talking about, I think the idea that they have no shot is overplayed because a Tiger playoff team would have to be playing probably the better part of 4 months of really good baseball. Really good baseball. It's not like they're taking the worst version of themselves into the postseason. They'd be taking the best version of themselves. And I don't hate what you're doing if they come out of the gate hot, but that's why I think it's foolish to already be in that position and give up a chance. But hey, difference of opinion. We go to Randy on a cell. Who's next? Hi, Randy.
Hi, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
Hey, I love Skubal, man. I mean, come on, he's been our guy. and we should build our team around him. I mean, how many Cy Youngs does he have to win for us to see that?
Well, it's not that people don't see it. It's that it's Boras. Any offer the Tigers make, Boras is going to take it to New York, L.A., wherever, and probably get more.
I can't think of a better player to build a team around, honestly. Especially
either,
Detroit.
but
We're not near.
There's
like
there's
LA
one thing about
or,
no, but again, Boras sells his guys, as the one caller said, to the coast teams and teams that have far more budget than the Tigers do. And that's why it feels like what you're saying is true. I think everybody would want to keep him. There's one warning I've got about Skubal, and it's one warning only, is that you should be paying him for what he's about to do, not what he just did. And what he just did might be the best years of his career. And so he's going to get paid for what very well could be the worst years of it. Not worst years, but I don't know that he'll ever be as good as he was the last 2 years. But if you can get him on a team-friendly contract that they won't match elsewhere. The other thing, Randy, about it is, and again, you're not wrong. I just don't know that you're seeing why he's even being shopped. But cost certainty. What is the new collective bargaining agreement is this big unknown variable that hangs over all this discussion.
Good point.
If there is a cap in place, Randy, if there's a cap in place, the Tigers might be a player because some of those teams might be already over the cap. Now, do I think there's going to be a cap in place? No, but I think there'll be more restrictions put on the best teams, which could make the Tigers more of a player than they are right now. And I'm a little surprised. And I don't want to see this happen to Skubal because Skubal's been, he's been a class player here in Detroit and seems like a guy that really, truly wants to win here. But I wouldn't mind seeing Boras get burned, is that the new cost certainty could cost Skubal money. He could re-sign right now a very healthy contract in Detroit, a very healthy extension in Detroit. And then it might be more than he can get on the open market in a new world, depending on what the CBA looks like. It's a weird variable hanging over this whole thing. And signing in Detroit now, the benefit of signing in Detroit now that, Randy, you're in favor of, and I think everybody would be to a certain degree, is he wouldn't have to deal with the new rules. Right? Those new rules, I don't think it's going to be a cap, but I also don't think it's going to be nothing in terms of limiting what the best teams can play. Like the Dodgers have a sweetheart TV deal that makes their bank so much deeper. That may end. The Dodgers may have to distribute TV money to the rest of the league. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if that's the case, because there are teams right now. I mean, we know that the Bally's failed here in Detroit. Atlanta's got a terrible TV deal. Like, these are teams that don't have the advantages that the Dodgers have because of their TV money. You know what the Dodgers need? They need teams to play against. And the league is going to battle for some cost distribution spread out. And so it might cut into their budget, and that might hurt Skubal's next contract. And I feel like, my guess is Scott Boras understands the finances of the game better than Doug Karsh sitting in Detroit. However, it is a factor. Mike's in Toledo and next. Hello, Mike.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Love the show.
Thank you.
And I agree. I think everyone in Tigerland would love to have Skubal sign with the Tigers, but the reality is, with his agent and all the reasons you discussed, that's not likely going to happen.
Yeah.
I look at Skubal as no matter who you are, he's a rental. He's a rental to the Tigers. He's a rental to anybody else in baseball because he's not going to be there at the end of the after the season. So you can either hang on to your rental and bypass on what you could get for him, or say, I will take your prospects and you can have Skubal, because he's not going to be with a 500 team. I mean, he's a 500 team right now. You're not going to be at the 500. He's not. You're basically saying, I will bypass on your rental, on your prospects to keep this rental if they keep them. And I would rather, like most of your callers in Gator, trade him away, get what you can for him, and bolster your lineup if you can by trading another prospect or work some type of 3-team deal.
It's hard to do. It's not impossible, but it's hard to do. It It is something that is that's out there, and that is move your own prospects. Look, I like I said, I'm in one of the two extremes: big time sell or big time buy. I think for some reason, somehow, and they'd have to justify it with their second half play. I can't say that enough. Like go 12-4, 11-5 here out of the break, but I think people are forgetting if it would be a hot Tiger team going into the postseason. 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Fangraphs released their latest projections this morning as the second half of the MLB season continues to unfold. They give the Tigers a 25.9% chance to make the playoffs. That breaks down to 17.4 to win the division and just 8.5 to nab a wild card spot. The White Sox currently in second place in the Central. Dan Szymborski writes, quote, Zips remains unconvinced that the White Sox are this good, but they're certainly an interesting team these days with strong spots on the roster that aren't just me being nice about it. To go from a 41 41-win season, 24 to already having 50 wins banked this year. It's a really impressive achievement, end quote. Dan also thinks the Tigers will trade Tarek Skubal because of the market. Jim Bowden of The Athletic thinks the opposite. They'll keep him unless a collapse happens in the next few weeks. The Tigers start a series against the Angels tonight. Troy Melton on the bump. He's one of their most consistent arms for Detroit this season. It's a 9:38 first pitch right here on 97.1. MLB Network insider JP Morosi says the Brewers star pitcher Jacob Mizorowski will likely return next week in Milwaukee's series with the Mets. World number 13 golfer J.J. Spaun and 8-time PGA champ Patrick Cantlay have committed to the Rocket Classic this year. Lucas Herbert is your leader in the British Open at 8 under. Jackson Suber and Cameron Young tied for second. Michigan State basketball announced they'll take on Tennessee on the road this season on November 17th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, Jeremy, I don't know this to be a fact, but I think we got something really weird going on.
Mm-hmm.
It feels to me that the final year of the Rocket Classic will have the best field it's ever had.
I know, isn't that odd?
It is. It like this field is shaping it up to be really pretty damn good. Brooks Koepka's committed. Now Spaun and Cantlay have committed. Like, in the past, this would really excite me because this tournament's growing some roots. And now,
well, it does make me wonder whether it is likely they could move it somewhere else or get a new sponsor. I mean, they said they're actively looking for that. At the time, it's like, what's the chances of that actually happening right now? But heck, if they show out, if the fans show up too, I mean, that can only help.
Yeah, look, there's been people from the golf world that have been skeptical and always tell me that you're dreaming, and I'm like, okay, well, allow me to dream my dreams. I'm gonna own my dreams.
Well, look, and it's a market that only continues to get bigger events. It seems a little weird to shell one, Yep. I don't know.
All right, thank you, sir. Yep. Jeremy Otto from the Update Desk, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Hey, coming up, I was going to do bold ass predictions. We're going to push that back because we had a ton of Tiger talk, and I want to change it up and get back to it in the noon hour. We will take your calls here as people still hanging on hold. The whole thing apparently was a scam. We'll get to that today at 11:18. In the meantime, we go to Dave in Ferndale. You're next. Hello, Dave.
Hey, good morning, Doug.
What's up?
Bless your little heart, buddy. You are the eternal optimist, and you guys, your program really sticks out on the channel for that reason. But my man, the Tigers, with or without Tarek Skubal, have an absolutely 0% of winning the World Series. I don't care how hot they get coming out of the break, playing the other bottom feeders of the league. That's not what I'm interested in. To let him walk for nothing is absolute insanity. You have to trade him. You got to get the very best deal that you can. You got to, whether it's prospects or a bat and a reliever, whatever it is, you get the best deal you can, and you already start retooling for next year when we might actually have a chance to win the World Series.
What about their record against the teams that are in the playoffs?
I don't know it. I've just been watching this
Rangers,
team all
they're
year.
4-2 against the Rangers. They're 4-2 against the Yankees. They're 2-1 against the Mariners. They're 3-0 against the Rays. They're winning records against those four teams. They're 3-3 against the White Sox. They're 0-6 against the Guardians.
I mean, this whole season, it's you guys come back after the morning show and before the afternoon or late show and say, "Oh, they're only 12 back now. Don't let them get hot." They're only.
I've never said "don't let them get hot" once. I hate that saying, but I've never said it once. I don't think Gator has either. But with that said, Dave, look, this is not a story about who we are. This show is. This is a story about what you think the Tigers should do. You've made your case. I just disagree. I think it's foolish to give up on a chance if you are playing the way that they are capable of playing. And that would, I mean, the requirement would be they've got to stay hot going up to the deadline. You don't care. I think if you got a shot, it's worth it. I think people are forgetting.
Have a great weekend, brother.
Yeah, you too. I think if you got a shot, it's worth it. If you got a shot, it's worth it. And, I get it, man. You don't think they got a shot. I'm sure you didn't think the Knicks had a shot. You know, the Patriots, Vegas, those teams played for it all. Is getting to the World Series worth it? That could be debated. Like I said, sports talk radio often turns into a battle of who has higher expectations and standards. And I personally believe a realistic expectation for an organization is to, if you are a team that is in the mix every year, you're a pretty damn good franchise, pretty damn good organization. If the only measurement is, did you win it all? Yes or no, black and white, that's it. I think you probably have unrealistic expectations. Of course, it's the goal. But we got people talking about the Tigers going to the playoffs 3 straight years, setting themselves up for a pretty bright future. Good young arms in the system, Max Clark, Max Anderson on the way, a big budget potentially to spend in the offseason. They want to fire the GM if he doesn't trade Skubal. Like, I keep reminding people, the people most prone to making a bad trade are the ones that say you have to trade him. And all the reasons stated in that article in The Athletic that Ken Rosenthal, with all the unnamed sources and GMs and people in the league saying, trade deadline expectations should be tampered down, means you might not get as much for Skubal as you think. Maybe you can, and I'd be in favor of trading him even if they can't get this massive franchise-changing return if the Tigers come out of the gate and don't continue to play well. They have to justify it. Mike in Dearborn is next. Hello, Mike.
Hi. Good morning, Doug.
What's up?
Just wanted to say that there's no way I am selling Skubal because this team's in striking distance. So I'll give you a first bold prediction. Tigers go 12-4, get to 500. And I would definitely buy. I mean, imagine, Taylor Ward at the top of the lineup. You could lead off with him or McGonigal. How deep that lineup actually gets. Now, I know he's not going to flip a game, but then you have maybe Torres at the 5 spot, maybe Carpenter at 8. You got a really deep lineup. And then if you were to add, I mentioned the Padres before with Adrian Morgan, he's a high leverage arm. I think this team can make a legitimate run. And the best chances of making that run in the World Series is with Skubal in the lineup. He handles pressure very well in the playoffs. So that's what I'm looking at.
I'm trying to crystallize, Mike, this bold-ass prediction. You think they're going to go 12-4 out of the break and trade for Taylor Ward?
I think they're going to either make a move, whether it be bring up Max Clark. But, yes, I would like to see Taylor Ward. Obviously, the Orioles have to lose and Padres have to lose. I think they will make a nice little ad at the deadline, and I do think they make the playoffs.
Thank you, Mike. 248-53. There you go. 248-539-9797, where you're taking your second half bold-ass predictions. You do have to sell. Why can't you sell, get better, round out your weaknesses, and still go for it? Starting pitching is not our weakness. We could potentially add a legit bat into this lineup along with a couple of prospects' arms that could be in the bullpen. You don't have to hold on to the best trade asset in the game and let him move on for nothing. It would be pure incompetence. The people that say that, and I don't know how to pronounce your name, bro. Giampo? I think it's Giampo in Troy. The people that say that, I think it's getting a little carried away as if the job of the GM is to cash in assets. The job of the GM is to try and win the World Series. Like that's the goal. That's the goal. Now, if you can do what you just mentioned, which would be very difficult, but if it could be done, I'm not against it. Their play would have to dictate that makes sense. But, yeah, because I wouldn't buy. If they come out of the gate and go 7-9, I would just sell Skubal. I would probably sell Torres. I wouldn't try and buy to make a run. Doug, the problem is these GMs don't do what is needed when the teams are actually good. The Tigers are not good. That's why it would be silly to buy. Anyone that looks at the first half in this roster and thinks they can compete for a championship are completely brainwashed. Well, I disagree. I mean, if they go 12-4 and get to 500, they're probably in a playoff spot. Which I'm going to guess. I don't remember. Ken, do you remember, were the Lions in a playoff spot at the trade deadline last year?
I don't remember. I find it hard not to believe they weren't, though. You know what I mean? Because everyone's so bundled up together, parity in NFL, so I would assume they were within striking distance.
Yeah, the trade deadline was November 4th. So let me see. NFL standings on November 4th, 2025.
I mean, they weren't out of it till the second to the last game of the year, I believe?
They got eliminated going into the last week, right?
The week before, I thought.
On November 4th, yeah, they were 5-3 and tied with the Bears at first place. So they were in a playoff spot. I mean, if the Tigers get themselves into a playoff spot by the deadline, they will be clearly one of the hotter teams in the game. But let's take Rob in Milford. You're next. Hi, Rob.
How you doing?
What's up?
Yep. Anyway, what I want to say is, have you ever heard of the genius of and?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we can trade Skubal and still make the playoffs. Okay. I mean, we can get some prospects. Milton's coming along. You got Mize is pitching good. The starters are coming along. And if we get some bullpen help or whatever in this trade and maybe some youth, I think we can do both. We can get a good return on Skubal and still make the playoffs.
Do you think the Tigers, as constructed, can win the World Series?
I don't know. You never know until you get there.
Well, that's true.
Because there have been some teams that I'm like, there's no way, and then all of a sudden, in a short series, they do it. You're like, okay.
Right. In a short series, their starting pitching makes them formidable. I just find it hard to believe that if you move on from Skubal, you will still have that decided advantage at starting pitching that could carry them in the postseason.
I guess I'm just so impressed in the way Milton's coming along. So
he's been really good, and that's been a great development for them. All right, apparently all along this thing in Detroit was a scam. We'll get to that today at 11:20. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for Star Stripes and Savings on demos all month long. Pay just $189 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 crew cab, the 2FL 4x4 with $999 down. $189 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Chevy lease loyalty, and the household 10,000 miles per year. Demo may owe up to 2,000 miles plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends August 3rd. All right, we will get back to some Tiger stuff as the day goes on. The air quality, still bad here in Metro Detroit. Man, this is some story. We'll get to that as well. But, dude, it looks like that Metro Motown Sports Village thing was a scam all along. Now, for people who have kids in youth sports, and we have all of our kids played, and it was really fun. It was really a rewarding experience. Kids got a lot out of it, and it's way bigger than it ever was when we were young. And it isn't about the college opportunities or chasing unrealistic dreams. It's about a very gratifying experience in the moment in time, and we had a lot of fun with it and kept our expectations realistic. But realizing that these kids were able to enjoy playing the game, learning the values of being a part of a team, and all that goes with. And that included multiple trips down to one of the most amazing sports complexes we have ever been to, and that is Grand Park, north of Indianapolis. And I'm saying this, and I'm sure there's a lot of parents out there going, yep, been there. It is a mecca for the Midwest for teams to come in and play travel soccer, travel baseball. They have indoor facilities. The Colts have held preseasons there, held their training camp there. There is, I'm sure, volleyball indoors. It's an amazing, amazing complex. It's like 20 soccer fields, a whole ton of baseball fields. And it was an interesting concept when they put it together, Grand Park, in that talking to locals down there, a bunch of hotel companies got in and chipped in to help build the facility with the developer and put hotels up all around it. And there's tons of restaurant. It's a really, really smart idea that I'm sure is great for that community. And it's like every weekend there's another major event there. And we talked about this a couple months ago because it looked like one of these was going to go up in Detroit, out in Romulus, right next to Metro Airport. There's that billboard out there on 94 that touts the Motown Sports Village. And reports today, I saw WDIV in the Detroit News that the developer got arrested. The developer, a guy from West Bloomfield Township. The story in the Detroit News says of the money that was being invested, he blew most of the millions of dollars solicited from hundreds, if not thousands of investors on strip clubs, luxury items, cars, and living expenses for himself, his wife, and girlfriend, federal prosecutors allege.
Wife and girlfriend can get expensive.
They can.
I mean, just having one of those is expensive. When you have both,
yeah,
I can't even imagine. You're going to need some investors to help invest that.
That's right. No wonder he needed a scam. No, so it's sad. I mean, there's probably people here in the local community that are seeing their investment go for nothing. The concept, when we brought it up, people here, we got calls about it. The idea that Detroit was going to be right by Metro Airport, it could be a great thing. I think there was talk about hockey and basketball gyms. There was a giant pool. Like they were trying to be the Grand Park of Detroit. Well, turns out it was a scam. And I don't know what's going to happen with this, whether he just siphoned some money off the top and somebody else is going to take over the project, or the whole thing was a shell game and it's going to collapse. Ken, you told me something this morning I had no idea. But when we were taking calls on this a couple months ago, you were getting text messages.
Yeah, they were saying straight up, this isn't real. This is a scam. And it wasn't specific to the person who had started it or anything like that. But the general idea was that I was getting from people in the feedback. It was a $3 billion valuation. And they're like, that's ridiculous. This is just to get money. There's no way this is $3 billion. You know what I mean? And I think, myself included, a lot of people are blinded by just the concept and the thought. Just like you said, Doug, a lot of parents that have kids that are in youth sports or about to get into youth sports, you're thinking, yeah, why do I have to, if I don't have to drive or fly anywhere else and I can just do it here in my backyard and it helps the local economy, that sounds like a great idea. And that's probably what this guy was doing, allegedly.
Well,
it
sounds like he helped the local economy at strip clubs, luxury items, cars, and living expenses. That helped the local economy, I guess. But
yeah, but not as.
But when you got those texts, I mean, we didn't read them on the air.
I think you might have read one, but I mean, we got more than we got a few for sure. And at the time we were just talking about just the general idea,
of
having like a grand park here. We didn't get into specifics, obviously, and whether the evaluation was correct or these numbers looked accurate. But yeah, we did get that where it said that this is way overboard. This is not going to happen. $3 billion, and it is unfortunate because you're right. People did lose money because they invested in this, and that's how this thing. Apparently, when I read the story, got found out. It was like, where is this money going? Do we get any money back? I read that churches got involved and gave money because they thought it was an investment to help them out.
It's interesting because we try and cut back on any unwarranted slander that gets through, and so there's some vetting that goes with the ticket texts that come in. But did maybe somebody who sent us a text that knew all along, that understands real estate and development, can tell us why the warning signs were there? Because obviously people were telling us who know. I mean, when it comes to real estate and being a developer, I know zero. I don't know anything. Kang, do you know much?
No, I mean, I know as much as
Gator,
you do. I mean,
Gator, it's math, so that he's got no shot.
Yeah, but he does watch, House Hunters.
He does. Yes, he does. So maybe somebody can say why they knew that.
Well, I think, like I said,
warning signs.
Yeah, the text were saying the valuation was all wrong. But yeah, feel free to call and text. But it obviously got to a point where it made the news, right? And I don't know if it was the Romulus City Council or whoever. Like he passed some kind of level, right, to get this even out there. And I think that's where red flags started happening. Where they're like, I think they asked the FBI or whatever to investigate, like, this doesn't match up. This isn't real. We're asking for things, they're not providing it. And then that's when it starts happening. And these things, you always get got. Like, I don't know what he was thinking. You asked me why criminals do dumb things because they're dumb. Eventually it just happens. But yeah, the idea of it sounded awesome. But I guess there's no way you can put. I don't want to say no way, but is this even feasible in general? It has to be, right? Not to the what he thought.
Do you mean feasible? Do you mean feasible in Detroit? When we saw the renderings, there were huge plans. Like artist renderings, I used to love artist renderings and used to talk about artist renderings and retweet artist renderings. But I think artist renderings, when it's all said and done, probably do more damage than good because they overemphasize how great something's going to be. And a prime example is that Detroit sign along 94, that got portrayed as this massive, overwhelming Hollywood sign and then gets mocked because it's much smaller. There's nothing wrong with what's along 94. It just failed to live up to the artist renderings and people started trashing it. And I'm like, well, it's a minor beautification project. It's not that big a deal. But the artist renderings for this thing were amazing. I mean, wasn't there talk about them putting a Meijer in there?
Oh, you name it. It was going to go in there. It was water parks. It was like mini Disney World, Disneyland, hotels, retail. Like it was like another mecca of a city. It seemed like, right? And then so I think you get blinded by like, oh, wow, all this stuff.
The grandeur of the thing.
Yeah, and people didn't really look into it. But the people that knew about, like you said, real estate and just the red tape and everything, they're like, hey, this is not real. And we're getting texts right now on it too.
Are we?
Yeah, like here, Brandon in a car. I knew that project was a scam last year. It's sad because it's a really good idea. I also stopped a family member from investing to that project and saved them lots of money.
Really?
Myself and my family have owned a business in Romulus for decades. For all those decades, they've talked about casinos, racetracks, entertainment districts, all these wild things opening up in Romulus. None have never happened. Mm-hmm. That's from Frankie in Livonia. When I heard you guys talking about it, I knew right away it was going to be a scam.
Wow. 248-539-9797. Jack in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1. Hello, Jack.
Hey, yeah. Thanks for letting me on, guys. Yeah, sure. I was devastated when I heard this was a whole scam. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm a longtime swimmer in the community and, swam throughout high school and did the whole club swimming thing. And the lack of 50-meter pool facilities in the Metro Detroit area is abysmal. And I was kind of excited for this place to come because it would have offered another facility for meets to be held or teams to train and stuff like that. And then, it just kind of hurt when I found out it was a scam.
I mean, I don't know what the future holds for this thing, if there's any reviving or, the idea, but I do remember they were putting in a pool facility and it just,
So I just hope someone maybe picks it up or, doesn't make it as big, but maybe makes a couple, baseball fields and builds another pool like that, because it would be awesome to have something like that in the Metro Detroit area.
The question, and Jack, thank you for the phone call. Of course, is there a market for it? Like, has Indianapolis already soaked up all the business and Grand Park already soaked up all the business in the Midwest? It's a very central location where people come from Chicago and Detroit and Cincinnati and Cleveland and St. Louis, and they all can kind of get there pretty easily. Detroit's a little bit, it's not, sure, we can get Cleveland and Chicago.
But what about the East Coast, Doug? You used to be on this youth sports circuit. Can we get Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts?
Well, I mean, if you can get, there's cheap
Pittsburgh.
flights into Metro, I guess it's possible. The proximity to Metro Airport made it feel like they're going to set up a shuttle, and you can just you can hop on your plane wherever, land in Detroit, and get shuttled right to your hotel. But 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Yeah, unfortunately, the Motown Sports Village apparently was nothing more than a scam. It's Karsch Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. It is the Karsch and Anderson program. Feedback coming in regarding the apparently scam that was the Motown Sports Village. And we saw the story that the developer was arrested today, and Kang said, you know what, when this topic came up in the last 2 months ago or whenever we were talking about it, we got texts of people saying it was a scam. So it's really interesting. It sucks. I mean, it's obviously financially, it's going to hurt a lot of people around here. But feedback, here's the feedback we got. A lot of us knew it wouldn't happen. He didn't even own the land. That's from an unnamed texter. Bill and Wayne says the warning signs were there. Metro Motown Sports and every other too good to be true investment that pulls and tugs at people's emotions. Unnamed texter, travel sports are for relatively well-off people, rich people ripping off rich people. The rest of us play in a field for free. Well, there are scholarships that are available and some great fundraisers, man. I've been around some really, really good fundraisers to help people. And things like Christmas tree pickup. Everybody wants their Christmas tree taken. I don't know how it gets rid of in your community. We got teams driving around, have had teams driving around picking up Christmas trees like in early January, throwing them in the back of a U-Haul, making a good money doing it. And mulch sales. You don't have to go buy your mulch. We'll deliver it. Those have been the two most effective I've been a part of. No reviving the idea, Doug. Total scam, money gone. Romulus will never pass or be able to have anything like this. It's from Bill and Wayne. Robert says, I knew this was a scam from day one. The finances didn't make any sense, and this loser tried the same thing in Illinois. I wrote and texted it that day, and now I'm vindicated, LOL.
You know what sucks, Doug, is now I'm to the point where, like, and it shouldn't be this way, by the way, but I feel like unless Ishbia, Gilbert, or like Penske's behind it, I don't even know if it's real.
Right.
Locally, like, I feel like those are the only three guys that you're like, all right, this might be a deal. This might happen. This is cool. But now, because I don't know enough about all the other businessmen locally, and I'm sure there are plenty of them, of course.
That could do this.
Yes,
yeah.
But maybe on a smaller scale, of course,
It's a shame. It's a real shame. But, there's, like I said, artist renderings, I've realized that are a very tricky thing. I think they have oversold some projects, and it's led to a lot of anger.
Well, now, especially with AI, too. Like, the artist rendering of AI, like, they're even better than they were, like, 10 years ago.
I have yet to see a fiddler and a juggler at any sports complex that I've been to, but they're always present in the artist renderings, people sitting on bales of hay.
Oh, dude, it's perfect weather for flying a kite and outdoor yoga. Perfect.
Always perfect weather for that. Let's go to Jeff on a cell. You're next. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Doug. I hope you're going to give me a chance to get my point across.
Oh, you got a minute. That's how long everybody gets. Yeah.
Well, you talk about selling Scoobo or trading Scoobo. Definitely got to do that. And you try to also buy. But before you do either one of those, why don't you make a push to the second half of the season? You take Outman, send him to Toledo, and you take Zach McKinstry out, send him to Toledo, bring up Max Clark, bring up Max Anderson. You put two better hitters in the lineup, and that automatically gives you that little push to the second half. Because Outman and McKinstry are totally worthless. They're like automatic outs, just like Torkelson is basically an automatic out. You want to make a push, those are the two you bring up, send the other two down, then you talk Scooble trade, and then you look to buy. You do those three things, we have a chance for the playoffs and the World Series. That's the key. That's the ingredient you need. And if you don't buy into that, then you're fooling yourself.
Thanks, Jeff. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Doug, here's the most likely outcome in my opinion. The Tigers play mostly crap teams right now up to the trade deadline. They will win most of those games and keep Scooble. Then win a round or two in the playoffs before losing like last year. Well, winning 2 rounds in the playoffs would mean making it to the ALCS. And look, the only way they go to the playoffs is by playing exceptionally good baseball. Next text. Skubal should be traded no matter what their record is at the trade deadline. I believe his best pitching days are behind him, so I think they should trade him ASAP and get the most for him. The Tigers seem to have enough starting pitching to make the playoffs without him anyway. So there's an idea there to be developed a little bit. If you ask yourself this, given what Skubal's about to get paid, are you paying for something less than the best years of his career? Because I think you probably are. I think he just had the best 2-year stretch of his career. And so I have no issue. I think it's wise not to commit 8 to 10 years to Skubal, which is, I would have to think, what Scott Boras is looking for. If he were looking for anything less than that, something more like 4 years, I'd almost pay him whatever he wants. But he's still a real asset. He's still the kind of guy that if you're trying to win it all in a must-have game, he's the guy you want on the hill. Now, he's not perfect, because I'm sure we're going to get but he won't pitch the 7th inning. And he's one of his drawbacks, like he did it the other day where he was striking everybody out, but his pitch count, he only lasted 5 innings, like 2 starts ago, because his pitch count got extraordinarily high. But as he always says, it's AJ's decision. If you are AJ and you're going to lose him anyway, you send him back out there for the 7th. There comes a time where you just, you got to push it. And I go back and forth on what happened last year. I trust AJ Hinch, but I don't necessarily, I can't be inside Skubal's body to know what he felt like, what those conversations in the dugout were. I get suspicious because I don't trust Boras. But anyway, I still want Skubal on the hill in a series deciding game. I think he gives you the best chance to win. And, not a lot of the Tiger pitchers pitched, beyond, deep into games anyway. So, bottom line is he would be an asset for this team. Scott writes in regarding Jeff. Apparently there's only one answer. Yep. And I think it's possible that we see those guys before the season's over. And does it feel a little bit like a Hail Mary to go after, to bring up guys that haven't been proven, for guys that play a very limited role on a team? Can they be worse? Maybe not. There's something to be said for that. But 248-539-9797. More feedback coming in. Doug, the problem. I'm sorry. As a fan, most of us want to keep Skubal and go for it, but the truth is we should have got rid of him before the season and got more for him. I think that's always easy to say when it's all said and done. This team was a favorite in the division. Like, what's pretty clear to me by the message that I'm getting is that the excitement of being a postseason baseball team is completely worn off here in Detroit. And it wore off quickly after 2 years. After a long postseason drought, after 2 years, the idea of getting into the playoffs doesn't thrill people. And I get the idea that you want to have the strongest resume possible to win the World Series. There's also, hey, if you get in, you got a shot. And I got it. This team didn't win it the last 2 years. But the having a team down the stretch playing has been, and having a shot and playing in the postseason, I feel like people are forgetting how exciting that is, how much fun that is, and how crazy stuff does happen. From Frank and Burton, my bold prediction is they keep Skubal, have a bad September, and not make the playoffs. I don't know if I guess that's a bold prediction. From Jake and Holly, my bold-ass prediction, Jackson Jobe comes back with 1 month to go and is slinging 104 mile-per-hour fastballs. They had to dial him back on the farm because he's throwing 101 effortlessly, it will be like getting a free agent. Scott writes in, my bold-ass prediction for the second half. I'm sorry. Okay, my bold-ass prediction was that Spencer Torkelson would hit 54 home runs. So here is where I totally redeem myself. My second half bold-ass prediction, the Tigers will be in a playoff game with Skubal pitching for the other team. Get your second half bold-ass predictions in. I'll have mine in the noon hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. All right, so the air quality here in Detroit, it's still smoke hanging in the air. And I know this has impacted quite a few people. And reading from the Detroit News today, they quoted a meteorologist that said that we can expect it to clear out by Saturday morning due to a warm front that's coming in. I was meeting with some friends last night, and one of them bailed. He worked outside all day yesterday and was not feeling tip-top, so he pulled the plug. And I could understand why. And obviously everybody can understand why. The air quality is terrible. But my son's baseball team had 2 games yesterday. They played. My son wasn't able to play. He had other stuff going on, but their team played a couple of games. But I know we got some feedback that there was a soccer camp that got canceled here, and outdoor plans have been altered. I'm intrigued for those of you that just have no choice. They got to be outdoors today. How's it going? 248-539-9797. There was a UPS driver that texted us yesterday that said it was just brutal working conditions, but want to know how people are doing out there and how this has impacted you. I was driving into work today and went through I was on back roads because of all the construction, because that's what you do in Detroit now.
Oh, is there construction, Doug? I hadn't noticed at all.
I have 4 construction zones between home and here. 4.
Dude, when I saw that sign on MDOT that said, good luck, I just knew this had to be the worst ever.
It's been really bad. But anyway, I'm on surface streets and I come across some like community fair. They're setting up outdoors and I'm like, oof.
Oh, those hours have been changed. Isn't there? I don't know if there's something in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, the Ann Arbor Art Fair, I heard, was delayed. They told people don't even bother showing up before noon. It started, I don't know about you, but did you get outside at all last night?
Yeah, for a second.
It felt like it was starting to clear out and that the sun was starting to have because all this has just left this haze over Detroit. And then last night, I'm like, is the sun coming out? It feels like the sun's coming out. I thought it was thinning out. Then I woke up this morning and looked at the air quality, and it was like as bad as it was at its peak yesterday. But yeah, we're dealing with it right now. Between that and parasite, lettuce parasite, like we've literally stopped eating lettuce until this whole thing gets cleared out.
Now it's become real for you, Doug.
Yeah,
you're a big lettuce fan. Now you're like, oh man.
Yeah. And the heat, like ranking these in order. Right now, it's smoke 1, parasite 2, heat 3 in terms of level of annoyance. But we're dealing with some stuff in Michigan. Quit trying to ruin our summer.
Yeah, it's been rough, man. Could you imagine being that UPS driver? He's got to work outside with the heat, and then outside because of the fire, so he's got the mask on, whatever. And then he had Taco Bell for lunch. Because did you see that?
No. Oh, yeah. Well, Taco Bell, isn't there? There were ones that have been hit with
allegedly they're investigating it, but they think they may have found the source. It could be the lettuce supplier for Taco Bell. That I guess the lettuce is from the suppliers in California. And going back to the lettuce thing, whoever used that lettuce supplier, Taco Bell apparently was one of them. Mm-hmm. That might be the source of this explosive diarrhea.
Great. Coy Boy 1 says golf league canceled. This is outrageous.
Now it's at home for him.
Yeah, right. Let's go to Joe and Wyandotte. You're on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
So I do underground sewage monitoring, and I work outside most of the day. It is pretty brutal out here, but luckily our bosses are kind of telling us take it easy. Stay in the AC trucks. It's not as bad as it could be, but the air quality is definitely horrible.
Yeah, but you're hanging in there.
Yeah, we're hanging in there. We're doing pretty good. I can't speak for everyone, but luckily our bosses are pretty cool. So.
Oh, that's good. Hang in there, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we go to Jared on a cell. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Jared.
Hey, how's it going?
It's okay. How about you?
Good. I'm working out on University of Michigan's golf course, and
we lost you. They got problems on their greens. I think they might have been vandalized. The grass is dead on a bunch of their greens. But we lost you, Jared. 248-539-9797. You want to tell us how you're doing out there today and how it's going with state of Michigan under siege between heat, parasite, and smoke. At least we have a sense that this smoke will be out of here this time tomorrow, it sounds like.
Yeah, but I think it's all up to the winds as well. It could circulate back or something.
Yeah, I mean, what we need is a storm to come in, but there's no guarantees, obviously. But look, our problems pale in comparison to the people in Canada and Minnesota that are dealing with actual fires. But it's very interesting that this problem that far away is impacting our community this much. 248-539-9797. How are you dealing with these conditions? So yesterday, just for the record, I skipped Thursday mow. I was going to do Friday mow. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that now. Skipped going outside to fire up the grill. Doesn't look like that's happening today either. So
someone texted yesterday that there's a big baseball tournament for youth up in the UP.
No
So
way.
I'm sure it's way worse up there than it is here.
Well, I have to ask my oldest. He's at our place up north with a bunch of dudes. They're supposed to golf the next 3 days. And I looked up what the conditions were like in Petoskey, and it's bad there still, too. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Paul in Pontiac. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
I just was talking about the Tigers a little bit. I'm not a big sports analytics guy. I don't know nothing, but I have a feeling that if they can pull off a couple good series wins after the All-Star break, and mind you, yes, they're going to be playing a couple crappy teams, I think they should keep Skubal, run him down, and try to go for it.
Well, it's really interesting, Paul, because we've gone through trade deadlines with the Pistons and the Lions, and people have yelled at us that our teams need to go for it, and it doesn't sound like they want to go for it with this team. You got to keep your radio down, Paul, because you end up listening to that instead of me, and we don't have a conversation. You hit on the prerequisite as far as I'm concerned. The only thing that makes it justifiable is win some series right now. Right now. If I'm in Scott Harris's chair right now, I am mining for the best possible deal I can get for Skubal, and how do I add to the roster? And then in 2 weeks, or 16 games, I choose a lane. And it's not up to Doug. It's not up to Scott. It's not, you know who it's up to? It's up to the Tigers. Now, if they get into that 9-7 place, which sort of in between, and are 53-59, I'm not going for it. That's probably my breaking point. And I'm worried. Like I don't look at the schedule and say these are wins. This team is schizophrenic, man. Yeah, they're playing a bunch of teams that feels like a good team should beat, and the Tigers have a chance to prove they're a good team. They've had that all year. The fact that they have a losing record against only one of the current AL playoff teams. Well, that was true last week. I got to see if the same teams are in the playoffs, but it's pretty amazing. Which means they have lost to some pretty bad teams along the way. 248-539-9797. Darren's in Canton and next. Hello, Darren.
Hello.
What's up?
I just wanted to say nobody's talking about the air show at Willow Run Airport today.
There's an air show today at Willow Run?
Yeah, in this smoke.
That sucks. Are you supposed to
I
go?
haven't heard anybody mention it.
No, I didn't know there was one. I appreciate it. Are you supposed to go?
No, I live 2 miles away from that airport, that Yankee Airport Museum, and we see them all the time. But it's not the Blue Angels this year; it's another group.
Yeah,
some of the planes we saw them come in through the haze and stuff in the last couple of days. They're in town, but I don't know if it's supposed to start at like 6 o'clock tonight or something.
So I'm taking a look at this. The Thunder over Michigan is taking place July 17th, 18th, and 19th. So maybe they will delay today to tomorrow. I don't know. If we hear anything, I guess we'll let you know.
Something. When's that fire supposed to go out up north?
It sounds like it's pretty big, and I'm not sure it's going out anytime soon, but it's also kind of unique circumstances that have dropped it down on Detroit. Look, the meteorologist predicted it would really start to clear out tomorrow morning, so let's hope that's the case. 248-539-9797. I'll have my Tigers second half bold-ass predictions coming up today at 12:05. Get yours in. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick at GMC. The Tigers kick off the second half of the season tonight. There's 66 games left. Detroit, 6.5 games back in the division and just 3.5 games back in the wild card. Tonight, they'll start a 3-game series against the Angels. 9:38, the first pitch here on 97.1. Troy Melton will pitch against Reed Detmers. Evan Woodbury said the following on X, quote, "The Tigers are expected to make a move before tonight's game to fill a roster spot for a day or two while Framber Valdez is on the bereavement list. Doesn't have to be a pitcher and might not be given the entire staff is well rested," end quote. According to Puck, Fox, ESPN, and Netflix are all interested in bidding for the World Series rights. World number 13 golfer J.J. Spawn and 8-time PGA Tour champ Patrick Cantlay has committed to the Rocket Classic. It's day 2 of the British Open. Herbert, the leader at 8 under. The Detroit News obtained new Michigan basketball coach Mike Boynton's contract. Only his first season is guaranteed, where he'll make $3.6 million. For him to make it to the second season, he needs to collect 2 of the following: 24 wins, a top 4 finish, a Big Ten tournament title or a Sweet 16 appearance. If none of that happens, but the Wolverines make the Final Four, he would earn year 2 as well. Michigan State basketball announced a home-and-home with Tennessee the next 2 seasons, with an air quality alert also impacting the New York and New Jersey area. ESPN is hearing that the World Cup final at MetLife is not under any threat currently. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Karskater out today. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get to my Tiger Bold Ass predictions here in a moment. The second half of the season, Bold Ass predictions, because it went so well for me the first time. I have a feeling listeners are going to remind me of this for a long time. One of my preseason Bold Ass predictions, brace yourself, people, is that the Tigers would have one of the best bullpens in Major League Baseball. That turned out to be a dumbass prediction. I'm still hoping a strong second half will redeem me. But I'm going to avoid that for my second half bold ass predictions. We'll get to that in a minute. We've also been talking about the haze that still hangs over Metro Detroit. Smoke still present from the Canadian fires. A lot of texts coming in of people sharing their experiences. From an unnamed texter, baseball umpire here. Did 3 games Wednesday, 3 games yesterday, and doing 3 games today. Kids and umpires dropping like flies. Alex in his car says, headed to the golf course because it will be empty. Relaxing round. Next text. It impacted my Thursday mow. That's from an unnamed texter. Kang, this is one of your great influences on the community. 2 things. The outdoor griddle. You were one of the first on board and praised it. And it took me a while, but I got on board and a lot of people. And you're the first one I knew that did it. Others probably had.
You thought I was crazy.
I did. And Thursday mow is one of your great ideas.
Yeah.
You mow on Thursday and you can enjoy it all weekend.
Yeah, so after a long week of working, when you come home after Friday, you don't have to cut the grass and do all the yard work. You already did it yesterday. Now you can sit back and enjoy that throughout the entire weekend.
I had gone through most of my life without a specific mowing plan.
Yeah, you were just reckless.
Yeah, I was kind of reckless and winging it. Now I got a game plan, and I feel like it's a strong one. Thursday mow. Yes, it impacted the unnamed texter. It impacted my Thursday mow as well. Kang, you didn't Thursday mow yesterday.
No, this might last through the weekend.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Love the show. I work in Detroit. I have a half-mile walk back and forth to my car, and everything was fine. It just smells like a bit of a campfire. I did this for 2 days, and I'm okay. I don't think it's that big a deal. Whoever you are, you're in great shape. Absolute great shape. Dave at work. This isn't any work worse than sitting around a campground for a weekend when everyone has their fires going. No big deal. My wife floated around. Oh, me and my wife. Got it. Spelled and, S-N-D. Me and my wife floated around the pool yesterday and had a few adult beverages, and we'll do it again tonight. Toughen up, people. Thanks, Dave at work. Well, Dave, some people have conditions that make it unsafe, and there might be long-term damage being done. Like this might not be great for your lungs. I don't recommend toughen up people.
Yeah, I mean, the term hazardous sounds bad.
Yeah.
Do what you want to do, but precaution. Definitely if you have pre-existing health conditions, if you're elderly or if you're really young, you should take this seriously.
Yeah.
But if you're, let's say, perfectly healthy, right? You're, mid-30s or mid-20s, and you want to be outside for a little bit, yeah, I guess you can. But for those that don't, want to take that chance, I don't think they need to toughen up. They can go inside. That's fine. And by the way, I don't think they want you to sit at a campfire for 12 hours.
Right.
Usually it's a couple hours.
Dante in Royal Oak writes in, my brother lives in Vermont, says it's very smoky there too, which I guess isn't a huge surprise. Next text, hey guys, automotive parts manufacturer here. Our operators are indoors, but we have building fans pulling air in from the outside to keep things cool. N95 masks are provided for people working on the shop floor, but it's been pretty bad even indoors here. Next text from Marvin Akar. Our first game was 9 a.m. Thursday morning. Every other location canceled games. My location didn't realize that a 9 a.m. game was scheduled. 2 outs, bottom of the first inning. A rep from that school district we were playing at came out and said the game is canceled. All games today are canceled. 69 teams alone in a 15U division. So I assume this is a baseball tournament, but 248-539-9797. Okay. So we're doing second half Detroit Tiger bold ass predictions. Give us something that you think is going to go down in the second half of this season. And I want to be clear. I have made a strong case for why I want one extreme or the other. A heavy buy or a heavy sell. And I believe that. But it's predicated on a hot enough start in the second half. So here are my Tigers second half bold ass predictions. The Tigers will go 8-8 leading up to the deadline and trade Skubal and Kyle Finnegan to the Braves for 21-year-old right-hand relief pitcher Didier Fuentes, the number 43 prospect in the game, left-handed pitcher Cam Caminiti, and the Braves' number 9 prospect, shortstop John Gill. Now, the Braves use Fuentes, which is why I'm throwing in Finnegan. Fuentes is 21 years old. He's been very effective. You're trading in an aging reliever for a young reliever. You're getting a top pitching prospect in Caminiti and perhaps a useful player down the road. I think Gill is at high A. Tigers would have to pick up half the salary for this because the Braves have a bit of a contract at TV. They don't have a good TV deal, and so they probably won't want to take on all the salary. I ran this trade past Jimmy.
Big Georgia guy.
Georgia Jimmy. Braves guy. And he said, that stings, but I'd do it. And he said, of course, it's supposed to sting. But
that's how trades usually work.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. So that
give a little, get a little.
If they don't, I just figured, look, I'm not convinced they're going to get off to the requisite hot start necessary. And if they don't, then I'm all about trading Skubal. And there's your return. You get a reliable young bullpen arm, a very promising pitcher, and another kind of throw-in, but we'll see what happens there.
I hate to go out Gator on you here.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm going to since Gator's not here today.
Sure.
Did you just name 3 former celebrities in that trade? Ken Caminiti, Daisy Fuentes, and Johnny Gill?
Didier Fuentes, but no.
It's seriously.
It's Cam Caminiti, his son.
Okay, they see.
Yeah. So, no, I didn't name.
And then Daisy Fuentes.
Didier Fuentes, yeah.
And then Johnny Gill.
Johnny Gill that is direct, yes. Johnny Gill, the former late add to New Edition. Was that after Bobby Brown left?
Really good, too, by the way.
Johnny Gill?
Yeah.
Underrated.
Great, Johnny Gill.
Yep. It's Caminiti's cousin, not his son.
Okay.
Sorry, my bad.
All right. And Fuentes is no relation to Daisy Fuentes.
Well, Didier Fuentes maybe, but I doubt it. I believe he's from the Dominican.
Okay.
Which Daisy Fuentes might be. Dude, Daisy Fuentes is like old.
Oh, she's on like MTV VJ, like when they actually played music videos, right?
Yeah. How old do you think Daisy Fuentes is?
Oh,
now?
God.
60?
I was going to say 59.
She's a Cuban born, so not Daisy Fuentes is 59.
There you go. See?
Well played.
Who needs Gator? I'm here.
Yeah, that's right. Playing the role of Gator today, Kang. Bold ass prediction number 2. Gleyber Torres gets dealt to the Red Sox for 22-year-old outfielder in Double-A, Miguel Blaze. Hey. Blaze at one point was considered a better prospect, might have lost a little steam in that organization, but they would be interested in Gleyber. And my final bold-ass prediction for the second half of the season, Justin Verlander starts the final game of the season at Comerica Park against Pittsburgh on September 27th and throws 5 shutout innings. There it is, bold-ass predictions for the second half of the season. They have to go better than the first time we tried this before the season started, right? What do you got? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll start knocking down your phone calls and feedback. Give us your second half bold-ass prediction for the Detroit Tigers here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. And that's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Door, located right here in Michigan since 2011. This is a heck of a deal. They're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. So you won't have to replace that thing for as long as possible. Simple tune-up will help extend the life of your garage door and catch small problems before they become expensive repairs, which we have had. Wish we'd done this. The experienced technicians arrive ready to work and stand behind every job. Their customer service is elite, which is why I'm on board with M&M Garage Doors, 844-ONLY-DOOR, or GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors, open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. We were talking about the stuff we have to deal with in Detroit right now between smoke, heat, and Parasite, and the level of annoyance that each are, which ranking them in terms of how annoying they are. We just got a text came in that said, it's mask and diaper season. Yes, it is. Another great text. Hey, guy laying in pool all day who wants us to toughen up. Shut the F up. Oh, fantastic. What else do we got here? Hey, guys, we're just getting back from 6 games in Cooperstown, New York. Last 2 days had a lot of smog. Now we're done. Now that we're done, we're driving to Cleveland to see the Guardians and the Pirates tonight. We're trying to figure out if the air quality in Cleveland is going to be a factor on whether we even go to the game. FYI, I hate Cleveland. Go Pirates. Go Tigers. It's from an unnamed texter. From George, my backyard looks like a jungle. I won't mow the lawn until all this clears. George is in Kimball Township. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I mean, look, we're dealing with stuff right now, people. We are dealing with a lot of stuff. Mike in Ipsy says the Tigers can go 16-0 and they still need to trade Skubal. That doesn't mean they can't, but elsewhere, but you can't let them walk away for nothing. That doesn't mean they can't, but elsewhere. I don't know what that means. If they go 16-0 and trade Skubal, I think people will be very upset. And I think they would have a right to be upset. 16-0 would put them at, 60-52. If they are 60-52, where do you think that puts them in the American League? That probably puts them in first place in the Central. And it probably, in fact, it probably makes them the 2 seed. If they go 16-0 and they are the 2 seed in the American League, you would still trade them. This is a city that screams about our GMs being too passive. When they have teams that are in playoff spots, people are screaming about our GMs being too passive. And you're not even saying be passive. You're saying actively unload the best asset you have for a team that would most likely be the 2 seed in the American League. Think about what you're saying here. Mike and Ipsy, does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? Skubal is traded and the Tigers will meet him in the playoffs. That's from Bob and his car. There's a bold-ass prediction. Yeah, I mean, that's come in a couple times, and it would kind of suck unless somehow, some way you find a way to beat him, which I guess has happened before, considering the fact that the Tigers have had Skubal and they've won a playoff series, but they haven't advanced beyond the second round. Chris in Charlotte, North Carolina, Skubal should be traded regardless. They could go 16-0 in the next 16, and I would say trade him. Alone, Skubal isn't going to make or break a World Series, so converting him to assets versus losing him for nothing is an obvious choice. Chris, they would likely be the 2 seed. I mean, the GM's job isn't to cash in assets. The GM's job is to try and win the World Series. And you are preoccupied with cashing in the asset for a team that would be likely the 2 seed in the American League. Maybe you're just trying to make it a point and getting extreme, you and Mike and Ipsy. But I do not want you or Mike and Ipsy running my teams. A team that would be 8 games over 500, likely in first place in the Central, and likely only trailing Tampa in terms of seeding. I mean, it depends what happens elsewhere. And look, we're going with a scenario that isn't going to happen, but you're the one making the argument. I'm going to be happy if they're over 500 out of the gate here. Actually, then you create, if you're just barely over 500, you can create the ultimate conundrum. So maybe I rescind that statement. Like still four and a half games back and like that. Maybe I don't want that to happen. But I think these 16-0 techs are insane. Frank and Burton, my bold-ass prediction is if they keep Scooble, they'll have a bad September and not make the playoffs. Does that make what? All right, then. 248-539-9797. Well, we'll see if they hit the ground running. Back in action tonight. I hate that it's a late-night game, but whatever. It's a weekend. We'll be fine. The Tigers in Anaheim taking on the Angels. Troy Melton gets the baseball right out of the gate. He has been a revelation for this team, for this organization. He's been wonderful. Reed Detmers goes for the Angels. He's been shelled his last 2 times out. We'll see if the Tigers can capitalize on any kind of momentum going into the break. I guess to get to 16-0, they got to be 1-0 first. 248-539-9797. Doug, they just like to scream, period. That's from FBG 25. You're talking about the trade Scooble crowd? Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think there's anything wrong with trading Scooble if the team's play dictates it. 16-0 would be... I don't know if a team's ever done that. I'm sure we can probably find an example. But they would be firmly in a playoff spot. Let's go to Bill in Madison Heights. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hi, guys. Hi, Doug.
Hi.
I'm calling in, and I know you're seem a little flummoxed by the text, but I'm going to call in and support that because, if they went 16-0, that means that would, I mean, to me, in my opinion, that would mean that Melton's pitching good, Mize is pitching good, Flaherty's, they're getting starting pitching, they're getting hitting. They probably would be in first place in the Central if they go 16-0. But there's no guarantee that. I mean, they could go, 3 and whatever the number, 3-13 the next games. The Tigers have been like this, so to me, it's just you can't let Scooble, and that would probably mean Scooble's pitching really well, and you can't. It just, to me, it's. There's 2 ways. Of course, there's 2 ways of looking at it. But in my opinion, it's irresponsible as an organization. He's not going to sign here. I mean, he's not going to sign here. So it's irresponsible going into the future. The Tigers are still a fairly young team. So
Bill, you take the Scooble money. Because the benefit, I guess, of losing Scooble is the money you had budgeted to keep him. You become a player in free agency. Last year in free agency, people like to downplay what the Tigers did. They added $80 million in payroll. And for money they had earmarked for Scooble, it doesn't undermine your plans moving forward. You just shift. And you're no guarantees that they do anything special if they go 16-0 is 100% true. You know what else isn't a guarantee? That when you trade him away, that you're only getting back Jake Rogers, Daz Cameron, and Franklin Perez, which is what they got for Justin Verlander. And that was a trade people were like, you got to, they finally moved Verlander, and what they got back, there's no guarantee that what they get back is worth a crap either. Now, Rogers is a nice role player, but you're trading one not guarantee for another not guarantee and making the case that the not guarantee of really undermining your chances to make the playoffs is worth it.
I understand. The Tigers have not had a good track record when it's come to selling. I mean, that is true, but it doesn't mean. But they've never, Have you
ever heard of a team that's a 2 seed giving up?
See, that's where I disagree with you, Doug. I don't think giving up Scooble or making a trade for Scooble would necessarily mean they're giving up.
Bill, you don't think they can win it all with him? Why do you think trading him you're not giving up?
Well, I'm not. Who knows? I don't know if they can win it all anyway. If they keep him, I mean, who knows? I think the Tigers are talented enough. I think that they are talented enough
to
maybe win the American League if they got it all together. But I think that if you've got if you go 16-0 and you
Okay,
can
maybe we should stop the conversation.
then-
Maybe we should just stop the conversation because these people are texting in saying if they go 16-0, I'd still sell them. They're not going 16-0. So we're talking about a hypothetical that isn't going to happen, and I'm taking it verbatim. And maybe we shouldn't even do it because we're just talking about something that isn't going to happen. So 248-539-9797.
I think they're trying to. Obviously, I don't think anyone thinks they're realistically going 16-0, even if you're the biggest optimist. But I think that the point is they're trying to say is no, they don't care how good the team plays, right?
Right.
Moving forward, They want to trade him at all costs, and I think that's the point with those 16-0
So
texts.
you know what? I mean, I don't hear this coming from a lot of baseball insiders that the Tigers are completely foolish to not trade him. Like, is Tim Kirchin saying that? Is Buster Olney saying that? Is Ken Rosenthal saying that? Or are only cynical fans in Detroit saying it? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. By the way, we are 8 days away. 8 days away from rookies reporting for the Detroit Lions. This truly is the calm before the storm, and I imagine we'll get into some more football stuff next week, which I'm very excited about. 248-539-9797. It's amazing how many people are sending in texts that saying they would sell even if they go 16-0. So I don't know if it's even worth responding to because we're talking about an extreme that isn't likely to happen. But I find it amazing because, I am not saying go 16-0 and stand pat. I'm saying going 16-0 and buy. Then I'm buying. I think the Tigers should be more motivated to buy than even the Pistons and the Lions were because the Pistons and Lions have contract issues. They're trying to keep their core together. The Tigers are about to lose two critical players, almost assuredly, in Tarek Skubal and Gleyber Torres at the end of this season, not likely to come back. And so their clock is ticking way more than the Pistons and Lions were, and people want to give up future assets to win now for the Pistons and Lions. And now they're talking about a 16-0 team that would likely be a 2 seed in the American League, a team that would go 16-0, be 8 games over 500, and they would still sell Tarek Skubal. And I think I'm okay with selling Skubal if the team's play dictates it, but the idea that the general manager's job is to cash in assets more so than the general manager's job is to maximize a team's chance to win it all, even if it's just this year. I don't know. That's the way I see it. Obviously, there's some people who disagree. 248-539-9797 from Coach Bob. If the Tigers trade Skubal and see him in the playoffs, the only need to face him for 6 innings if he really extends his pitch count. Ace talent, but not the heart of an ace. There you go. Let's go to Brett in Grand Rapids. You're next. Hello, Brett.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
Hey, I kind of got a bold prediction and what I really would hope to have happen.
Okay.
I think we should trade Skubal way before the trade deadline, package all the prospects with some of our prospects, and get a right-handed bat and a decent high-end closer. And I think we have a better chance doing that than winning with buying on outright with just our prospects and keeping Skubal.
Wait a sec. So you think I was intrigued by this, but I think at the end you added in some craziness. You will trade Skubal, and then in a separate deal, is this what you're saying? You will trade some Tiger assets to get a right-hand bat and a back end of the bullpen guy.
No, but I'm adding in the assets we get from the Skubal trade. I'm saying trade him.
Sure. So, but you're replenishing
to package them.
Essentially, you're going to replenish you're trying to replenish the prospect haul. You're going to give up to get a right-hand bat and a relief pitcher and move Skubal. And you think they have a better chance. So and I want to make sure I'm understanding this, Brett. And if they keep Skubal and trade assets to get a right-hand bat and a closer, you would rather take the Tiger lineup without Skubal, the Tiger team without Skubal, than the Tiger team with Skubal.
If they do it correctly, which leads to where it's a bold prediction, because I have zero faith in Scott Harris handling this at all.
Okay, hold on, though. I want to go back to the premise. You think adding a right-hand bat and a bullpen arm with Skubal is not as good as adding a right-hand bat and a bullpen arm and you don't have Skubal?
I don't think we can get a right-hand bat and a bullpen arm without trading Skubal.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about two separate. You confused me a little bit. I thought you were basically making the argument that Skubal actively hurts the Tigers.
No, Skubal, we need to trade him because he's not, whatever they call it, compensatory pick or whatever, is a joke. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not much. I agree with you there, but.
And I don't think we have enough prospects to get enough to help us win the World Series.
Interesting debate. I mean, and that's probably the one thing that flies in the face of the people that want to trade Skubal and then in a separate trade add and make a run for it. I think it's really hard to do that. I do agree with that, and that's why I really haven't co-signed on the theory. It's Gator's theory, and I obviously respect Gator, and he's got his opinion, and a lot of people have followed up with that. I tend to think that's that is extraordinarily hard to do. But let's go to, because I think the one thing that gives the Tigers hope, like their biggest strength if they get into a series with somebody, is they'll have better starting pitching. And if you take Skubal out, you could strengthen your team in other ways in a separate deal, but you lose that what I would argue, and I've always argued, is the most valuable thing to have in the game, and that's strong starting pitching. It's not the only thing you need to win, but Rob at Estelle, you're next. Hello, Rob.
Hey, Doug. Hey, I was going to say, I think a lot of people are kind of not reading the tea leaves right here. And I know it's because we think of Detroit as a small market. But if the collective bargaining agreement next year comes through, the league has already come through and said that they'd make a $170 million floor for every team. If that happens, the Tigers' payroll goes to $100 million next year. There is nothing to keep them from signing Tarik Skubal. And maybe wait. All about this.
Hold on. The Tigers' payroll goes to $100 million?
Yeah, and when you look at all the people coming off of the payroll for next year.
Okay, that's okay. I didn't realize. I thought you were saying
that's
that
what I'm
with the
trying
new
to
rules.
tell you. Like you got a lot of one-year deals.
Yeah.
You got a lot of people coming off that payroll, and so you don't have long-term commitments. You have a lot of young players that cost you nothing, and you have team control over. I mean, you have team control over the Torkelsons and Greens of the world till 29. When you're talking about somebody like Dylan Dingler, it's till 31. McGonigal's got an 8-year deal.
They got some good some players that can keep around for a while.
Flexible, and all their young arms, the Melton Monteros, are all cheap and will be for a long period of time. So you have a ton of salary flexibility. And if you've said I'm not going to sign Skubal next year, like they've already made that internal decision, then he has to be traded. It doesn't matter what you do at this point.
Oh, I disagree with that. You make a very valid point in terms of the money that falls off. But if you come out of the second half hot here, I value that chance to win it all, even if it's a long shot. It's always a safe bet to take the field, right? It's always a safe bet to take the field. But in this team's case,
I'm not saying trade him, Doug. I'm saying internally, if the team is set already in their heads, there's no way we're re-signing him. He has to be moved because
you're saying trade him.
I'm saying no. I'm saying if the team has made that internal decision. We're talking about an organization that still is living with the ghosts of Verlander and Scherzer going away and winning World Series other places. So we don't know if Chris Ilitch is thinking to himself, you know what? I'll let this play out. We're going to see highest bidder. We're going to see where he's really at. And maybe make that decision. That could happen. Nobody talks about it. This team literally has a $200 million payroll. Next year, they're going to have $50 to $100 million in flexibility of where they're going to spend their money, they have a whole bunch of young players who aren't paid. So I think about it in reverse.
I guess I'm Rob, I got to be honest. We've given you 2.5 minutes, and I actually don't know what the hell you're talking about. It sounds to me like you're saying they have to trade him. I'm completely confused. I'm sorry. 248-539-9797. Dave in Royal Oak. Hi, Dave.
What's going on, Doug?
Hey.
Hey, I don't think there's any reason to keep Skubal, right? We did this 2 years ago, and we dumped at the deadline, and we got better, right? If he's not staying and he won't sign a contract, Boris won't negotiate with us, that's fine. Get rid of him. Get a bat and get better. Right, you've got enough arms with Mize, with Melton, with Valdez, and you put Montero in the bullpen, who was one of your better pitchers. You've got enough starting pitching to go get this done. And if you can add a bat with Skubal, who won't stay here, right, then you got to do it. You got to move on, and you get better.
So, why do you get better?
Because you're adding a bat. You're adding offense with Skubal.
What? Are you talking about two separate trades, or you trade Skubal for a bat? Okay, what team that's that's competing for it all has a spare, useful right-handed bat that they're willing to give up and undermine their own chances?
Yeah, again, I'm not saying exactly who. I mean, I've seen the rumors that I think are far-fetched to get Pages from the Dodgers. But again, there's got to be a bat out there that you can trade Skubal one for one.
If you can find it, Dave. But that's the idea. That idea is like saying, the Pistons should have made a trade at the deadline and given up Asar Thompson. Like this feels, if you can do it, great. It feels almost impossible somebody that can come to Detroit and be worth it, that makes you better, your words, that comes from a team that wants Skubal to win a World Series. They're trying to win the World Series too. If you can find it, that's wonderful. Doesn't that seem unlikely? 248-539-9797. If you want to get your second half bold ass predictions in, maybe we need to revisit what Ken Rosenthal wrote about the trade deadline. That's really interesting. It's why I'm extreme buy or extreme sell and not sort of subtle moves or hang on to Skubal and do nothing. But it's Carson Anderson. More of your phone calls next. 97.1. Okay, there's two separate arguments. What you think is going to happen and what they should do in different circumstances. I think they'll probably sell, okay? I'm not sure they can do enough here in these 16 games. I don't quite trust them to do enough here in the 16 games. I'd love them to, and they can convince me otherwise. I don't quite trust them. I think they're probably going to sell. With that said, if they come out of the gate hot, I'm perfectly fine with them buying. Perfectly fine with them buying. And I've made the case of why I'm in favor of this team buying more than the Pistons and Lions from a standpoint of this team's future is a little murky, given that their best player and one of their top bats are probably not coming back this year. They're not coming back after this year. The Lions and Pistons have considerations for trying to lock up their best players. And, the Lions have really done a great job of locking up their best players. They had, out of every team in the National Football League, they had 9, which was the most in the league, players make the top 10 at every position list. Brad Holmes has assembled a really talented team, and he's doing everything he can to keep that talent in-house. And he's responsible in one way or another for virtually everybody. He obviously didn't draft Goff, but he traded for him, and he was on the Rams staff, built their draft boards out as the chief college scout when they drafted him. So he basically is responsible for all this talent, and he's trying to protect the future a little bit while trying to win in that same moment in time. The Tigers already know they're probably going to lose 2 of their best players. And so this is their last kick at the can with Skubal, which is why if they're hot, I'm okay with them buying. But there's tons of people that you got to trade them. The other problem I have with the who have to trade them approach is when you have you have to trade them approach, period, full stop, that's the person that's most prone to making a bad trade. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sam, who's next on 97.1. Hello, Sam.
Hey, good afternoon, Doug.
What's up?
So I would like them to buy, and I'll explain like how I explained it to Paul. Given the history of the managers in this town, I would like them to buy. However, my bold prediction is they're going to screw it up. Like I said, like you said, this is Torres and Skubal's, last hurrah on this team most likely. So I would like for them to buy and take a chance because in the playoffs, anything can happen. So even if it's a 1% chance, the Tigers could get really, really hot and make a deep run in the playoffs. That's why I want them to buy. Otherwise, they're going to sell or they'll keep Skubal, and all they're going to get is a comp pick, and, he's going to be given away for, nothing. And it's just a waste.
Well, I'll say this, Sam.
Yeah,
I don't think we have any way to know if Harris is going to do this correctly because this is a whole different test. He has got potentially the most coveted asset in the game, and he's got a team that's giving him schizophrenic feedback. And it's a challenge for him to know the right thing to do. And I don't know that he's going to do the right thing. I haven't seen enough. I've seen enough with Brad Holmes that I think he's going to usually do the right thing. And I'm encouraged by Trajan, not 100% sold. I am less secure in what Harris. I give him a chance here to succeed or fail, but I'm not sure that he's going to do the right thing.
Yeah, so that's my bold prediction that they're going to screw it up somehow. I don't know how, but I know it's going to be a major screw up.
Well, that's a pretty bad scenario. 248-539-9797. Thad is next on 97.1. Hello, Thad.
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I've been wanting to call in for a while because the whole station, and it seems like most of the fans in Detroit are just ready to trade Skubal for prospects. But the reality is the prospects in baseball don't pan out, as you made the point over and over again today, and I totally agree with you. If the Tigers are still competitive come the trade deadline, there's no way you'd give up one of the best pitchers in baseball. I know he hasn't looked it since he's come back, but But I think he's still there. I think he's, still one of the top pitchers, and I'm just not ready to trade him for prospects because, we know we got Torkelson with number 1 pick in 2020, and so far that one's still, I wouldn't trade him for Torkelson, right? So, it's a bit of a grab bag on what you're going to get back in return. So, if you were going to tell me you're going to get Paul Skeens, no brainer. But
Right.
That's not the way prospects work.
The thing about it is you can get to a position here where it's pointless to hang on to him. And their play might make that very clear, Thad, in which case I'd roll the dice that you might get those guys. But the prospect, and we'll get back to what Ken Rosenthal wrote, that people around the league are saying that the prospect haul and the major bombshell trade is far less likely than people think it is.
Absolutely.
And making a trade of Skubal for future assets that we all know are going to pan out sounds great. But tell me the prospects we know are going to pan out. There's risk to both. There is risk to both. And I understand that keeping him, you might lose him for nothing. But here's what I like about keeping him, that it's not really losing him for nothing. The money that would have been budgeted for Skubal gets paid out to somebody else. And what you're really losing is those lottery tickets of prospects. And they're lottery tickets, and they're nice to have, but they're no guarantee either. But what is a guarantee is you will have the Skubal budgeted money to spend. And this organization, for all the hits that they have, did add $80 million in payroll and have the highest payroll in team history. And I would hope that they would stay committed to spending that money, all the money that falls off the books, as the one caller pointed out, and the money they have budgeted for Skubal, they could be a major player in upgrading next year's lineup with that money in free agency. 248-539-9797. Now, if you trade them for prospects, those guys are way cheaper, which is awesome. But they have to be worth it. It's bird in the hand versus, two in the bush. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next. Hello, Jeff.
Hey there. I want to give you another scenario to look at.
Sure.
We don't trade Skubal, and what do we get in return? A World Series. Think about the beginning of the year, how high we were on this team before all the injuries and everything. So maybe things are going to bounce our way. The injured players are about to come back. We're going to go on a historic run. This team feeds off each other. They like each other. They really get rolling. The injured players come back, and then we bring up one or two of the next star sensations. Look what Kevin McGonigal did for us. We're going to bring up Clark or the Bryce guy. They're going to help us make a historic run. In the end, what are we going to get? We're going to get a World Series. School's going to go away, and all is great.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, they're not calling up Bryce Rayner from A-ball, but they might call up Max Clark and Max Anderson, who are both continuing to hit. And I find it a probability that we will see one, if not both of them, before this season is done. I don't know the way that Jackson Jobe got the baseball 2 years ago in the postseason to make his debut tells me, and he could be a real asset to this team down the stretch. Glaber could be an asset, and as we know, down the stretch, I'm thinking there's a possibility that they could get some good luck to bounce back for all the bad luck that they've had. Everybody has to deal with injuries. Like, I'm sitting here and citing their winning record against the Yankees, and they've played the Yankees at the right time when they haven't had people. But, is Javi Baez coming back? Baez, when used correctly, is an asset to this team. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. If you didn't hear what Buster Olney and Ken Rosenthal said about this, they had some interesting and strong takes of what the Tigers should and will do. We'll get to that today at 1:02 and follow it up with the story that really sparked this conversation of what the market is truly going to be like after this trade deadline. It's Carson Anderson, Gators Out today. Also taking your bold-ass predictions for the second half of the season. But, of course, anything on your mind, fair game. It's what we do here. You can stream the show on the Odyssey app. You can stream the show through our website and stream with video, Twitch and YouTube. Just search up 971 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. ESPN's Jeff Passan reported earlier that MLB and the union are so far apart on labor negotiations, they may not even talk again until after the deal expires December 1st. Not good. Fangraphs released their latest projections this morning as the second half of the MLB season unfolds. They give the Tigers a 25.9% chance to make the playoffs. That breaks down to 17 plus. To win the division and just 8.5 to nab a wild card spot. The White Sox currently in second place in the Central. Dan Saborski writes, quote, Zips remains unconvinced that the White Sox are this good, but they're certainly an interesting team these days with strong spots in the roster that aren't just me being nice about it, end quote. Dan also thinks the Tigers will trade Tarek Skubal because of the market. Detroit starts the series against the Angels tonight. Troy Melton on the bump. He's one of the most consistent arms for Detroit. It's a 9:38 first pitch right here on 97.1. On the farm, number 3 3 prospect Jose Briseño has been activated from the 60-day injured list. Number 5 prospect Tyrone Lorenzo will also start a rehab. World number 13 golfer J.J. Spawn and 8-time PGA champ Patrick Cantlay have committed to the Rocket Classic this year. Lucas Herbert's still your leader in the British Open at 8 under. Jackson Suber, Cameron Young tied for second. Michigan State basketball announced they'll take on Tennessee on the road this season. November 17th starts a home and home. The Pistons wrap up Summer League against the Heat. That's a 9 o'clock tip tonight as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way, how great is this that we have a baseball team worth talking about that is, they are what they are right now, but they certainly are interesting, and we can debate how competitive they actually are. We went through a 9-year stretch where this is how many games back the Tigers finished. 20 and a half, 8, 38 games out, 27 games out, 53 and a half games out, 12 games out, 16 games out, 26 games out, and 9 games out. They were under 500 for all but one of those seasons. They've gone to the playoffs back-to-back, and they've got a team that's at the very least interesting. That doesn't look like, even if this is a bad season when it's all said and done, they have a chance to be competitive again next year. So, we're in a much better place than we were like 4 years ago. Now, the debate is really over, hey, where should they go from here? And we all want what's best for them. It's just there's obviously a disagreement as to what is best for them. With that said, what sparked all this conversation is we have right now, coming out of the All-Star break, one of the top stories, if not the top story in Major League Baseball, what's going to happen with Tarik Skubal. And literally every day we come in and sit down, and you go to the same websites, ESPN.com, TheAthletic.com, CBSSports.com, and you work your way through these, MLB.com, and it's like every day another writer is writing about Skubal and the Tigers. Because not only is he the most attractive asset out there on the market, there's debate on what the Tigers should do. So Buster Olney, on his podcast, here's what he said he thinks the Tigers should do. Should they keep him or should they move him? Interesting. I should have introduced that as should they trade him, and you heard him start with no. But that's what he thinks they should do. Meanwhile, Ken Rosenthal, his podcast, was asked and talking about what they will do. Here's what he had to say. All right, those are two respected voices in baseball, but that doesn't mean that they're right, okay? It doesn't. And, I find the debate to be a healthy one and worth it. The Athletic did a breakdown, a bit of insight on what to expect at this trade deadline. And if this is real, okay, then maybe this should change people's expectations. First, in a story they write, this year's market could feature the kind of prize that would energize a fan base dreaming of winning a World Series. Detroit Tiger ace Tarik Skubal. That's in the first paragraph. Then they quote Billy Beane, the ex-player turned Maverick executive who once reimagined the Athletics in ways that would challenge the sport's Goliaths. And he's got this interesting quote, but it's a kind of quote and an attitude that has driven many fans here in Detroit crazy. Listen to this about how GMs today operate. Quote, this is not a criticism, but by its nature, analytics generally are very conservative. We sort of saw ourselves as actuaries, right? Actuaries from insurance companies. It's a very crude way. That's what we're doing. Now they're doing it, but they're doing it even in a more sophisticated way. And what do actuaries do? They mitigate risk. So he's making the case that GMs more than ever mitigate risk and don't take chances. The story goes on to say the August 3rd trade deadline will bring action, though they're not exactly taking a gunslinger mentality. These traders are constantly reassessing their positions and exploring alternatives, working within a framework that should lead to a flurry of deals. But the more cautious approach comes with another consequence. The odds for kind of jaw-dropping what just happened deals that make you squint at your phone just to make sure you read the breaking news alert right, in short, a blockbuster, for a game changer like Skubal, the odds of that are dramatically reduced. Club officials, including several who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the trade market in exchange for their candor, those club officials tempered expectations for this season's deadline. Interesting. The story goes on to say, the limited group of obvious sellers includes the Colorado Rockies, the Los Angeles Angels, and the San Francisco Giants. That's it. Now, this is me speaking, not the story. But to me, when the whole world is going to zig, I like to consider the zag. If you do what everyone else is doing, you have to do it and be the best at doing it. If you do it your way, if you zag, you can maybe outsmart the groupthink mentality. Now, you run the risk of being accused of trying to be the smartest man in the room, but I think it makes sense if you don't have the obvious best roster. You have a competitive roster, but you don't have the obvious best roster. So in conclusion, what does that mean for me? It means I'm taking an extreme position to take advantage of the fact that everyone else seems to be super conservative. I either big time buy or big time sell. The attractiveness of selling, I understand. I hope that the teams play in these 16 games leading up to the deadline makes the path clear. Because unloading Skubal and Torres in particular, and I'm sure there'd be more calls coming in, you could set up your organization for a good long time. You could take the money that you'd earmarked for Skubal and still be a player in free agency. I'm not against it, unless the team plays in a way that makes me say go for it. What would it take? 12-4 would obviously do it out of the break here. That would make you 500. Right now, the last playoff team is below 500. The last wild card team. Those teams could get hot too, but 500 certainly puts you in a pretty good place and makes you obviously one of the hottest teams in baseball for the better part of 2 months. 11-5 makes you 55-57. I still probably would be in a go for it position. 10-6, 54-58 is the fringe. Anything less than that, I think they should probably sell. But I find it really interesting because this town has begged for teams to go for it. And what is buying worth it? And people say this team doesn't have a chance to win it all. The way they've played for most of the season, you can make that argument. But if they stay hot out of the deadline and add, I think we're almost taking playoff chances, playoff spots for granted after just 2 years. If you get in, you got a shot. You know what nobody was talking about at the trade deadline and beyond? Nobody was really talking about the Knicks with a chance to win it all. You know, nobody was talking about their opportunity to win it all. Very few people. I mean, look, the odds are always in favor of taking the field. They're always in favor of taking the field. If you want to take a safe position, you could every year and say our team's not going to win it. I've gotten to the point where I feel like the general managers that keep their team in the mix year after year after year, that they're operating in such a fashion that they are competing every single year. It feels to me like somebody who's eventually going to break through and get the job done.
I think from their perspective, the pushback you're getting all day today, Doug, is they've seen this story before. You know what I mean? And I know your view is every year is different. Yep. It is. Every year is different. It's not that like just because it didn't happen last year or the year before, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same this year. But not in a fan's mind and perspective. I think at least all the texts and calls we're getting today, most of them at least, is they've seen this squad not come through before. So whether they make the playoffs or not, the bats aren't going to be there when they need them to be, or Scubo's not going to go deep enough into a game. They've seen this story and they don't want to go through it again. They completely avoid it. This small percentage chance of just getting in the playoffs is not enough for them, as of right now, saying, hey, trade Scubo. I mean, we're basically getting trade Scubo for anything, no matter what, right?
No matter what.
Yeah,
we've gotten the 16-0 calls, which would put them 8 games over 500 and likely the 2 seed in the American League.
And they still say trade because they're not going to do it in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But therein lies our disagreements. You've heard from baseball insiders. You've heard my argument. My argument isn't that they need to buy. My argument is it's all about these 16 games. And you get in a real conundrum if they go 9-7, 10-6. If they're better than 10-6, worse than 9-7, it becomes obvious to me. And it's that close. It's that fine line. All right, 248-539-9797. We talked to the people. We're also taking your second half bold ass predictions. After I laid that whole thing out, I actually am not sold that they can get enough done, and I think they move Scooble to the Braves. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for Star Stripes and savings on demos all month long. Pay just $189 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 crew cab, the 2FL 4x4 with $999 down. $189 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo may have up to 2,000 miles, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends August 3rd. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sam, who's next on 97.1. Hello, Sam.
Hey, Doug, how are you?
Well, I'm good. What's up, buddy?
Bold ass prediction.
Yeah.
Troy Melton finishes in the top 5 in the Cy Young vote.
I mean, what would he have to do to finish in the top 5 in the Cy Young?
Just keep pitching the way he's been pitching. Have you watched the kid?
Yes, I actually have.
Yeah. I mean, he's really good.
No, he's exceptionally good. I just think that's a lofty aspiration for A, him to keep it up, and B, surpass the number of people he would have to in terms of voting.
Oh, I don't know. Really? I mean, exactly who in the American League has been that great?
Well, I mean, he wasn't an all-star. Let's start with that. So every starting pitcher that made, and look, all-star appearances aren't everything, but how many guys that were eligible that haven't been selected for the all-star team have a realistic shot to go win the Cy Young? Or no, you didn't say win. No, to be fair, you didn't say win. You said top 5.
I did not say win.
No, you
I
did
said
not.
top
No, you said top
finish.
5.
So,
amongst starting pitchers. No. Look, this is bold ass. I'll give you that. Amongst starting pitchers. Oh, I guess he's not eligible. That's the other thing. I'm looking here at the best ERAs in the American League, and he hasn't.
Yeah.
I don't think he's had enough innings to be eligible.
well, yet we got the whole rest of the season.
Yeah. But that could work against him too, because anybody.
Take a look at his numbers.
Oh, his numbers are great. Like everybody's got to love what Melton's doing.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, look. That's Sam. I guess that qualifies. Kang, you don't approve.
I mean, I think it's. I mean, listen. I love Troy Melton. One of my bold predictions was going to be he's going to be the best Tigers pitcher the second half of the year.
Ooh.
See, I think that's bold, right?
Yep.
Better than Mize, better than Skubal. But to put him in the Cy Young conversation, I think that's where you cross the line.
Yeah. I mean, you start thinking about if he gets another. He'll probably have less than 20 starts when it's all said and done. And how many votes would that warrant?
Now, if he's literally ineligible, then it's dumb because he can't even win. Like he can't even be in the conversation.
So, but I like the way he's thinking.
No,
okay?
I think we all think highly of Troy Melton is the point.
You know what?
And
That was somebody who wanted to go bold.
Yeah.
And he found a place, like he settled in, and then he went one more.
Yeah.
I like it though. I just don't know that he's going to garner any votes with. If he gets 10 more starts roughly the rest of the way, 11 maybe. Oh, he's starting the first game, so he could get, I don't know, probably less than 20 starts. Interesting. 248-539-9797. Do you have any more bold ass predictions you want to?
Yeah, this one's really bold. This might be dumb actually. You tell me.
All right.
Kerry Carpenter will be at bat with an important hitting situation up against a left-handed pitcher.
Ooh. Carp will have a key bat at bat against the lefty before the year is done in a big game, big moment.
Yes. Big game, big moment. What do you think?
I could see it. I could see him.
All right.
Yeah,
you know how AJ does this.
Yeah, I know how AJ does it.
He put you up there before Carp against a lefty.
He probably would.
Hey, what's this Karsh's splits? Pretty good? All right. Sorry, Carp. Karsh, you're up.
What's your other one? I'm making note of these. Melton will be their best pitcher in the second half.
Yeah, because we're doing second half bold-ass predictions.
Yep.
Yeah, Troy Melton will be their best pitcher.
Yep.
And Kerry Carpenter will be up against a left-handed pitcher in a big game, big situation.
Is Paul worked on any back there? Paul, do you have any bold-ass predictions? And if you don't, do you want to work on one?
All right, he's going to work on
one.
All
right, there you go. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Gator out today. Bob is in Fenton, and he's next. Hi, Bob.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Excellent.
So I actually called in when you said you didn't understand. You thought the guy was advocating trading, who was saying, "Hey, don't trade Skubal right away. Let's let this play out." I think his point was, if between Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch, they've already made up their mind. They're absolutely not signing him. Of course. Well, then the obvious thing is you trade him. But as I've sat here on hold, and because I was thinking the same way, no one man is bigger than the team. We got to trade him. But how much do we keep replenishing? And with the unknown, with the collective bargaining agreement next year, I mean, there's going to be limited baseball, if any, next year. And to me, this puts Scott Boras in a tough position, right? If nothing happens with Skubal, and he goes into this offseason with a lockout or strike or whatever causes baseball not to happen, now Derek Skubal's out there without any contract, right?
Yep.
So I think the other point that guy was making is, hey, maybe we wait this out. As I've sat here and hold, I'm convinced maybe we keep Skubal, right? This division is weak. We're close. It's funny. At first I was saying, well, no, we got to sell him. But why? I go all the way back to what Jeff Passan said before the season. How do you say to a fan base, you're going to trade the best pitcher in baseball and look them in the face and say, buy tickets? It gets to be a dilemma for the front office. I think with the uncertainty behind the economics of baseball, take a chance. You might be able to resign Skubal under different economics, and I think that's the other point that guy was making.
So I don't
bigger cap.
I don't know that. That's the point, Bob. You've articulated it in a minute and 10 seconds better than he did in 2.5 minutes. So thank you.
All right.
Because I got to tell you, when you start mixing in the variable of all the different permutations of what a work stoppage could be and all the different ways the new collective bargaining agreement could go, yeah, I think Boras is a smart guy who knows the game and understands way more than Bob and Fenton or me sitting in this studio. However, there is a chance that the next system that baseball puts in place really cuts back on the contract Skubal can get.
Well, and puts the Tigers in a more competitive position.
Good.
Right?
Very well
Because
could.
now, everyone knows we can't compete with the big money club. Well, if the owners hold out for a cap and there is a floor, now the Tigers are at a more level playing field to compete, and maybe we can re-sign him. So now I'm convinced we should keep him. Hey, let's go for this thing.
Yeah,
American League, let's go for it.
I hope their play dictates it, right, Bob? Would you agree that they've got to come out hot? Okay, good, because they need to look like they're legit, and then you can not only just keep them, but add. If you add a right-handed bat, you get Torres back, you get Jackson Jobe back, and get a little bit of good luck and that you don't have any other critical injury, which I feel like would do some good luck, this team could roll. But they got to play well out of the gate. Brad on a cell, you're next. Hi, Brad. Brad.
I think it's Fred.
Oh, Fred. Sorry. Go ahead, Fred.
All right. I've been on hold, and I'm trying to get off the truck radio here. First-time caller driving down from Smoky Traverse City down you guys' way.
How is it up there?
Hey, I've been on hold since we were doing the 16-0 thing, which is not going to happen. But my take on this is I love Scoop. My kid was a big-time pitcher, so I love pitchers. But we got a bunch of guys on this team batting at the Mendoza line, and if we lucked out and got into the playoffs, these guys can hit up against weak teams and inferior pitching. But when we get in the playoffs against teams with good pitchers, they become strikeout and pop-up kings. And, you just mentioned the need for a right-hand bat. Probably need more than one. So I'm going to take the assets, the whole, next year's whatever happens with the lockout or whatever happens. But we need some more sticks in that lineup and bullpen help. So that's my take on it.
How many regulars do you think they have hitting at the Mendoza line?
I'm sorry. I switched my phone over.
It's okay. How many regulars do you think that are at the Mendoza line?
Well, you got McKinstry, Bierling. You only got 3 guys that bat over 250 that qualify for the MLB right now. So you've got guys like
Green, McGonigal, Torres, Dingler,
Carpenter.
Howie Lee are all there. Cal Keith. Below is below the Mendoza line's McKinstry. Veerling's above it. Torkelson's above it, but not by much. That stuff does matter. I agree with you. The one thing I will say is we have a skewed perspective of what hitting is in Major League Baseball in 2026. It's OPS and batting average has been de-emphasized. Do you know how many guys above 300 were in the All-Star game? 2. It's almost unheard of. But that's where baseball is right now. It's really about OPS. Now, McKinstry and Veerling have a poor OPS. Torkelson does not. He's about average. I think he's slightly above average. Let me see what the average is right now. So it's a measurement, but it seems like it's been de-emphasized. 248-539-9797, 97.1. All right, what just happened back there?
That's a good one, man. Evan likes to come in every now and then and just, shoot the crap with me about anything.
Right.
Sometimes it's show related, sometimes it's not.
Oftentimes it's not, yeah.
Oftentimes. So this time it was not. So good call on that, Doug.
All right.
So he comes in, he goes, Kang, I just made an eBay mistake. And I'm like, oh no.
Oh boy, because you guys are collectors. Is this anything to do with it? Okay.
Yeah. We go on eBay, we, browse, look for deals, put stuff on our watch list, things like that.
Yeah.
And this involves a player that you might be in love with.
Who's that?
Chaz Lanier.
Okay.
So Evan was perusing eBay, and he comes in and goes, I made an eBay mistake. And I'm like, oh, no.
Chaz Lanier, the Pistons second-year guy, didn't play much, the first-round pick a year ago.
A second-round pick, wasn't he?
Maybe. He was lighting it up in the Vegas Summer League. I'm not getting excited. I'm trying to be more mature.
He's been lighting it up
He's
so
got
much.
a quick release, too, dude.
Oh, dude.
Yep.
Here we go. Keep going, Doug.
No. I'm not going to get carried away.
All right, and Gator calls him the flamethrower.
Right,
now.
yep.
So he's been on fire from 3, right? So I guess Evan, before he even told me the player, he goes, I made an eBay mistake. I said, well, what was it? And he goes, well, I was looking at this Chaz Lanier card. So I even started laughing immediately. I'm like, oh, no, Chaz Lanier, he's been on fire.
Right.
So I guess he was looking at a Chaz Lanier rookie auto card, which is not going to go for anything because hasn't done anything, most likely won't do anything.
Okay. What does auto card mean?
It's his rookie card and it's autographed.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So he's got an autographed rookie card of Chaz Lanier, and he hits the buy it now because it wasn't an auction; it was a regular price. I'm like, oh no. Well, how much was it? And he goes, $2. I'm like, oh, $2? That's fine,
that's
dude.
pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. A rookie auto from any professional athlete, $2.
Yeah,
it's worth a shot. Plus, his career isn't defined yet. There's a chance,
sure,
right, for growth. He goes, but. He goes, I forgot to check the shipping. Shipping was $24 from overseas. So he paid $26, which it may not seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but for a Chaz Lanier card, yes, it's an overpay. Hilarious.
And from overseas.
Yeah, so probably China. So I was like, dude, this card may not even be real.
Yeah, A, it might not be real. B, when's it going to get here? 2027?
Yeah, right? When Chaz is out of the league.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so be careful, people, those that buy on eBay and auction sites. Also, don't forget to check the shipping and where it's coming from.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Evan will have to keep us updated.
Yes.
Did he ever get his Chaz Lanier rookie auto card from China?
$24 for shipping.
Ache. 248-539-9797. From Harold and Taylor, bold-ass prediction, Kevin McGonigal will break Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak by hitting in 66 straight games, which is exactly how many games the Tigers have left.
Is he on a current hitting streak right now or not?
I'd have to go back and look. Does the All-Star game count? I know the All-Star game doesn't count. He does not. He went 0 for 3 in their last game. So this guy thinks McGonigal's going to get hit from here on out. It's probably a dumbass prediction, but I give him credit for creativity. So let me cut and paste that one into the file. What else do we have here? The only good logic I really see for keeping Skubal, especially if we are have that fringe run over the next 16 games, is we're presuming there will be a lockout and subsequent salary cap that would allow the Tigers to pay him more than anybody else under the new salary cap. It's a potential scenario where we can make a run at it this year and sign him after the season. This is an interesting text from an unnamed texter who's basically bringing up the concept of bird rights. That a team that wants to retain their player can pay more than anybody else. I don't know how you can have that without having a salary cap. How could they make it without a salary cap that would be beneficial for a player to stay with the team that had him? Because I like the NBA's bird rights. I think it's cool that a fan base knows that their team can retain a player financially. They won't lose him for financial reasons because you can pay more than anybody else. I like that. But how can you do that without a cap? Because I don't think the players will ever agree to a cap. I think there'll be more cost certainty. But it's interesting. Richard in Columbiaville, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Richard.
Hey, bold prediction.
Let's hear it.
40 wins and 26 losses by the rest of the year.
40 and 26 the rest of the way.
Yep.
So that would put them at 84 and 78. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think that gets them in.
I do too. That's why it feels good that way.
Well, I mean, obviously, if they keep this up, what you just mentioned is absolutely possible.
Yep.
And that would make them one of the hottest teams in baseball going into the postseason, unless they win like 40 of their next 54 games and then really collapse at the end.
Well,
but
let's not hope. I mean, let's hope that doesn't happen. But one question:
Yeah.
Do you think Parker Meadows will come back? And if they do, they've already got the player that they needed to lead off and everything with McGonigal. Can you imagine that team if Parker is like it was the first year?
I'm not counting on that. Do I think he's going to be back? If I had to bet, I'd bet no. Between the injury, a rehab stint, and then playing well enough to be justifiable to remove. I mean, maybe he could replace James Outman, but my guess is Outman's going to get replaced anyway before too long. He's done some good things, but
You think
I'm not
Verling
counting on Parker Meadows.
You think Verling might be the one that lets go and keep Outman because of his defense?
Yeah, maybe they love Verling's versatility, but I mean, both those guys need to play better to make sure that they're going to be here. But I get where you're coming from. Richard, thanks. I like the bold-ass prediction. Bob and Shelby.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Well, not too much. I think relative to the sell and buy, I think the sell, yes, I think we should sell Skubal at the trade deadline or before. I think the whole situation is the trade partners are completely different. If you want to buy, who we're selling to isn't going to give up somebody from the starting lineup. There's somebody that's really close that thinks they need Skubal to get them over the hump. So we're going to get prospects from those guys. And then if you want to buy, go to a team you mentioned, the Rockies, the Angels, teams like that, the Giants, the Reds maybe. Those are the guys that might be looking to unload somebody that could fit into our starting lineup that might give us the bats that we need. Because with our starting rotation, I don't know if we need a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner to get us into the playoffs. I mean, right now, I think Jack Flaherty's going to probably do his thing. But the rest of the starting rotation looks pretty doggone good. Unless you can get a closer for Skubal. But a team that's going to trade for him, I don't think it's going to give up somebody.
I mean, I think this has been talked about today. So sorry for those as a repeat. There are people that want the Tigers to sell Skubal and get back something that helps them win now, and that's really hard to find. Bob, that's your point, and that's exactly. I mean, you think about any team that wants Skubal, they want him for a rental because they're trying to win the World Series this year. What good major league player are they going to say, let's just ship off this quality player that we're using right now to try and win the World Series so we can add Skubal? The only thing you could possibly maybe get is if it bumps a starter out of the rotation, but any starter that's good, they're going to want to hang on to. I don't know. I just don't see that being likely. The people that want to trade Skubal and trade Skubal for prospects, then dip into your current in a separate trade, trade from your current pool of players. Yeah, two different trades is what it would have to be. And it could happen. It could. I suspect there'll be more committal one way or another. That's a little bit of probably fans wanting their cake and eating it too. It seems less likely. I think they'll go all in and keep Skubal or move him and others. That's what I think they should do. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback next on 97.1. Dennis and Allen Park. Bold-ass prediction, Scott Harris will not trade Skubal. The Tigers will make the playoffs, and Harris will be fired at the end of the season. Sure. Here's the thing about it. Is you would then be firing a GM that made the playoffs 3 years in a row, has drafted reasonably well, set you up with some very promising young players, and lived up to the expectation of being a postseason team. It's interesting because I don't want to lose Skubal for nothing either. Yet I also don't want to give up the best shot to make the postseason. Their play has to dictate it. But my guess is if that played itself out, Dennis and Allen Park, the baseball world would be shocked. Now, it doesn't mean a young GM who had been here 4 years and made the playoffs 3 times the last 3 years getting fired over that move would be pretty shocking. Would be pretty shocking. And you know, we've said this a bunch. The idea that the GM's job is to try and win a World Series, not cash in assets, seems to be getting muddled in some people's mind. I don't know that I would call that a fireable offense. I would say it's a fireable offense if they come out of the gate here and absolutely tank and he doesn't trade him. I don't even know if I'd call that a fireable offense. It would certainly be a check minus. But as I've said a bunch, fans and media tend to want to fire people way before teams do. And sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. From Steve-O, Max Clark catches fire and gets called up by August 15th. So Max Clark, he's an interesting prospect in that he continues to have a decent OPS down there at Toledo. He has hit for a little bit of power. He's got good speed. Let's see if I can find his overall numbers. Give me a second. And it's kind of gotten better, slowly gotten better as the year has gone on. This year in Toledo, he's hitting .264 with a .351 on base and a .404 slug, a .755 OPS. He's got 8 home runs, 20 stolen bases, which is nice. Probably the thing that works against him is 55 strikeouts. 55 strikeouts and 42 walks isn't the worst in the world. It's clear that he has potential. He hasn't torn it up, but I also think he could be a factor. I think Max Anderson could be a factor. We had one caller say the only way to do this is to call those two up and replace McKinstry and Outman with Clark and Anderson. I'm gonna say I'm cool with holding off on them. Anderson could be a factor here. You know, one of the differences is that Anderson is a right-handed bat, which they need more than Max Clark's left-handed bat, but they don't need another infielder as much as they could use Max Clark out in center. So, you know, I hope that they justify it because Clark has a world of potential. If I had to guess right now, will we see him with the Tigers before the season is done? I would guess yes. And I don't feel that uncertain about it. I think there's a good chance we're going to see him before the year is done. Anderson, maybe the same thing. Like the organization pays attention every day. Max Anderson at the beginning of the year was hitting, but he wasn't walking at all. And, you know, they really want their guys to have command of the strike zone. But as the year has gone on, he's added more walks. In fact, this is one of the better stretches he's had. He just had a 3-walk game down there in Toledo. So something to keep an eye on. I'm not against it. I like to think that, that they could make a move like that and improve their chances moving forward. That those guys could help their chances moving forward is what I'm saying. 248-539-9797. World Cup final coming up on Sunday. If you haven't had a chance to watch Argentina, make sure you catch the anthem. It is the most aggressive, blank you anthem I've ever seen in terms of the way they sing it. These guys scream their anthem like they're trying to pick a fight. And then Argentina goes out and plays like they're trying to pick a fight. It is a physical football team, Argentina. We welcome in Rico Beard, who's sauntered into the studio. What's up, man?
Hey, I have, I guess I haven't been there for the anthem being played.
Dude, I will tell you, I haven't seen it. I saw it in the game against England and had the game on. And when they played the Argentine national anthem, aggressive. It is something else.
Okay.
But it kind of mimics the way they play the game. So,
okay.
How you been? How'd the drop tournament go yesterday?
You know what? It went well, and then it didn't have quite the finish that we wanted. It was almost like the UConn finish when they played the three mid-major teams. Like Dusty's team was in there. It was kind of like that. Like,
the Final Four had San Diego State,
yeah,
Florida International.
Yeah, the final game was the winner was Will Ferrell's racial slurs. Going up against the AI Kirby Smart, but people were bummed out because AI Kirby Smart knocked out Kenny Cott.
Yeah.
And they were like, really? And
Yeah.
he's like, well, Kenny like Georgia? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, hey, look. So
Will Ferrell,
sometimes chaos is what those things breed.
Yeah. Will Ferrell won, and nobody went to go interview him. So, yeah.
I don't know
He's
what
just
that
cutting down
means.
the nets by himself.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. You gonna see his new movie? The golf movie?
No.
You're not.
No, he's not funny anymore.
Like Chevy Chase not funny anymore?
Yeah, he's just not funny anymore. He's just...
Apparently Chevy Chase, like real life Chevy Chase, is like the exact opposite of the best characters he ever played.
Really?
Yeah, not a good dude.
Yeah, he got kicked off of a show pretty much that I forgot.
He got kicked off that show.
Community Parks.
Yeah, he was a
Service.
giant pain in the you-know-what during the SNL reunion.
Yeah.
I was really disappointed because circa like Fletch 1.0, it was the coolest, quick-wittest MFer ever.
To me, Will Ferrell is good as a supporting role in something else. I mean, I think Anchorman helped because he had so many other people around him.
Yeah. Isn't Will Ferrell, though, basically, and it's obviously working for him, but isn't he basically kind of the same version of the same character for every movie?
Yes, he's Matthew McConaughey for comedy. He's
Same thing all the time.
He's Jason Bateman.
I can't believe I'm talking this much movies with anybody.
I'm shocked because you know these movies. You know who McConaughey is?
I do know who McConaughey is.
Jason Bateman.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Bateman plays
from Ozark.
Yes, he plays the same role every movie.
Yeah.
Either it's funnier or darker, but same role.
Costner a little bit like that?
He's gotten to be that way. So, yeah, they're just themselves.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, your buddy in the booth, John Jansen, kind of dropped some news this morning. We'll touch upon that.
Okay.
About the Lions.
Interesting.
And then Mark Ryan has this schoolboy opinion that he wants to know. And then he's also, we're out there grilling him on the Odyssey because he has no idea. I'm like, did anybody not read when they were in middle school? But apparently not.
Okay.
We told him it was about a chef.
And it's not.
He's wondering.
All right, cool. Well,
Shh, don't tell him.
okay, no, it should be interesting, as always. Well, look forward to that show, and have a great weekend.
I won't be respectful, but I will have a great weekend.
You won't be respectful. All right, thanks for being with us all week. Gators back next week, and have a great weekend, everybody. And with the smoke out there, I can't say it enough. Stay safe. Hopefully it'll be all gone by this time tomorrow, but stay safe, and as always, treat each other with respect, and go Tigers, back at it tonight. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. ESPN writer Jeff Passan wrote the following earlier, quoting conversations with more than 24 league and union officials and the players at the All-Star game this week. None expressed optimism that the trajectory of discussions between the parties would yield a deal to keep the league from locking out players when the current basic agreement lapses December 1st. The parties' stances are so far apart, in fact, that multiple sources told ESPN they would not be surprised if the sides do not exchange any further core economic proposals between now and then, end quote. The core point of disagreement, of course, a league-favored salary cap. Not great, huh?
No. So what you're saying is a strike.
Yes.
Okay, I just want a lot of words just to say, they're going to be on strike. No season next year. Go ahead.
Well, they didn't say no season, but there's going to be games lost. The Tigers kick off the second half of the season tonight. There's 66 games left. Detroit 6.5 games back in the division, just 3.5 back in the wild card. Tonight, they'll start a 3-game series against the Angels. It's a 9:38 first pitch here on 97.1. Troy Melton will pitch against Reed Detmers. Evan Woodbury says the Tigers are likely to make a move before tonight's game with Framber Valdez on the bereavement list. According to Puck, Fox, ESPN, and Netflix are all interested in bidding for World Series rights. World number 13 golfer J.J. Spawn and 8-time PGA champ Patrick Cantlay have committed to the Rocket Classic. It's day 2 of the British Open as well. Herbert's still in the lead at 8 under. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tremendous to be here with you guys. Whoa. Listen to that smoke-affected voice. When's the last time you got a complete, full, refreshing breath? Anyone? Bueller? Fry? I didn't even realize how raspy my voice was until I gave that open just now. Will we survive? This is why I have you, Rico, for the day. And this is why hopefully you have me. Here we go. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The voice more annoying than you normally have it. Mark Ryan in for Mike Valeni today. We are jam-packed. I have a different...
Hold on. Let me do a comparison.
Okay.
Yeah, your voice is
bad. Okay. Not doing well.
Okay.
Definitely not doing well. The good thing is I will want not to have a voice for something the show crew... something the show crew is going to do to me today. I will want not to have a voice. So the smoke is actually working in my favor, I think, here. So that's good. We're going to give you a Christmas in July. I got a take on Scooble that seems outside the box around these parts. We're going to share that with you over the course. We got our football blitzes.
Yeah, we do.
Did we say that?
Who said that? Or did we say that?
Yeah.
When you're here, I guess.
That's right. That's right.
A whole new version.
Did we say that? I'm probably guilty.
Yeah, we also going to have... throughout the because we found out that you have no idea what the story of the Odyssey is about. So.
Correct.
But you're not the only one. There's a lot of people at this station, a lot of people probably out there who have no clue. So,
well, you guys have spent the better part of the last hour convincing me that I'm not the only one.
No, so
right?
we broke it down and kind of gave you a glimpse that it's about this woman and her rise to become a chef.
Right. Hatchet told me it's a movie about Martha Stewart. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Well, it was, think Martha Stewart before Martha Stewart.
Okay.
It
All right.
wasn't her, but she based a lot of her life upon this woman.
At this point, it's becoming evident why there was a joke last Friday about me not going to college. Yeah, at this point, it's becoming evident. That was not on the reading list material. What was on your high school reading list material? I had like the Scarlet Letter, which sucked. I had the Great Gatsby. Might as well have been the Great Lamesby. All the required reading I had made me never want to pick up a book.
We read it in middle school.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't high school.
I must have been cleaning out my sock drawer that day. Okay. But we've got some really interesting stuff to open up the show with today. And I got to tell you, man, this was different today. Now, you guys tell me that John Jansen, I've worked with John one time. Mm-hmm. You said, no, Mark, like John does not come out with something like this unless he has it on good account, on good authority.
Right.
So we're all listening today, and John Jansen comes out with something. And
I'm driving around this morning.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a haircut, and I heard this
looks
live.
nice, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm kissing up to prevent my fall.
That's okay. And, John just says, hey, I heard the tease. He has something Detroit Lions related. This is something that the Lions under Dan Campbell have not had to go through, but it's a potential something that could happen. And then he came out, and John ends up saying this.
Describe the differences between the hold in and the hold out.
Hold out, you don't show up. Hold out is your Brandon Ayuk, and you just avoid camp whatsoever. The hold in is a new thing where you show up, but you don't do any drills, you don't do any stretching, you don't do anything, but technically you are there, so you can't be fined because you are at camp, but you're not participating.
How can you not be fined if you're not participating?
Because you're there.
I'm in the building.
No, right.
I'm at 97.1. I'm not going to host today.
Yes.
But, well, that doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but if your contract says that, you know what, Mark, from the month of July and August, you have to be here at between this time, and it doesn't stay, or you have to be on the air, you could literally sit out there on the couch and just say, hey, I'm here. You become somewhat of a distraction because everybody's going to flock to you. They're not going to, because it's practice. So you don't get much from practices, but he's going to get the pressure on the Lions to, well, hey, what's up with Gibbs and the hold in? But the hold in is so you don't get fined. Because a lot of times if you hold out, you end up with this gigantic fine that either the team has to forgive you of, or you got to pay that off the top with your new contract.
And you know what Jahmyr Gibbs is saying to the Lions right now? A line out of a movie I do know something about. Draft Day with Kevin Costner. Oh, that draft gem. When he says, we live in a very different world than we live in 24 hours ago. That's what Gibbs is saying to the Lions with no Dave Montgomery here.
Right.
Oh, now you want me to be the bell cow.
Right.
Bring the lunch pail to work, so on and so forth.
Right. He's going to walk in the Lions camp. Because and that's just it. Dan Campbell has come out earlier. Hey, he's going to be the bell cow of the team. We're going to do a lot of things through him. He hears this. His agent hears this. Okay, well, I'm waiting because the Lions have historically, as of late, taken care of their own. Everybody gets the extension well before their contract is up. And he's like, okay, it's my time to shine. There's no David Montgomery. I'm waiting for my contract. As a matter of fact, I want one that's going to be bigger than Bijan Robinson because Bijan's contract, he's going to be asking for the same thing.
Okay, so that's your point.
These two are playing chicken right now because they know whoever signs second gets the better deal. But he wants a deal. He wants something from the Lions.
Right.
And like I said, according to John, it's a potential that he could be a holdout or a hold in and not be, participating in the Lions minicamp.
But I'm the Lions, and I say you have a contract. You're getting paid 7 figures. You have a contract. Oh, by the way, you also have a contract for 2027. None of this contract scuttlebutt is going to take effect until 2028 anyway.
True.
But because of what he's about to put his body through, he wants the guaranteed assurances that that money's going to be there.
True. So let me ask the question to the people first, and then I'm going to address that. 248-539-9797. You Lions fans, where do you stand on this? Are you, Team Gibbs, hey, do what you got to do, get your money because you're that valuable, or do you want to see him in camp because this team could – look, the window is starting to close, but right now you got a lot of talented players. He's going to be the man. This team cannot win without him, and you kind of need him there. I'll say this, if you're the Lions, you want him there because historically speaking, players who hold out end up with these soft tissue injuries if you hold out for a long time. If you miss a day or two, no big deal.
Well, the Lions end up with all the soft tissue injuries anyway.
If you end up missing most of camp and you come in the last week or so, or it goes into that first week, that's normally where you see the injuries happen. Because you're not really that prepared. You can't prepare for things that happen to you on the football field. You could run up and down hills all you want. That can't prepare you. But if you're the Lions, you're probably thinking to yourself, kind of like you, we have a deal, but Brad Holmes has shown he's paid for players well before their contracts were up. He's addressed the issue most of the time, 2 years before their deal is up. Well, he'll kick in with the extension. I remember last year, it was like right before the first week, and J-Mo got the extension, and we were like, really? Why'd you draft Tesla? Because I thought they drafted Tesla to get rid of J-Mo. J-Mo got his deal. Like, everybody got taken care of early. And if you're Gibbs, you're thinking to yourself, okay, it's my time to shine. Where's my money? And you're not seeing it right now.
At the very basic level, though, the question is, are they worth it? They being running backs, right? And is Jahmyr Gibbs worth it? Think about this for a minute. We've got one running back in the NFL making $20 million. There are only 12 other running backs even making in the double-digit million. So you've got the it guys, you've got the it fraternity, and then you have a drop-off where teams say, okay, you're on the Roy bus. You're on the rest of y'all's bus.
Yeah, because running back has now become a committee thing. Running back is now, let's just get 3 of them, see which one blossoms this year, and we'll ride the other 2 whenever he gets injured or hurt. You don't have look, back when I loved in the 90s, everybody had to have their Barry. They had to have their Emmett. They had to have their Thurman Thomas. You don't need that now. Now they've shown you could just put anybody in at running back, and if you got a good system, you can win games. Guy can come from nowhere and kind of become that Kenneth Walker III who was sharing with Zach Charbonnet. Charbonnet gets hurt.
He's special, though.
No, but I'm saying he wasn't the guy. And then Seattle was just like, we're not going to pay you. So you want to hit free agency, go right ahead, son, because we'll find another running back. And that's how teams see running backs, as disposable.
So we're going to take your calls on that. Do you say to Jahmyr Gibbs, hey, you've got a contract, show up? Or do you give him what he wants? Do you pay the man? Do you make him the highest paid running back in NFL history? 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. Valente and Rico, Mark Ryan sitting in for Mike here on 97.1.
$495 a month. That's all it could take to finish your basement. Think about it. Matrix Basements can transform that unfinished space into the awesome fan cave that you've always wanted. A great new bar with a fridge, an ice maker, cool shelvings to display your memorabilia, bourbons, or whatever it is that you love. Just tell them your vision. They will build it. Visit matrixbasements.com and schedule your free in-home design consultation today. And it all starts at just $495 a month. Yeah, you heard me correctly. $495 a month. You've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Let's end the wait. Let's get ready for the fall. Let's get ready for football. Let's get ready for basketball and hockey in your new dream man cave. Visit matrixbasements.com to schedule that visit. Matrix Basements, built for you.
The words of John Jansen on Costa and Jansen with Heather this morning. Really interesting stuff. Jahmyr Gibbs, could we be looking at a hold in, a hold out? I will say that the host of this show, Mike Valeni, is dead set against paying running backs. Yeah. He's dead set against paying Jahmyr Gibbs. I understand that at its core, but I haven't heard Mike say, well, what is the plan then? You're not going to play
Jahmyr. There's a
plan.
Okay. No, we've talked about it. And then after, David, I want to get your opinion on this as well. The plan is simple. You ride this out, and if you have to, you can go ahead and hit him with the franchise tag.
Okay.
So he will be yours under control for 5 years. Mm-hmm. At the end of the 5 years,
say goodbye.
You let somebody else pay him the money.
Right.
You let somebody else break the bank. Because when you look at all of those running backs who make top dollar, they're not with their original teams.
I don't fully disagree with Mike. I don't fully agree with Mike. For the most part, Mike is right, with this exception. If you have somebody that's truly different and truly special, it doesn't take long to find that out, Rico. You know that.
Right.
You know special when you see it.
But if that's the case, Mark, once again, you look at that list of running backs, who's with their original team?
I understand that.
But because it gets to the point where you realize if we can find him, we'll find somebody else. We'll keep this thing under budget because you're probably going to pay your quarterback top dollar. You can't pay everybody. And with the running back, it's a position that has a short shelf life because of the nature of the being, running into that line, getting tackled so many times, especially if you get used a lot. Most running backs end up falling off a cliff within a few years.
Do you know the age that the performance declines? It's nuts.
Yeah, it's like after, 3 years?
It's 28. 28 is when performance begins to decline. And what's crazy about that is 28 is known as the male athletic prime. Mm-hmm. So at 28 is when running backs, because of wear and tear, decline. Then you have a huge drop-off at 29.
So I'd rather, if it was me, if I would do exactly what the Lions are doing. I'm not going to pay you. I'll give you the franchise. We'll run this deal. I'll give you the franchise tag, and then after that, we'll see. You know how your parents would always say, "Well, we'll see," which really was a slow no.
Right.
You're not going to get it. They just hope that you forget about it. That's what I would do.
See, and that's the thing. And it would be 6 years because you have 5 years,
yes,
and then you add the franchise tag. It would be 6 years, and then you would let them go. That's what you should do because of almost what you just said. The age 28, you start seeing the decline in the running backs. But this problem is created by Brad Holmes because the key line in what John says here in that audio was he sees what contracts were given early is basically what he's saying. Brad Holmes has given so many deals after year 3, going into year 4, and Gibbs has to be sitting there like, okay, that's now.
And that's
I played
also
3 years.
Yeah.
It's now time for my deal. This is a Brad Holmes created problem. He shouldn't have paid all of those guys early because you're going to get this.
And this is what we've all said is a complaint, right? Is that it's so much weight is given on just retaining the family that there is no room when a Myles Garrett is available, when a Micah Parsons is available, to go get the guy that's going to push you over the hump.
Right.
But I would say Bijan Robinson, Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, Jahmyr Gibbs, I make an exception for those 5 guys and those 5 guys only.
Wait, read the names again.
Bijan.
He's still
hasn't
with his
won anything.
And he's still with his team.
Jahmyr.
He's
hasn't
still with his
won
team.
anything.
Right, has.
Barkley not.
Taylor
Taylor
new
not.
team.
Taylor not.
Hasn't won anything.
McCaffrey not.
Not with the team.
Hasn't won anything.
Okay. I understand that. At the same time, there's a difference between special and not special.
Is he going to be the same running back after the 6th year as he is now? No, I don't think so. He's not going to be the same back 2 seasons from now that I think he's going to be now. The speed will start to decline.
You don't think he's getting better still? You think he's at his apex now?
I think it's the nature of the beast where I look at Saquon last year. You saw a drop-off. He went from being leaping over people's backwards to last year, okay, not that good. You look at Derrick Henry, who's been around a little bit longer. He's fumbling the ball. He's not the same Derrick Henry. Like, there is Christian McCaffrey, staying healthy, not the same person. Okay?
See, but here's the thing, too. And you say, Mark, he's getting better. Is he getting better? Last year, look at his stats.
Right.
19 yards in a game, 94, 67, 91, 54, 65, 136. Amazing, right? 25, 142, 39, 219, 68, 43, 38, 2, 41, and 80. So only two games.
Take away the
Three
Giants.
games over.
David, you know what's getting worse, and it's not Jameer Gibbs. You know what's getting
But he's
worse.
not getting better.
Right. Well, here's the thing.
That's what you said.
Take away the Giants game last year, and that was like a quarter of his
Yeah,
yard.
because that was 219.
The difference in my opinion is I don't think you can just paint the whole running back position with the same broad brush. I think there are certain guys, you have different rules for different people, different rules for stars.
Right. And my rule is very simple. We'll franchise tag you. We'll have you here for year number 6. And then after that, you can go get your money. It won't be in Detroit because at that point, I'm going to draft the new hotness, the new running back with the fresher legs. And we keep this thing going because people act like, well, you'll never find another Jameer Gibbs. If you do your homework, you can. If you haven't, you build your offensive line. See, the problem was they let the offensive line fall apart. You build your offensive line, you could put anybody back there and they will get results. It may not be Jameer Gibbs-like, but it will be enough that you will win games.
But you've got a game breaker.
When people told me, Jamal Williams, he's Detroit. He's gone. What are we ever going to do? Oh, David Montgomery, Jameer Gibbs. You know who talks about Jamal? Nobody.
Right.
Literally because you've forgotten.
Okay. You've got 5 elite guys. 5 elite guys. And then you've got the Roy bus, the rest of y'all's bus, right? And I think if you've got one of the 5, you pay one of the 5. I think Gibbs could be great until the age of 30. He's 24 right now. But let's get to you. 248-539-9797. We go to John, who leads us off. John, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon. So first, I want to correct you because the actual line is we live in a different world than we did 30 seconds ago, not 24
There you go.
hours.
There you go. Thank you, John.
Yeah, and secondly, Gibbs deserves to be paid because he's going to be, like Rico said, he's going to be putting his body through a lot of work this season. And if he does decide to hold out, the Lions are going to look a lot different. You don't want him holding out. He's a running back, but he's also an offensive weapon.
He is an offensive weapon. He is a running back, but you still have your line that is – the offensive line isn't where it was 2 years ago. We could agree upon that, can't we, John?
Yeah, definitely.
With the line last year, he wasn't the same back. My only thing is his skills are going to start to erode, and I don't know if after 6 years I'm going to still want to keep paying him. I'm going to ride him. I'm going to let somebody else pay him top dollar, and I'm going to go and draft another running back if I'm the Lions.
Okay, I see your point.
So,
well, that was an
appreciate the call.
He conceded that pretty easily to you.
It's because it makes sense. It wasn't a conceding.
Mic drop, Rico.
No, it wasn't. It's just because he's your guy.
Right.
And you feel like, yeah, that's Jameer Gibbs. He's one of the best running backs. But, Mark, you've seen it. How many times does a running back look so good, and then you're like, whatever happened to him?
Okay, but at 29, he's 24 now. You've got
understand.
5 years of that before
I've
that
seen
happens.
backs fall off at 25 where you're like, oh, this guy's going to be a beast. And is he still in the league? No, he's gone.
But Jameer's been durable. He's been very
Right,
durable.
but you end up paying him a ton of money, and then next thing you know, his skills diminish, and now you got a back that you're just like, wow, I can't believe this is the guy that we have.
Let me ask you a question, Mark. Do you feel that the Lions adequately improved their offensive line this offseason?
We will see. We will see. TBD. I mean,
so
don't we have to say
Gibbs
that
now? Then, if that's the case,
well, because you understand that unit is a work in progress, and you're still improving that.
So if you pay him now, not knowing if the offensive line is fixed, and you turn out, season happens, you've paid him, and the offensive line isn't fixed, and he has a similar year to last year where he didn't have great rushing numbers, then now what you're doing? Now you're stuck.
And remember, you can't salary cap, hard cap in the NFL. This ain't the NBA. You can only pay so many people.
I understand that.
Okay.
And a big question is who is going to be left out? You tell me Laporte is left out, I'm fine with that. Kirby Joseph probably should have been left out.
But he didn't. Kirby got money.
Right.
And what happened? A couple years later, now you're looking like, oh my God.
Well,
why didn't we wait to pay him? Same thing. If after a couple years you're saying, man, you got to go ahead and pay Gibbs, sure. But I'm thinking by the time you franchise tag him, okay, we've now run him. We've taken all the tread off the tire. Let somebody else pay for the rest.
Jahmyr Gibbs is a prerequisite to the Lions winning a Super Bowl with this group of players. And that's why I think you have to keep him. He is your guy. He is your game breaker. Whose side are you on? 248-539-9797. It's Valenti and Rico. Mark in for Mike here on 97.1. The Detroit Lions might have a Gibbs conundrum, and they're hoping they don't make a Gibbs gaffe. What would that be? Would the gaffe be giving him his money or not doing so? Mike Valenti says you don't pay running backs. I can respect that with the exception of the core five. Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley. Gibbs has the third most receiving yards among any running back since 2023. He also had the fifth most receiving and rushing yards combined last year. History says running back performance declines at the age of 29. He's 24. I'm signing him because I don't think this team can achieve their potential, reach their potential without him.
Right. The problem is you've signed everybody else, so a lot of your money's already allocated. And I kind of feel like you've wasted it on some people you did not have to sign. You have a lot of redundancy when it comes to the Lions. And what you don't want is you don't want to sign him and then he ends up becoming Alvin Kamara, where it guy never won anything, never did anything, and now he's just kind of stuck as a Saint, and he's going to end up retiring as a Saint doing nothing. You lift the list of people that you said, Mark, one has won a Super Bowl. That's it. So it's nice. It's fun. It's you need the quarterback if you want to win the Super Bowl. That's where you invest. You need a defensive line if you want to win the Super Bowl. That's where you invest. You don't invest in toys. And I do consider the running back position a toy. It's fun. We all like to see him bust the long runs. We all loved him, in that Giants game last year. It looks cool, but that's not how you win in the current NFL.
And that's a really good point that you make, right? Because why are running backs devalued? Number one, pass-heavy offenses. Number two, quarterbacks are now more involved in the running game than they used to be. Number three, most teams now have a tandem in part so they don't have to pay that one guy all that money. Number four, injuries. Number five, you got these guys on a rookie scale.
Right.
Jahmyr Gibbs is making $1.4 million this year. So you got them on a rookie scale. You're able to kind of keep them at that rate until it's time to pay them. Mike and Rico say the strategy is you ship them out when that's done.
You build an offensive line. And I can tell you, look, was that not last year, but the year before? Christian McCaffrey goes down for most of the year. Jordan Mason.
That's every year.
Jordan Mason steps in. Nobody knew who he was. And he ran so well, he ended up getting a contract with the Minnesota Vikings. Wasn't the same person. Why? Different offensive line. You build up the offensive line, yes. Quarterback, yes. Defensive line, yes. You can win. But running back position, you could always draft, bring in a couple of guys, do it by committee, and you can still succeed.
But can I correct something here? Because ticket Texans don't seem to have ears today. They don't seem to be able to listen. Because a lot of ticket Texans are saying, oh, how dare you say we get rid of Gibbs? We can't get rid of Gibbs. No one's saying get rid of Gibbs. We're saying use up the contract, franchise tag him. You have him for, 3 more years? That's when you get rid of him.
Right.
No one's saying today, trade him before the season. No one said that.
Right. I wouldn't give him an extension as of today, but nobody's saying get rid of him.
But what do you do then, David, if he's not showing?
If he's not showing, he's not showing. It is what it is.
But he's going to force your hand to do something.
It is what it is.
Right. And my hand would be, you signed a deal, son. So week 1, if not, we'll hand the ball off to Pacheco.
That's why I said it was a Brad Holmes problem. Because if you didn't give everyone else the deal after year 3, he would not be like this.
And that's a very, very fair point.
That's valid.
Very fair point. I think I, too, would be towing a hard line on giving him this massive extension right now, but I'd make sure he knows damn well that he's part of this team's future. James and Lapeer is up next. What's good, James?
How's it going, guys?
Good, man.
What's happening?
So when I first called, I was kind of in the camp of paying Gibbs, but after hearing you guys talk a little bit more about it, I'm kind of leaning on the side of the Lions. And, yes, once running backs hit a certain age, they definitely decline, and the first thing to go is typically their speed. And, we all remember Chris Johnson. He was one of the fastest backs in the league, and then he got paid, and then as soon as he got paid, it seems like his speed fell off. And I feel like that would be the same issue with Jahmyr Gibbs. As well, I know Rico said something about we drafted Tesla and then we extended JMO, but I wonder if we drafted Tesla so we can move on from Laporta because he would be the big red zone target and pay Jahmyr Gibbs.
Well, James, that sounds great, except for now you brought in an offensive coordinator who uses tight ends a ton. So, yes, if Ben Johnson was here, I would agree with you. But Ben Johnson's now in Chicago or outside of Gary, Indiana, a little different than that. So the Laporta thing, that's going to be a head scratcher as well. But it's why you don't run to pay all of these people early, because I keep hearkening back to Kirby Joseph. You paid him. You didn't have to. And now you're sitting on a contract where you don't know if this guy's going to play again. So if I'm Gibbs, it hurts because you kind of feel like, well, you know, you took care of all my brothers. It's my turn now. It is, son. But guess what? Times have changed, and you're not going to get that. We'll franchise tag you, and you'll make a lot in that franchise year. And then after that, you can feel free to go play for anybody else, because I'll say this again for the people in the back. We are not trying to get rid of him right now, but if you look at the list of all the running backs, the top ones who get paid, they're all playing for another team, not the team that they started off with. The team that they started off with all said, yeah, I don't want to invest this much in this guy. I want to put my money elsewhere.
But who made the bad deal, Seattle or Kansas City, when it comes to Kenneth Walker III? Who made the bad deal? I think Kansas City made a great deal.
I think Kansas City made the bad deal. I think Seattle saw, you know what? We have a great offensive line. He split carries. He did what he had to do. We can find somebody else. Because here's the beauty of it, Mark, and you know this. Every year out of college, there will be another person with similar skills. May not be the exact same.
No, I think you can find a guy. Anybody can find a guy. It's hard to find special. And if I had a sixth guy on this list, it would be Kenneth Walker.
The only one that it's paid off for, and it was a short-term payoff, was the Eagles.
Right.
When they traded for Saquon. They got everything they needed. They won the Super Bowl. And now we're watching Saquon go down. Now, for the Eagles, they don't care because they got the trophy. So they paid for it up front. But Saquon last year didn't look like the Saquon from the year before, where he was that guy. That's what you want to avoid. That's why you don't pay the people that you do. You look, he's older, but look at the Ravens with King Henry. They're like, wait, how much we paying this guy? And he's fumbling how much? And he's doing this? And we're not winning, but you're paying him. So just buyer beware.
248-539-9797 is where you guys get to us on the show. Let's get to DJ, who's up next. What's up, DJ?
What up, Doe? What's happening with y'all boys? All right?
What's up, DJ?
You got it. So, first of all, was Kirby Joseph, was his contract about to be up or we paid him early? I can't remember.
It was early.
Okay.
Well, he was going into his year where he was going to be a free agent after that year. So
Right. So let me just say this, man. So in that regard, I would have paid Kirby Joseph, and here's why, and we're going to skip off that. But it's hard to find a ball-hawking, all-pro safety that can get you them type of picks. We didn't know his injuries coming, so I definitely would have paid him. The running back thing, as Mike and Rico all say, we can find another one of them. That being said, Mark Ryan, this is for you, man. You keep calling Jahmyr Gibbs special, and I'm very careful when I call guys special. Is he really good? Yeah. But the special guys, like Rico alluded to, the special guys, Adrian Peterson, that dude that wore number 20, LaDainian Tomlinson, them special dudes, it don't matter if the offensive line is good. It don't matter if the quarterback really can't throw it and it's 8-9 men in the box. See, them special dudes, it don't matter. Them defensive ends, man, that's why I be on Aiden Hudson. Them special defensive guys, the Aaron Donald, the Reggie White, it don't matter if you double team them. Don't matter. So I don't think Jahmyr Gibbs is special. Is he really doggone good? Absolutely. So with that being said, I would give Jahmyr Gibbs, I would oil can him. I would say, look here, young fella, you are going to be taken care of. Here go 2 years, $36 million, you 24, 26, we come back in another 2 years, we might give you 40. You get what I'm talking about? So when he gets to be 28 and 30 and that decline happens, now I protected myself and I can walk away.
So short-term deals.
My opinion.
Well, he can get a 4-year deal. He's got 2 more years left on his current deal, 4 more years after that. right?
I don't even want to do 4, Mark. I only want to do 2 because of what Rico is alluding to. That running back position takes so many hits, and at any given time, it could be Kirby Joseph. Plus, I'm not saying he's a huge product of our offensive line, but last year did show me that a lot of his success, he ain't one of them special dudes, is predicated off our offensive line. So I'm only going 2 years.
So, DJ, you're saying tear up his contract now, here's a 2-year deal, and we just go every 2 years.
Everybody happy. You give him a bag. You give him $18 million, whatever the case may be. Absolutely. Give him a nice sign-up bonus for 2 years, and I think that protects us and it protects him, and we can move forward and we ain't got to talk about this no more.
I can live with that.
Well, you can live with that. He can live with that. I don't think Jahmyr Gibbs is going to agree to that.
I don't know.
And there's your problem.
If you're Gibbs and you get offered a 2-year deal with a big signing bonus, isn't that what you're going to be holding it out for?
You
the
can
money,
try.
Right?
You
no,
can
no,
try.
I'm saying just come back in 2 years, son. If not, you can feel free to go someplace else.
I have been told that in the next segment, quote, Paul Serra is going to present something. It's a blitz with Paul Serra, and I'm terrified. And it's next, 97.1. Great to be with you. Valenti and Rico, Mark Ryan in for Mike here on 97.1. All right, so I'm a dude who I tend to worry about things I can't control. And everyone always says worry about what you can control. I don't do well with that.
Okay.
I have no control over this segment. It is making me anxious. It is making me jittery. What's hurting this even more is Paul Sarah sitting there with a bleep-eating grin on his face and holding papers like he's very, very prepared. So I am afraid. I am very afraid. We've got your blitz for you right here.
Let's get to it.
Okay, so I want Mark, I want Rico, I want David to put on your detective caps for a second, and I'm going to put out a thing, and I'm going to give you theory A, theory B. You tell me what you think's going on.
Well, so we're going to figure out LeBron James' next team? Okay, let's go.
That's on here, but we'll not get to that yet.
Oh, okay.
So first of all, we're going to start with Tarek Skubal's comments. He said he wants the Tigers to be buyers at the deadline, but then he's apparently also telling his friends he doesn't want to be traded from the Tigers. So let's go with theory A. He wants to be he wants the Tigers to be buyers and not get traded at the deadline because he thinks they have a legit chance to win it all, and he thinks they will before he leaves the team via free agency. Or B, it's simple. He doesn't really care what happens to the team once he's gone. He just doesn't want to get traded because he hates the idea of moving multiple times in the next few months.
I think it's A. I mean, I think he wants to see it through, and I think he would feel guilty, piecing out of something before he sees it through. But at the same point, man, if you're not willing to put a ring on it in the form of a long-term contract, you don't get to say, hey, Rico, I'm going to break up with you in November. In November, I'm going to break up with you. No, man. What must happen eventually needs to happen immediately. It's bleeper get off the pot time right now.
I have an answer, and hopefully, Paul, it's C, and you don't take away 100 points like Kenny used to do. But I think it's C. He wants to win. He thinks his team can actually win. Not a World Series, but they're on a hot run. He knows I'm not going to be here long term, but let's just ride this thing till the wheels come off. And when the wheels come off, I'll be on a new team. That's where I think he is.
I hope you do take points from him because that was not a choice. I'm going with B. It's because he doesn't want to move twice. He's only looking forward to one move when he finally signs his deal and he's out of here. Goes wherever or he stays, whatever. But he doesn't want to move twice.
Okay. Now let's go to the Tigers trade deadline. So theory A, they keep Skubal, buy a few marginal bullpen arms, which will ultimately prove fruitless, get knocked out in the wild card round, and then lose Skubal for nothing in free agency. Or B, they trade Skubal, buy a high-end bullpen arm, a good right-handed bat, but miss the playoffs altogether.
Whoa.
Go ahead. After you.
I'll get my points back on this one because I will stick to the choices. A, marginal things. Last year showed you Scott Harris doesn't make major moves because he doesn't want to be haunted. And when Skubal leaves, they'll get the comp pick and they'll say, well, McGonigal was his comp pick, so it can work. And that's what they'll do.
I think that is the answer. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. I think it's going to be A. I think they're going to make marginal moves and keep Skubal, but you hope one of those marginal moves is a bat.
I'm going with A only because it has in there they lose him for nothing. I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to lose him for nothing.
Okay, let's go over to the Pistons and let's look at Trajan Langdon's offseason. So let's go with theory A. He did his due diligence in contacting all the big-name free agents and trade targets, but was truly just unable to make a deal happen. Or B, he sat down at the Coney Island and ordered the Detroit GM special.
I want to go with B because of the Coney thing, but I think it's A because the reports are coming out that the price was just too high. So he tried, but just didn't get a deal done.
but David, it's B. And just so that you guys know, the GM special is this theory that Rico came up with, that all these GMs congregate together and they discuss how they can essentially screw over the city by doing nothing, right? Let's be conservative and just win just enough. It'll keep you just long enough not to lose your job. Langdon looks, but Langdon's problem is he values his own guys as much as Brad Holmes does. And he has the same philosophical feeling as Scott Harris does about his prospects. So he values them more than anybody else does. He looked, but did he really look if it's not a trade any other GM would make?
Yeah, I'm going to go with B because I do think that, look, this is in the graphic city. You just want to be in the graphic. You don't want to win titles here. You want to be relevant and have people say, oh, well, this is an up-and-coming team. And after a while, you can only be up-and-coming. After a while, you're a failure. Paul, I think he went out there, he made calls, but he didn't want to be a big boy and pay the price to being great. He just decided, I'll be good.
By the way, I think the Detroit GM special is plain oatmeal, dry toast, and a glass of warm milk. Nothing that'll upset the stomach.
And don't forget egg whites.
Okay, let's go to LeBron James. Last one here. LeBron James. Theory A, he's legitimately considering all his options and discussing his future with his family on where he'll end his career. Or B, he's basically known this whole time where he'll end up playing next, but wants to milk the headlines for all they're worth.
Yeah, I'm convinced his son is going to get another paycheck if he just waits a little bit longer. That's what he did last time, remember? If I just wait until this date, my son's contract becomes guaranteed. I think
that already came and went. His son got $2.5 million.
I think he wants to go to Golden State. I think he's deciding between what he wants and legacy, and I think he knows he needs more championships for his legacy. Legacy would be in Philadelphia. I think he's really conflicted here.
I think he already knows where he's going. I think it's Cleveland. All the clues are there because he said the clues are out there. He's been a lot, he's done some things in the state of Ohio. He's going back home to Cleveland.
I'm going to pull a Rico here. It is C. He's an attention whore. That's all
Wow.
it is.
Yeah. Okay. Nope. Take away points.
Who won?
All right.
I won. Thank you very much. Hold your applause. I'll be here. No, I won't be here all week. I'll just be here today. Coming your way next, we are pulling no punches on the Jahmyr Gibbs conversation. What do you do in the Lions pickle? 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Door. ESPN's Jeff Passan reported earlier that MLB and the union are so far apart on labor negotiations they may not talk again until after the deal expires December 1st. Fangraphs released their latest projections this morning as the second half of the MLB season unfolds. They give the Tigers a 25.9% chance to make it. That breaks down to a 17.4% chance to win the division and just an 8.5% chance to nab a wild card spot. The Tigers start a series against the Angels tonight. Troy Melton on the bump. He's one of the most consistent arms for Detroit. Just a 1.8 ERA. It's a 9.38 first pitch right here on 97.1. On the farm, number 3 prospect Jose Bursueño has been activated from the 60-day injured list. Number 5 prospect Tyrone Lorenzo also starting rehab. World number 13 golfer J.J. Spawn and 8-time PGA Tour champ Patrick Cantlay has committed to the Rocket Classic today. Lucas Herbert is your leader in the British Open at 8 under. He's 38 spots up from yesterday. Scotty Scheffler tied for 7 through 16 holes. He's coming off his first missed cut in 4 years. Michigan State basketball announced they'll take on Tennessee on the road this season, November 17th. The Pistons wrap up Summer League against the Heat with a 9 o'clock tip, and the Flyers have signed defenseman Jamie Drysdale to a 4-year contract worth $6.5 million per season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Valenti and Rico, Mark in for Mike here on 97.1. Hope you guys are staying safe. Got your masks on. Didn't think we'd be talking about masks, about anything other than COVID here, did you?
Bruh.
But the last 2 years, here we are. I saw Rico today walking in with a mask. I walked outside yesterday. Who's got the barbecue? What's for dinner? Oh, it's me.
Yeah, I mean, people laugh. I'm like, you can laugh all you want. Like, my sinuses are killing me.
Yeah.
I'm going to push through this show because the audience doesn't care. But yeah, I had to go and find the mask and like, yep, we're back to doing this again because this is brutal out here. We had the worst air quality in the world.
I didn't feel like
Michigan, not the U.S., the world.
Did you see some of those numbers too? It was like, I thought like some of these other countries, I thought like their typical day was like worse than we ever had. We're like 8 times worse than like the Middle East.
I mean, I guess the only good news is you don't realize it because it does smell like barbecue out there. It smells like the inside of a pit. So
we are what's for dinner. Well, the interesting thing about Jahmyr Gibbs, we had a clip here from John Jansen this morning, and John Jansen, you guys told me, you said, look, for John Jansen to come out there and say this, John Jansen has something.
Yeah, he knows something. He's talked to people.
Jansen on the morning show today, Costin Jansen with Heather, came out and said the following. Oh, boy. So Rico and David are towing a hard line, and I respect that. Look, you honor the contract that you sign, except when Jahmyr Gibbs can say, well, wait a minute, I'm actually a better football player than some of these other guys you've already given the bag to, right? Where is the love for me right now? And that is where I think the thing that David is not answering, that you are not answering. That what happens if Jahmyr Gibbs says, okay, no deal, no Jahmyr. Good luck. Hope 2026 rocks it out for you.
Well, at that point, that's where if you're the Lions, you're going to have to pivot. You may have to go and get another back. Or this is where Brad Holmes has to decide, what am I going to do? Because if he pulls this, because it's been a big kumbaya, slap fest, we're a bunch of boys, frat house type of mentality where I'm going to take care of my guys. This may be the first time. Look, if you're Brad Holmes, you can't walk around wearing the villain T-shirt if you're not willing to be the villain sometimes. If you're not willing to be the bad guy. Guess what, Brad? You may have to be the bad guy. You may have to be the villain. You may have to have the city of Detroit boo you because he is sitting out. And people are going to say, Brad, you got to fix this. And he's got to say, no, I have a plan. So you just don't get to be the fake villain. You don't get to be the wankster. Either you're a gangster or you're not. Either you're a villain or you're not. So we'll see. But I do think to add something to this, Mark, another reason why I wouldn't sign him long term, because I think this is all predicated on the next few years. When Goff's deal is up, if you haven't sniffed the Super Bowl by then, I think you are start into that blow this thing up and we start all over again. So you don't want all these contracts all long term. And now you're going to have people saying, trade me. I don't want to be here with this rookie quarterback. So I think the way it's setting up, that his deal, especially if you franchise him, will coincide with Goff's deal. And at that point, you can decide this didn't work. We didn't make it to the big game. We got to start all over again.
Here's what I think is going on here. Brad Holmes comes here. Dan Campbell comes here. They say, we got to change the reputation about this place. One of the hardest things to do in any organization is change a reputation, right? Mm-hmm. For yourself or for your company. What was the reputation of the Lions? It's where players go to die. So what are we going to do? We're going to draft well. We're going to take care of our own. But they've taken it to the extreme, right? Kirby Joseph never should have gotten that deal. Why are they in a race to throw the bag at every single person? My hope is that Brad Holmes now realizes, yeah, Kirby Joseph, a mistake. Right. And Jahmyr Gibbs, what Jahmyr Gibbs is doing now with these demands, apparently, is proof of a failure of concept, right?
Right.
It's proof that this race to take care of your own is a problem. Because now look at the problem you have on your desk.
Because to me, real quick, David, to me, Sewell, he deserved it.
Of course.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Goff, mandatory. Mandatory.
Yes, yes.
And they restructured it.
Okay, can I finish?
Yes.
Sewell deserved it. Aiden, necessity. Because edge rushers don't just fall out of trees. You have one of the top edge rushers. Is he Myles Garrett? No. But you're banking that he will get better. I understand that. And you know what? You could even sell me on the whole Jack Campbell thing, because Jack Campbell has really exceeded expectations, and he has become that guy at linebacker. Amon-Ra, okay. He's one of the top receivers. Those four, yes. I'll give you Goff, because you got to have a quarterback. You're not going to start over again. So, you know what? I'm not dying on that hill. I concede you can have this hill. Those five. But other than that, that's where you have to say, okay, we pick and choose. Now, Brian Branch was one that I would have pre-injury, because I think he's special. I do. But now, kind of like Aiden, you got to show me your back, son. I'm not giving you money based off of what you did. I need to know that you can still do something. You still have something left in the tank.
See, and here's the thing, Mark. And you said, we didn't answer your question. What if he doesn't show? The reason why I didn't answer your question is because I don't think he does that. Here's why. They get you get fined $40,000 for each day you hold out of training camp. His salary is for this coming season is 1.1. So if he holds out the entire training camp, which is probably 20 days, I would imagine, right? That's $800,000.
Which is why you do the hold in.
That's correct, which is why they've changed that. That is $800,000 of 1.1. Okay? Then you start missing game checks if you continue to miss the regular season, which is $100,000 a game.
So you don't think he's serious?
I don't. He would show me he's serious if he does sit out.
Okay.
But if he holds in, which is what Pete players do now, then you're not serious.
Right. And if he holds in, that puts a little more pressure on the Lions because he's there every day. So now Channel 2 and Channel 4 and Channel 7 and 62 and WWJ, everybody is going over saying, hey, what's up with him? What's the latest on him? And okay, either you got to re-sign him or not. But to just sit out, he'll be there because one thing that players love more than themselves is money. And they don't like to give it away.
Let's get to Dan, who's been hanging patiently on the line. Hey, Dan, you're on 97.1.
Greetings from Smokeville, Minnesota. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, What's up, Dan? Oh, wow. Yeah, you guys got your own fires there, too.
Oh, that's a couple hours up the road, but we had a AQI of like 1130 last night, and we're down under 400 finally, which now it's only just hazardous. It's not like double secret probation hazardous. So it's bad.
Just
it's
very
bad.
unhazardous to your health, right?
Very, very much so.
You're coughing up a lung, but we shouldn't just focus on the good things. What do you got, Dan?
Hey, Mark, to your point, first of all, Rico, prayers, because you got Mr. Cynical beside you every day, all the time. And now you got the eternal optimist. And so I hope you will survive the day today, my friend.
I have to learn to be versatile.
Anyways, Mark, to your point, how do we know that Gibbs is not special? And the reason why I ask it like that is because last year, horrible offensive coordinator, horrible interior of the offensive line, a dinged up left tackle all year, and even Panay was a little bit beat up too. He still averaged 5 yards a carry. All right, that is Barry Sanders' career rushing prayer attempt, his career. And that was Gibbs' bad year. And then you can also throw in 77 grabs in the passing game. And the guy's durable. He suffered last year with the bad offensive line like everybody else. Goff was too fixated on Saint. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think you want to just play the everybody else is doing it game with running backs when it comes to Gibbs, considering how durable he is, considering that you don't have an alternative in the backfield. Vaggie, come on. Got to get him out of his bubble wrap to get him on special teams.
Right. But I would say this, Dan,
this.
the whole averaging 5 yards a carry, it really boils down to about 3 games, really boosted it up.
It did definitely help. I give you that. But also against the really good teams, look at the Philly game. Goff couldn't complete a pass to save his life. He was getting killed. And Gibbs is not a great pass pro guy. That's probably the one weakness in his game, right? But he's going to catch the ball when you throw it to him, usually. He only put the ball on the ground twice all year. He's a stud. And it is his age 24 year. I get that. I would look at maybe extending him a couple years beyond the 2 that he still has. But I understand the game, too, that running backs is kind of like the area where you give up a little bit of that money.
Right, appreciate it. And Dan, just for the record, he averaged 5 yards a carry. How many games last season did he actually go over 5 yards a carry? Let me help you out with that because we're close to the break. 4. In 4 games, he actually went over 5 yards a carry. Let that sink in.
The counterpoint to that is more yards per carry than Barry Sanders through 3 years. More receiving yards than Barry Sanders through 3 years.
Don't.
Very
Receiving
comparable.
doesn't matter. Barry never caught the ball out of the backfield.
No.
Mark,
He did.
Let me help you.
He did.
Let me help you. Don't make that comparison.
Okay. I'm just saying he's producing numbers in comparison with greats. Okay? Okay? No one's saying he is that.
Okay.
We are saying the numbers compare favorably. Okay. But the point is, right, the Lions have a battle here that they might have to pick. And everyone always says, pick your battles carefully. Mm-hmm. David and Rico say this is a battle worth picking. I say, not so fast, my friends. 97.1.
It's Friday, which means it's Fan Cash Fridays, and they're powered by Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Hey, right now, be the 10th caller. 248-539-9797 for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbooks. We do this every Friday because winning hits different here.
And it's great to be with you on this Friday. Hope you guys are staying safe with the smoke out there. Look, man, this Jahmyr Gibbs thing, John Jansen dropped it this morning. Hey, do not look past the possibility of a hold-in or a hold-out when it comes to Jahmyr Gibbs. He's got 2 years left on his deal. They've picked up his option, $1.4 million this year, $14 million next year. And Jahmyr's saying, well, there's no more Demo. You guys are relying on me quite heavily here. And I'm just saying, I don't know if this Jahmyr Gibbs thing is a battle the Lions should fight. Yeah, I'd pick the battle on J-Mo. I'd pick the battle on Kirby. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a necessity to getting where this team wants to go. David feels otherwise. Rico, you do as well.
I do. I think that this is one where if you're the Lions, and I do. I think a lot of this is tied up to the end of Goff's contract. Mark, like it or not, that's where the window will either be wide open or it closes at the end, because I'm not going to re-sign Goff. If it doesn't work by the end of his contract, we have to start over. We got to make the tough decision, and we're going to have to pivot. And that's where you don't want a bunch of contracts on your books. You want to be able to start fresh and start all over again. And that's why maybe caller DJ had it best. Okay, we tear up your deal. I'll give you, let's talk about this. I'll tear up your deal right now. I'll give you a 3-year deal, which is basically the same thing that we're doing now, but I'll just give you a 3-year deal, give you a nice signing bonus up front, but still at the end of 6 years, we're probably going to part ways with you. That's maybe the ultimate compromise, and maybe that's where the Lions end up. But I'm not going to go long-term with him. I don't want an Alvin Kamara where you thought he was going to be the next greatest thing, and now he's just kind of shaking hands at the state fair because he's been around so long. I don't need that. You're trying to win. Most top running backs are getting paid by team number 2.
But that's also why running backs are in such a rush to get their payday, because they know that teams are aware that my skills are going to erode at the age of 28 or 29. So Jahmyr's like, I got 4 or 5 years to get my bag, or I'm just not going to get it. And well, I promise you one thing, I'm not going to be one of the guys that doesn't get it.
And that's why I think the compromise is maybe we'll give you a 3-year deal. We'll tear up this deal, 3 years. But Jahmyr, let's face it, one thing about athletes, they're competitive. He's looking at Atlanta. He's looking at Bijan. And he's saying, I want more money than Bijan. I think I'm better than Bijan. So I want a bigger bag than Bijan has. And Bijan's looking into Detroit and saying, no, I'm better than you. And that's where he's probably going to hold out, because he wants to be the highest paid running back, or he at least wants a contract bigger than Bijan Robinson.
Who do you think ultimately gets more between those two?
Bijan.
Because
Atlanta's still
they got
trying
nothing else.
They're still trying to figure out who they are, where the Lions know who they are. But your clock is ticking. Atlanta's clock hasn't started yet. Your clock is ticking. Window is closing. And I know people don't like to hear that. And I know Brad Holmes says that doesn't exist.
It exists.
It exists.
Yeah, it most certainly exists. Let's get to Duke in Ann Arbor, who's up next on the show. Hey, Duke, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah. Loud and clear.
All right. So I want to start off by saying we should 100% pay him. Pay him. He deserves it. And I want to go to where we were talking the 5 yards per carry thing. I mean, yeah, it's cool, it's cute, but I also don't want to hear anybody say, "Oh, he only did it in this game and that game." Context matters. If you look at the games, he had bad rushing games. He also had great receiving games. Yes, he had a game where he had 9 for 19. I get it, but he also gave you 10 for 31 receiving. The game he had 17 for 136 rushing, he gave you 3 for 82 receiving. I mean, he offers so much. Like it's I don't get it. I honestly don't understand. You're not gonna find another Gibbs in the NFL. Yes, the 5 players that I keep hearing, I honestly will take Gibbs over over McCaffrey because of the age. I would take Gibbs over Taylor because of the age. The only three I would take over him is Saquon, Bijan, and maybe Cook from Buffalo. That's it. You're not gonna just get rid of him and go in a draft and just find another. It's not.
No. But Duke,
he's a big key to your team.
Duke, I hear what you're saying. We're not saying getting rid of him. We're talking about specking this out. I'm saying you franchise tag him after 6 years. Everything that you're saying, there'll be another back that you're going to be like, yeah, you know what? I take this back over Gibbs because he's younger than Gibbs. That's what we're saying.
I don't think another back is going to give you 1,200 and also be your third leading receiver. I don't believe that. I don't believe you're going to find another back who's going to be your third leading receiver and also give you 1,200 rushing. You're just not going to get that.
Okay, this is where we're going to agree to disagree because there's always another back.
There are guys, Duke, but they're special with Jameer, and that's where I'm with you. That's where I'm with you. Thank you for the call. We keep it moving. We've got Alan in Royal Oak who's up next. What's up, Alan?
Oh, congratulations, Alan, and being the winner of the Fanatics fan cash.
Oh, thank you. It was very kind. I appreciate that. I respect the point of honoring your contract. That being said, I think Gibbs has to look out for his health and so forth. He's not going to hold out and get fined. I could see him holding in. But I agree with Mark. This guy is special. If he stays healthy, he's going to get a gold jacket. If he continues, I rank him right in between Barry and Calvin. I rank him ahead of Calvin. He's unique. I do not believe the Lions, as long as he doesn't become a knucklehead in any way like J-Mo or any other players, they're not going to let him go. To your point, they can franchise him. They don't have to do anything. He's a fantastic player, and I wouldn't offend him. Like some of the players who they wanted money back with bonuses or whatever, I would say all the right things. But until, he's got to play another year and through his contract, through the extension. And then as long as he's healthy, I'm going to take care of him within reason. But I'm not, I also agree. I don't think they should pay him for what he's done in the past, pay him for what he's going to do in the future. Hopefully he will have a longer shelf life. He's a victim of his position. If he were a quarterback, we would not be discussing this. He'd be treated a lot more like Patrick Mahomes than maybe even Lamar Jackson or whatever it is. I think he's a special player.
And I get it, and I appreciate the call. I think we're using the term special a little too loosely, okay? He's really good 3 years in, going on year 4. He's good, okay? But special is something that I think comes along every now and then. I don't know if because a lot of special comes with longevity, and it comes with continuing to do this. There's guys who you thought at a certain point were going to be special, and they weren't. Case in point, the top running backs in 2019, the year before COVID?
No idea.
Two.
Derrick Henry.
2 would be considered special. Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey. But at the same time, Nick Chubb looked like he was on his way up.
Oh, boy.
Okay? Like it or not, Ezekiel Elliott with the Cowboys, 1,400 yards, 12 touchdowns, had 54 receptions. He was going to be that guy for Big D. Didn't happen. Dalvin Cook, Aaron Jones, Josh Jacobs. And then Father Time kicked in, and they showed you, they're just good running backs. Well, they're running backs. They're not special. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We're using the term special a little too
But can
loosely.
you meet me in the middle on this? He is one of the 5 most critical Lions for their success.
Yes.
One of the 5.
No, I can meet
Penne,
you right there.
Hutch,
Yes.
Goff.
Right,
He's in that group of people.
But this whole, he's special and you'll never find another one. Oh,
That acceleration, man, that 0 to 60 is a Lamborghini.
I hope you didn't marry the first girl you kissed, okay? There's other people out there. I'll leave it at that. 97.1.
Valenti Enrico, 97.1. Mark in for Mike. Great to be here with you today. So, one of my favorite sports movies, Jerry Maguire. Tom Cruise, there's a scene in the movie where he's leaving his job and he's branching out on his own. You remember that scene? I do. And he picks up the goldfish and he says, "Who's coming with me?" And the only being that was going with him was the goldfish until Renee Zellweger said, "I'm interested in you romantically, and that's why I'm going to come as well." When it comes to Tarek Skubal, I am Tom Cruise, but even my wife is not coming with me on this one, I don't think. And that's okay. I'm cool with being the minority like Green Day. My take on this Skubal thing is, and this noise that has come out about Tarek Skubal the last 24 hours, hey, the Tigers may not trade him. They may not trade him. We've got the words of Buster Olney over here saying that, frankly, you know what, man? I don't even necessarily believe the Tigers should trade him. Okay, so Skubal ticked everybody off over the weekend, me included. I want to be here for this season. No, man, you don't get to dictate those terms, all right? That's not your prerogative. But, Rico, I'm going to ask you for 2 minutes here. Okay. 2 minutes, because you know as well as I do the compensatory pick's not great, but you're making the pros and cons list. I got a 20 to 30% chance to keep Tarek Skubal after the season. Historically, that's what the numbers are. I have the best chance to do something this year with Tarek Skubal. If I lose Skubal, I get a compensatory pick. There's no good players that go in the compensatory picks, right? Wait, boop, boop, boop. How about Aaron Judge? Compensatory pick. How about Corey Seager? Compensatory pick. How about Noah Syndergaard, Craig Biggio? Compensatory pick. Do you know why he hasn't already been traded? Because Scott Harris would get killed if you saw the lack of a haul that's being offered for him right now. And I'm going to illustrate that in a minute. It's not just he gives us the best chance this year. It's that if I trade Tarek Skubal for this, I would get absolutely slaughtered, beheaded. Let me give you an example. 3 executives spoke to Robert Murray on Fansided, 3 different baseball executives. The first said you'd get a top 100 prospect, top 15 prospect. Let's speak of that in terms that we all understand in our own prospects. So in exchange for Tarek Skubal, executive number 1, door number 1, you would be receiving Lorenzo, Andrew Sears, and Jesus Pinto. No, thank you. The second executive said 2 top 10 prospects within an organization. So you'd be getting Josue Briseño and Chris Rodriguez. I'm sorry, come again? The third executive gave the best offer, said a top 50 prospect and a top 100 prospect. Well, here's the problem. Top 100 prospects have a failure rate of 69%. So you're getting Bryce Rainier and Max Anderson. I'm looking at every single one of those deals, and I'm saying, you know what, man? I got a chance to keep him potentially. I got the best chance to do something this year. I know that. And if I lose him, is the difference between those hauls and a compensatory pick really all that?
I think you're cherry picking the compensatory picks. You're finding the best of the best and saying, oh, well, you could go out and get an Aaron Judge, or you can go out and get a Kevin McConaughey. That's not how it works. That's like saying, well, you could just draft a quarterback in the 6th round and he'll become Tom Brady. You don't get to do that. The reason why you know those names, it's because it's rare. Because most of your comp picks don't work out.
It's a pick at the end of the first round.
I'm just saying, they don't work out.
First round picks work out. Second round picks work out. You know as well. Do you think Scott Harris has confidence in his drafting ability? He does. He believes in himself.
I've yet to see his picks really come up and do something.
Rico, I have numbers to back you up there. Since 2012, picks in the 28 to 31 range have failed to produce a single player who reached 10 career wins above replacement. It is very rare that you're going to get that player at the compensatory slot. Isn't happening.
And if he believed in McGonigal so much, I'll still say, Scott, why didn't you bring him up last year in September so that he could have been on the playoff roster?
I agree with you there.
But I'm going to
McGonigal was selected where? 37th.
What I'm saying is this. If Skubal wanted to be here, it's real simple. The contract is sitting right here. Your agent has it. Pick up the phone and make a deal. He wants a ridiculous amount of money. I applaud the Tigers. I'm not signing you for some ridiculous deal. We can go short term. Now, if you wanted to sell me, hey, he's going to get a 4-year, $160 million deal. Okay, you'll get $40 a year, but only for 4 years. I'm not signing a 10-year deal with you. I'm not going to sit here and handcuff myself with another Miguel Cabrera deal. We're not doing that. You want to be here, then show you want to be here, okay? Take the Tinder off your phone, okay? And let's be in a relationship. But until then, no. I'm going to see what I can get for you because it beats sitting there with nothing. Let's be real.
But I just showed you.
Chances are none of them are going to work out, but at least I get more bites at the apple that way.
Well, no, to Rico's point just then, it's like you could show us the quote trades that are being floated around there. They are all better than a compensatory pick because they're all multiple players versus one player.
Except with a 69% failure rate, if you get 3, you really get 1 that hits.
Okay.
So you're getting 1 that hits.
Okay, but you're at the same rate as the compensatory pick. One player.
Okay. Or you're saying, okay, for 1 player, I'll keep Skubal for this year. 1 player that might be good 3 years from now. And none of these offers gave you 3 picks.
Okay, Mark,
not a single one of them.
Mark, I guess my thing is I think you're going to get more than that, okay? Because I think that when it boils down to it, it's going to be not necessarily teams value Skubal. I don't want you with my competition. I don't want you playing for Atlanta. I don't want you in Milwaukee. God knows the Dodgers don't need another arm. I got to do whatever it takes to keep the Dodgers from getting that arm. Okay? So that's where you may see some overpaying, not necessarily because I want you, because I don't need you in my competition's uniform.
Well, no, I hear all that.
You may, and let's just say you do get 3 players. Even if you get 2 beats is 1. 2 is better than 1. Like you got 2 bites rather than 1. The compensatory pick, you could ride this thing till it goes. He's not coming back here. You have a chance, in my opinion, to actually get a haul. I know a lot of experts are saying you're not going to get that. These same experts told you, 3 weeks ago, the Tigers are trading Skubal, and now they're all backing down.
These are
saying,
executives
Mark,
saying
what
that.
I'm saying is they don't know. They're speculating just like we are.
Fair.
3 weeks ago, he's being traded. Nope, he's not being traded. But because they're because they're the experts, we believe them.
My belief is that he hasn't been traded because what I just shared with you is close to what the offers are. If the offers were the king's ransom that you're surmising, I think he's already moved at this point.
I don't think he's going to get traded because I don't think Scott Harris wants that mark on his record. He knows what's right, but he doesn't want to do what's right. He knows this is the smart play. But I don't, because once again, he's going to get kicked out that Coney Island booth. Once you make this deal, now the crosshairs are on you. Now we expect this to work. Now you're going to judge the players that come in and are they any good compared to what he's doing for whatever other team you're doing. Did you play the game well? Scott knows that. If I don't do anything and I let Skubal walk, then I'm not the bad guy.
Scott Harris would rather look scared than look foolish.
You know what, Paul? Right there, buddy. I know you don't like me, but I like you. Right there. Paul hates me. I don't know.
So I think of an interesting question is because the Tigers, the new, remember 3 weeks ago it was 85% chance they trade him. Then it changed to last night, they're not going to trade him. Now, you know as well as I do, if they come out of the gates and they tank, right? They come out of the gates and they tank, that could shift very, very quickly. But when the word out there, ladies and gentlemen, is we're not going to trade him, is that smoke or is that fire? Right? Are they BSing you? Are they blowing smoke up your skirts? No. Or are they actually legitimately not going to move?
I don't think the Tigers are going to move them because I think, as Paul said, Scott would rather look scared than make a bad decision. He would rather let Skubal be the bad guy than him trading him, because if he trades him, now you're in the crosshairs.
But is this an Ohtani situation?
Absolutely.
With Ohtani, you knew he was gone. He actually didn't want to be there.
We'll discuss this next. 248-539-9797. Yeah, Skubal should be gone or not. 97.1.
97.1. I'm on Exile Island on this take. I'm used to being there. But the reality is, guys, I think that the why behind Tarik Skubal still being here is that the offers frankly stink. Yeah, number one prospect in baseball, Jesus Madej, Brewers. They've got the best prospect haul.
That's Jesus made to you.
That's right. Javier Baez, is that the game we're playing? So yeah, but the motherlode offer hasn't come in. If it had, he'd be a Milwaukee Brewer right now. Logan Henderson, Jesus Madej. It's not there. And when you look at the reported offers that are out there, I think keeping them, trading them could be 6-1, half dozen in the other. The same people that are saying trade him would be vilifying Scott Harris if he actually did move him for the offers that are presenting themselves.
See, I think he hasn't been traded because I don't think that the Tigers have put him on the market. I don't think the Tigers have said we're moving him, because here's the funny thing. The offers that you're seeing now are just kind of offers. But if the Tigers came out, Scott Harris is like, we're definitely going to trade him. All of a sudden, it's like an auction. It starts off, that bidding starts off low, and then overnight, the price skyrockets. And I think that's what you would see. You would see teams start kicking in packages saying, okay, we'll give you this and this person. Oh, okay, well, you know what? He's about to go to this team. Oh, you better. I don't want him playing for the Dodgers. I don't want him playing for Milwaukee. I don't want him playing for Atlanta. Lord, I don't want him in New York. So what are we going to do to keep him from New York? All right, how about we add this? Let's sweeten the pot. I think once the Tigers say we're going to move him, you'll see movement from other teams. But right now, I'm not going to give you my best deal off of speculation. You have to show me that the house is for sale. You have to show me that, okay, this will be available, and then I'll make a serious offer. But right now, I could drive past it all I want.
See, that's the analogy I was going to use. You're speaking of it like it's a house, and I don't think a player is a commodity like a house. Like, I believe they're getting offers today. They're getting offers tomorrow. Even though the house isn't listed for sale, the offers are still coming in, and they're weighing them, and they're no good.
Yeah, but you're getting lowball offers because the house is not there. I'm not going to come in there and offer you 5 times the amount, because you got to show me that you're willing to move out. If you're willing to move Skubal, offers will start showing up. Now, at that point, you could say not good enough, but you got to make the commitment of saying you're going to move him, and it goes back to what Paul says. He doesn't want to be looked that way.
Mark, who's going up to a house and looking around without a for sale sign on the front yard?
Oh, yeah, of course, but this isn't a house. It's a person. It's a player. Okay?
Same thing.
Different commodities.
Same
different
thing.
commodities, different
And also,
buying
why
and
would they
selling
have-
processes.
Why would they have the huge deal on the table now when there's still 2.5 weeks till the deadline? Teams are going to assess as they go. They're not going to give you their best offer 2 weeks before the deadline.
You see players move before the deadline. That happens.
You see players move, but the
Jahmai Jones.
The Tigers have to show they're serious about moving him. They haven't done that yet. That's been the biggest holdup. He's saying, I want to be here.
But you know what would
and the
make you
Tigers are
serious?
acting like they want him to be here.
You know what would make you serious? An offer. A legitimate offer. To the point where Scott Harris has to say, man, you know what? Given the probability we lose him, I'm not sure I can pass this up. Devers last year went right well before the deadline.
Right. But once you know that this person is, you can have access to this person. The Tigers are making it seem like don't even bother calling. So if that's the case, you know what? I'll wait, because if they're not serious, I'm not going to be serious. I'll throw out something just to show, yeah, here's something. But if you're serious, okay, I'll come with a serious package together.
You know what royally sucks about this worse than anything is that we're never going to know what the offers were. We're never going to know what the offers are. So we got to sit here twiddling our thumbs, arguing with each other over a bunch of hypotheticals when either we're going to know what the offer was because they accepted it, or they're going to keep him and we'll never know what offer was on the table that he passed up. And that's what stinks.
David, you look frustrated. Why are you frustrated?
Don't be frustrated,
All
David.
right, I'll say it, because you sound like Doug right now. Doug always says that. Oh, we don't know, so it's a bunch of speculation. What I will never speculate is we know he should have been traded 2 years ago. How about that? Then we would have gotten great deals 2 years ago. But we're here. Trade them and get what you can. It's better than a compensatory pick.
And I'll say this, the last couple years, Scott's trades have not been, I mean, the Erod blew up.
He's done a poor job
that blew
at
up
pro
in his
scouting.
face.
At pro scouting.
And I gave him credit for that because I don't think that was his fault. I think it was outside reasons why he couldn't trade Erod. I'll leave it at that. But last year, really, Charlie Morton? Okay.
Yeah, that was awful.
Right.
Paddock.
I don't think that he's serious because he told you, I don't want to be haunted by ghosts of the players that I gave away. He's afraid. You can't be a great general manager, president of baseball operation, and you're afraid. You have to be willing to just put them out there. And you know what? If it doesn't work, it didn't work. But you can't say it was for lack of trying.
There's also a chance that the other GMs might just think this guy's too scared to actually sit down and work a deal with me where we can actually make this happen.
Well, and also what we've heard is that the GMs that have spoken to him in the past have said what he's asking for, I don't think he really wants to move. He's asking for London, France, and everything in between. Right?
Which tells me you don't really want to move this guy because, okay, you're not being serious. So using the whole house thing, I want 10 times the value. Yeah, it's not worth 10 times the value. Come down on that, and maybe I'll give you twice the value. But you're asking for 10. And that's just, not going to happen. It's like Yzerman asking the deal that he asked for with the Stars. Yeah,
Langston. Oh, Wyatt Langton. I'm sorry. Whatever his name is. Langton. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Tigers kick off the second half of the season tonight. There's 66 games left. Detroit 6.5 games back in the division, just 3.5 back in the wild card tonight. They'll start a 3-game series against the Angels. A 9:38 first pitch. You can hear it right here on 97.1. Troy Melton pitching against Reed Detmers. Evan Woodbury says the Tigers are likely to make a move before tonight's game with Framber Valdez on the bereavement list. It could be a pitcher, could not be, just because all their guys are fresh at this point. According to Puck, Fox, ESPN, and Netflix are all interested in bidding for World Series rights in the future. World number 13 golfer J.J. Spawn and 8-time PGA Tour champion Patrick Cantlay have committed to the Rocket Classic. Day 2 of the British Open close to wrapping up. Lucas Herbert bolted 38 spots to take the lead. He's 8 under. Scheffler tied for 8th at 4 under. John Jansen said the following earlier this morning. With an air quality alert also impacting the New York and New Jersey area, ESPN is hearing that the World Cup final Sunday at MetLife Stadium is not under any threat currently. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Valente Enrico. Mark in for Mike today. Feel like I'm getting triple teamed in here, and I thought getting triple teamed was a lot more fun. But by everybody about the Tarek Skubal situation, guys, just being merciless towards me here today. Merciless, I tell you. But it's time for the Football Blitz. So here's what's interesting. How many shows do you hear do who's going to be worst to first? Happens every year in the NFL. Well, that's close to accurate, right? 20 of the last 23 years in the National Football League, there has been a worst to first team. But, for every yin, there's a yang. For every sunny day, there's a rainy one. How about this? 9 of the last 10 years, there's been a first to worst team in the National Football League. And last year, it was whom?
Right here.
Yeah, it was right here in the D. So it can't be us this year. Thank goodness gracious. Who is it most likely to be? Here are the contenders. The Denver Broncos, the Seattle Seahawks, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the New England Patriots, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Bears, the Chicago Bears. Those are your contenders to go first to worst. You know, unbelievably, there's greater odds of that than the worst to first. 20 out of 23, 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 is higher odds. We're going to see a first to worst this year. So we go around the room. Who is it going to be?
Oh, I got
first to worst.
I got it, because in this division, I think it flips. And I've been saying this for a while now. It's going to be the Jags. They go to last, and I'm just put it out there. The Tennessee Titans are going to win the AFC South this year. So the Jags will be my candidate to go from first to worst.
Cam Ward guy, huh?
I am.
Believer. All right, Cam Ward. Well, I don't want to quit while I'm behind with David, but I'm going to. It's the black and gold. And this to me is easy.
No.
I am a Shedeur Sanders truther.
Oh.
I believe in him. And I certainly believe in the other two teams in this division. All right? Old Man River is going to get the job done for me for Pittsburgh? Really? Pittsburgh is the only team for whom tomorrow never comes. All right? And guess what? You're going to be longing for days past, longing for Mike Tomlin when you see what happens this year to the black and gold. First. To last.
I think there's two. So I'm a little bit torn between the two, but I think ultimately Mark Ryan is right on this, and it is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because they're going to stink. Mm-hmm. Tomlin's gone. Aaron Rodgers is old. probably playing against his will because he's doing his buddy Mike McCarthy a favor.
Playing against his will. Wow.
I just don't see them, and I think the Browns will be better. I don't think they'll be great, but I think they'll be better than the Steelers, and I think the Ravens and Bengals are going to be the team battling it out to win the division. And I think the dark horse is probably maybe the Carolina Panthers fall from first to worst because that division always rotates so much. But for funny's sake and to drive David a little bit crazy, it's the Steelers.
So now it's time to bring somebody in. Somebody else to answer phones now. Can't have Paul anymore.
Okay. I'm going to say this. In order to go from first to worst, you really have to look at the worst team in the division because that'll help you. Because you can go from first to third, but for worst, that's why I can't give you the Steelers. David, I can't. I was going to joke and say that.
Thank you.
I can't.
They can go to third.
Cleveland is
but
awful.
Yes, thank you.
They're awful. When you have 20 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks, okay? They might as well run the Wildcat because they're a desperate team. They're playing for next year's season, so I can't go with Cleveland. The team who I really wanted to go with was New England, with all the distractions that they have in Club Brissini and all of this, but you also have the Jets in your division. So which means you can't go worse than the Jets because the Jets are awful.
Oh, don't forget about the Dolphins. You can't be worse than them.
I forgot about the Dolphins as well.
Most people do now.
You might as well put the Hurricanes in there for next year. That would be a better team.
Better team.
So those two are off the table. David, I get what you're saying about Jacksonville because I'm with you. I like Cam Ward. I like Tennessee. Jacksonville, I think, could be bad, but unless Trevor Lawrence goes down. Now, if he goes down, then yes, Jacksonville would be the betting favorite to be that first to worst team like you saw the Lions go last year. Even though they didn't lose their quarterback. That was just weird. Denver, I don't think the Raiders. The Raiders at some point are going to put their brand new shiny toy in, and that's going to be...
Denver's way too good for that.
I'm just
way
saying.
Too good.
But even if Bo Nix comes down, the fact that the Raiders are still the Raiders and they're still trying to figure things out, I don't see them giving up last place at all. The other one that you may want to watch out for, only because I think when you look at Philly, okay, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving pieces in Philly. Was it A.J. Brown, and now it's going to be addition by subtraction, or did A.J. Brown expose some things and this team just really isn't coherent? Jalen Hurts he just kind of walked away from
John Harbaugh with New York. Yeah. Lifting that organization. See, I don't do Philly because with Philly, as long as Dallas is in that division, you always know there's going to be an 8 and 9 team in that division.
Right, but I mean, I look at this and like if Philly falls apart, it may be kind of like last year with the NFC North. Last place and first place is not going to be that big of a difference, but the Lions still finished tied. They were tied with last place, but because they got swept by Minnesota, welcome. Put the dunce cap on, you got last place because you lost to Max Brosman on Christmas Day. I don't think it's going to be Chicago. I don't. Now, it's going to be a fist fight, and I think it's going to be tough. The one that I see really is Carolina. I think Carolina got gifted first place. And by gifted, they didn't earn it. It's because somebody else won a game. I think the Saints won a game, which gave them first place. That division's god-awful. There's razor-thin margin between. Carolina, if I had to put money on it, would be the team that goes from first to worst.
Well,
I think Tampa's better. I think Atlanta's better than them. And I think the Saints could be better than them.
And it doesn't take much to beat. 8 wins, and 6. So it doesn't take much to then flip and say, okay, I win 9 games and I win the division. And now I've won 6 games and I'm in last place.
Right. And then in the West, kind of like the Dolphins and the Jets and the Cardinals reside in the West. So you got 3 really good teams, and then you got a homecoming team for everybody in the Cardinals.
Here's why your point on Carolina is really interesting. And they're an obvious choice, right? Like I went away from the obvious choice. No, but you're wise for this reason. Number one, there's not an awful team in that division, in my opinion. Number two, 5 times in NFL history, you've had a team with a losing record win a division. Guess how many times the NFC South has done it? 3 of those 5 times. That's what that division does. Every year, death taxes in the NFC South blows.
So, yeah, I look at Tampa. I look at Atlanta. I think they're going to be better than Carolina. And then it's New Orleans. And I think when you're looking at New Orleans, they're on their way up. I think Carolina is probably going to be parting ways with Bryce Young, and they're going to be going into the quarterback market next draft. So I think he's going to end up getting benched. For me, it's Carolina, followed by Philadelphia. And then if I had to choose, only because the division is so hard, then I would go with the Chicago Bears. Only because, once again, in this division, 11 wins, 9 wins, 9 wins, 9 wins. The difference, it was a tie. Green Bay had a tie, which put them in second and in the playoffs. And that tie was the big difference between them and the Lions. So if you think about it.
I remember being in Carolina when they made that trade for the number 1 pick in Bryce Young. That is one of the worst overall number 1 selections of all time. And you say, whoa, why? Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell had all the makings physically, right? You missed on the mentality. Bryce Young.
That purple drink.
Yeah. Bryce Young had no makeup of anything, didn't have the physical tools ever to merit being anything above a 3rd or 4th round pick. I mean, like, just the decision-making process that this little minion is our guy. That minion, that's the minion I want. Number 1 overall pick. What? You can understand Ryan Leaf. You can explain Jamarcus Russell. You can't explain that.
But yeah, Jacksonville, I'd like to say so, but the Steelers, David, I think they're piling on. So long as
It's a bunch of
Cleveland,
slander.
So long as Cleveland exists, they will be in last. I'm sorry. You could be a Shedeur Sanders truther all you want. He's not an NFL quarterback. Okay?
They've been drafting really good lately, though, Rico. Their roster's really good.
They don't have a quarterback, Paul.
They do not have a quarterback.
They're
You
the
were right about
Cleveland
that.
Browns, man.
Okay.
You can't say anything's good about them.
They lost the best player, okay? Now, they got a lot of picks. Now, if they get a quarterback, maybe they can turn it around. They won't turn it around next year, Paul. They want a quarterback in next year's draft.
No.
2 votes for Pittsburgh, a vote for Jacksonville, and a vote for Carolina to go
Pittsburgh,
first to worst.
Guys, Cleveland is awful. Quit trolling David.
Cleveland's roster is better than Pittsburgh's roster.
Pittsburgh, as weird as he is, they have a quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. Okay?
We'll see.
Cleveland doesn't. You said Bryce Young was Shedeur Sanders. I mean, he might as well go out there and just play 500 because he's not a quarterback.
Did those massages make Deshaun Watson forget how to throw?
He just hasn't played, and he got injured.
Make that make sense to me. 248-539-9797. That's your Football Blitz. You know, no one likes to be the guy where it's like everyone in the office, all of your friends is like, oh my God, you haven't done this. You haven't seen this. And everyone always makes you feel dumb about it. Well, in this case, I probably should feel dumb because The Odyssey is a movie that's out. I even put it in a commercial in terms of odds because it's the odds-on favorite to be the movie of the year. I'm going to be truthful with you, okay? Admission is the first step towards recovery. The truth shall set me free, or it'll get me fired, one of the two. The only Odyssey I know anything about is spelled Audacy, and that's the company that we work for.
Signs your checks.
Yeah. They sign the checks. Now, I'm like, hey, what's this movie about? And I got David lying to me in the red corner. I got Paul Sarah lying to me in the blue corner. And I got Rico looking at me with this bleep-eating grin that means he's about to mess with me.
No,
so,
it's
guys,
like, I thought, you read the book as a kid.
No, I read The Great Gatsby, which blew, okay? I read The Scarlet Letter, okay? I will never get that time back. That's time that will never, those books should have never been written. They were that bad. Okay. But no, didn't read The Odyssey.
As David said, it's about it's a woman who goes to
about a female chef.
Really?
Culinary school.
Well, now you have me interested.
And she's trying to make her way through. And
is it Martha Stewart or Rachel Ray?
No. It's like this competition, and she's trying to go through, and it's the different meals that she has to prepare in order to get there. So that's the thing. And, she's allergic to certain food, and her final meal that she has to cook are all the foods that she's allergic to. So she can't even taste it.
So you guys don't know this about me, but my wife and I do a televised cooking show. This is a true story.
Whoa.
We do a televised cooking show. So this movie that you're telling me about fits in beautifully with that.
Your wife probably knows about this.
Yes, she does.
Well, here's what's crazy, though, is when I said this to you in the bullpen, we're preparing for the show, I was trying to be funny, and then we start going through and everyone's saying, well, do you still not know? And he's like, okay, well, the clues I have is it's about a female chef. And I'm like, oh, you believe this?
Hey, I didn't win most gullible for nothing, right?
No, it's a 10-year journey of King Odysseus.
Okay.
It's after a war. Long story short, he's trying to get home to his wife, and he gets sent around in circles because the gods don't feel like he didn't appease them. He kind of took too much credit.
Should I choose to believe this? Is this one that I want to believe?
You should actually choose.
I think the Rachel Ray is more believable than this.
So it's kind of one of these journeys where they go on all of the different things, and they run into the sirens, the women who can sing, and they crash ships because you become so mesmerized by their songs that you crash your ship. But you find out later that was the whole point of them doing that. Like, there's the Cyclops that they're going to run into. There's so many different things in Greek mythology that they're going to run into. And then the whole time, he's presumed dead, and his wife is like, well, I don't know if my husband is dead or not after, 10 years. He's been gone. And, I won't give it away how it ends, but yes.
Have you ever seen the movie Oh Brother, Where Art Thou by the Coen brothers?
No, I try not to.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if you saw that, it's basically like the actual version of that movie.
Okay. Well, can I say this? When is the last time we had a really good original idea for a movie? Does it seem like, do you know what the number one show on Netflix is this week? Little House on the Prairie.
No
and
way.
I just refuse. Like, I'm like.
Yeah, I saw that. I was just like, is that for real?
The original, or did
No,
they remake it?
They're remaking it.
Remake it because we have no original
But I don't
ideas.
need, they're remaking A Different World. I don't need remakes.
No, A Different World, I guess, is...
Oh, it's the child.
It's their kid.
It's their kid, yeah.
Going to college.
Yeah, but it's still a lack of an original idea.
I get you,
Why
man.
is it that all the original ideas happen in the 70s and 80s?
Okay, but here's the thing. First of all, there's not a ton of original ideas, just like there's not a ton of original songs. They've all kind of been written. You just reword them if you think about them. This is, okay, let's take a classic book that I guess most people didn't read, and let's turn it into this. Think, as I told Mike, think 300. It's that type of a movie where there's a lot of special effects. Like, this is a movie you probably want to see in the IMAX. A lot of special effects, a lot of different, CGI stuff that you hate.
Oh, I hate it.
But
I can't believe you like that. You're with me on this, right, ladies and gentlemen? CGI is awful.
What?
It's awful. I know it's fake. I can't suspend disbelief, David. I know I'm watching something contrived.
So you'd rather see in the Avengers Thor with some strings attached to him up in the air?
No, I'd rather have it be believable that I know it's not 32-bit graphics putting it together.
So did you walk out of Jurassic Park 5 minutes in well, dinosaurs and humans? Come on.
But what they did in the dinosaur models for that's better than anything out today. You know it. Jurassic Park, Jurassic Kicks, every other movie that's out there today. And it's not all this CGI nonsense. It destroys it. Oh, gosh. Help David, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, here's the
Help
thing.
David out.
Okay, I will put the airport scene in Captain America.
Oh, yeah. Civil
War over any Jurassic Park movie. Just the airport scene.
And I will take any CGI and put it behind all that stuff.
When Ant-Man turned to giant and it was just like, oh my God, tiny guy went big. Tiny guy went big. Yeah. That, Spider-Man, all of it. Oh, come on, man.
Didn't see it. You know why? CGI.
You haven't seen any of the Marvel movies?
I saw the first Spider-Man, and that was enough for me.
Hold on. You say the first Spider-Man, the one
Like
with Tom
Tobey
Holland
Maguire?
or the one with Tobey Maguire?
Maguire.
Wow.
So you haven't seen Iron Man. You haven't seen
I saw Black Panther.
That's it.
Yeah. I'm not interested. Doesn't do it for me. You keep your CGI, all right? I want a real story.
Have you seen any of the Lord of the Rings movies? Maybe the greatest trilogy of all time.
Not really my thing. I've seen it.
So
I
you
sat
just-
through it.
so
I
you
didn't leave early like I did with Apollo 13. I left that one early. But
You left Apollo 13?
left? Oh, come on,
So
man.
you just watch chick flicks?
No, I watch really good adventure movies like Shawshank Redemption, like funny stories, Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Apollo 13
right?
wasn't even CGI. They were in a simulator.
Yeah, it was awful. It was awful.
It's a true story.
One of my favorite movies.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. Well, that explains all the sharp, pointy objects that are getting thrown in my
Now,
direction.
did you walk out of 7 and be like, I didn't even get to see her head in the box? What kind of movie
No,
is
I
this?
love the movie 7. I love it. And guess what that didn't have? CGI. I love the movie 7. You use CGI to overcompensate. You see those trucks outside? They're all souped up. What is he compensating for? They're using CGI these days to compensate for the fact that they can't write good stories anymore. Did you go to the movies more often now or 20 years ago? Thank you. I've proven my point.
You think Back to the Future is a bad movie, Mark?
No, Mark, the reason why there hasn't been any good movies, like COVID killed the movie industry. But before COVID, man, I had just got the movie pass because I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. I could just go and watch movies as many as I want.
And to be fair, for me, I don't go to the movies now, not because the movies aren't good. It's because I have 3 kids.
And if you go to the movies, you got to bring them along. And
Correct.
Have you seen a kid's movie these days? They're exhausting.
They're amazing.
So let me get this.
I'm exhausted by that. They don't stop.
Zootopia 2 is amazing.
Let it go. Let it go.
So let me get this. So you didn't watch Forrest Gump?
Oh, I love Forrest Gump.
CGI.
Love Forrest Gump. Some, but the story saves the day.
Wait, so you mean that Forrest actually met all the presidents?
No,
and
come on.
Told them I got
the story.
pick.
CGI is not at the core.
He's the one that made the phone call for Watergate.
Right. You said you didn't like CGI.
No. Wait a minute. There are levels to this. There's levels to this.
The movie starts off with the feather. You do realize that wasn't a real feather, right?
Come on.
You do
There's
realize
levels
that.
to this.
No, you said I hate CGI.
When the movie is based on CGI, like the Marvels, like the Planet of the Apes, I'm out.
Like Forrest Gump?
I'm out. When you have a legitimate story that sucks you in, I'm in. Sign me up.
Mark walked out of the Matrix not because of the CGI, but because he
The
saw the
Matrix
2 colored
sucks.
pills and was like, "There's going to
I
be more
hated
than 2
that
colored
movie.
pills in the future."
Okay.
I hated the Matrix.
You can leave.
Okay.
Wow.
I'll see you guys
know what?
later.
You
It's
can
been
leave.
fun.
I'll finish this show to 6. You can get the hell out. That's one of my favorite movies.
It's awful.
Oh, boy.
A dream inside of a dream inside of a dream. No, thank you. I'll live in reality.
That's Inception.
It isn't a dream in a dream.
That's the wrong movie.
That's Inception. I thought of Inception. Matrix wasn't my favorite, but Inception is really
I will
bad.
say this: the second and third Matrixes were bad. The first one was great.
The third Matrix was bad. The second one was good. The first one was good. That fourth one never should have been made.
See, now we know who called in the drops tournament yesterday and didn't know who Chappelle was.
Right.
It was Mark Ryan.
That was me. You didn't realize that?
The Matrix, it was a dream inside of a dream inside of a dream. That's Inception, and I also like that movie as well.
I feel like I got my ass kicked less in third grade than I am right now. I'll be here till the end of the show, I think.
Who said it is next?
97.1. 97-1. Rico, the conversation about the movies just continued right into the commercial break. Rico, in disbelief that I'm not into superhero movies.
You don't have
When
to
I was
be.
9 years old, I got rid of all my superhero toys. If you still have them, that's fine.
You don't. Actually, I do.
Wow.
They're actually quite valuable, by the way.
You can still have them. He kept all of his Avengers and a Hulk, and you can still have them. But I sold them at a garage sale when I was 9.
And I hope I bought them from you.
Maybe you did. Maybe you did.
This is amazing.
Just for the record, they are quite valuable.
I'm sure they are.
I stumbled across a comic book that I
Hope
have.
the person who got them for me enjoyed them.
I was shocked at the value of that book. So, yeah. You know what? Let's just do Who Said It.
Who said it?
I can't get enough. This is amazing.
Because I was like, oh, I've never watched The Dark Knight.
Never?
No. I'm not into superhero movies. I'm a grown-ass man.
Not even go for it. David, help me. Just please.
Mark sold all those collectibles for a cool $5, and 10 years later, that guy sold it for $100,000.
Probably.
He went to the store like, I can go and buy this and this and this and candy.
I got sweet tarts. He has a home. All right,
let's do this, guys. Number 1. That's the problem. Scott Boras would not listen to the Tigers in trying to negotiate a long-term extension. He wasn't having it. So there was no $350 million offer to have had because they wouldn't listen.
One more time, David.
That's the problem. Scott Boras would not listen to the Tigers in trying to negotiate a long-term extension. He wasn't having it. So there was no $350 million offer to be had because they wouldn't listen.
I may have been on this show. I'm going Gator. But I don't know for sure.
Paul?
Man, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, David. 6 to 6, 6 to 8.
Oh, yeah, I didn't give eligibility. Let's go 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
No, man. I'm going to say
6 to 6. I'm sorry, 6 to 6.
Oh, I was. You know what? I'm glad you said that because I was going to go Rieger.
I was about to go Rieger too. I'll go with Gator then. I'll say Mark maybe has some inside info.
How confident do you feel?
55-45.
All right, we'll roll with the new guy who doesn't watch movies.
If I don't get this right, it's all over for me. I should just pack it up and
I
leave
told
now.
you to leave a couple minutes ago.
Who said it?
Okay. There you go. All right.
And the truth shall set me free.
Number 2, they're looking for a fall guy. They need Ward Manuel to be their fall guy.
Well, we know it ain't Jansen because he didn't say a thing about it. They need Ward Manuel to be their fall guy. Was Doug? Doug wasn't around either when that came out. Guys, help me out here. I'm trying to talk.
I don't think Doug says that. So.
They are leaving you hanging.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just staring at me. I'm like,
Well, wait a minute.
This could
Okay.
be a group effort.
In the movie Liar, Liar, another really good movie, Jim Carrey, Liar, Liar,
Just stop
he
talking.
has ink all over him. And you know what he says? It was me.
It's you?
That was me.
Okay, well, Mark Ryan.
Okay.
Are we all in?
We're all in.
Who said it?
Okay, just for the record, Paul, if you're here next Friday, David's going to give you the hardest Who Said It's.
No.
I'm off next Friday, so I'll be listening because we've gotten 2 in a row. Collectively, he hates that.
All right, so this next one has 2 people. It's a conversation. Johnny Gill, the former late add to New Edition, was that after Bobby Brown left? Really good too, by the way. Johnny Gill? Yeah, underrated. Great, Johnny Gill.
Okay. I have less than no idea about this.
I just want to go the morning show because that just makes it even funnier. Because that's like the whitest show ever. And they're talking New Edition and Johnny Gill.
I'm going to go Heather Parks.
Do we got to get both or can we just get one?
I would like you to get both, but if you're in the show range, that'll work for me too.
Is this also 6-6?
Yeah, all of it. The whole game.
Johnny
6-6.
Gill. I'm going to go. Who would. You know what? I'm going to go Heather and Gov.
That's hilarious if that's what it is.
I want this to happen. I need this to happen. I'm going Heather and Gov.
I have no idea who could have done this. I'll say you and Mike Rico.
Now, if it was Prince, yes, that would have worked. I hate Prince. He sucks. Michael Valeni.
Did you give a guess, Mark?
I did. I said Heather Parks.
All right. Who said it?
Swing and a miss just a bit outside.
Paul should be ashamed of himself.
Was that today?
That was today. And Paul answered phones for that show.
Do you
today.
listen to the shows that you're on, Paul? No?
I try to.
No.
Wow.
How did that happen? How did you miss that? Wow. Mind blown.
Number 4. You're trying to trade for a guy that you could have drafted. And then you drafted a guy that you just traded that was supposed to be one of the saviors.
Wait, one more time, because I think
You're trying to trade for a guy that you could have drafted. And then you drafted a guy that you just traded that was supposed to be one of the saviors.
I'm going Milkman Milliken.
See, I think that was our show. And I'm trying to think, was that me or Mike? I'm going to say that was Mike. I'm going to say Mike said that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Mike too because it's about the Wyatt Johnston trying to get Wyatt Johnston and they took Kosa ahead of him and then they got rid of Kosa and they tried to get John. I'm gonna say it was Mike.
I went Gov.
To come see Tom.
Okay. So we're all in. Who said it?
Look at that.
How about that?
Okay.
Now, if you listen to me on movies, we'll really be getting places.
So is this like the movie quiz show?
It is something like that. You know what it is?
How many foods did start with Q, do you know?
Quiche. That's it, though. Anyone else? Foods that start with Q? Anybody?
Number 5 here. Let's go with number 5 here. The GM's job isn't to cash in assets. The GM's job is to try and win the World Series. And you are preoccupied with cashing in the assets for a team that would likely be the number 2 seed in the American League.
Boy, I sound like the only one here that would say that, and I know that wasn't me.
I'm trying to think. Was anybody else? It was Stoney.
See, this I think I know because I think this is also from today.
Oh, I was going to say cookies.
I think it's Doug Karsh.
I'm going cookies.
I'm going Doug Karsh as well.
Who said it?
That was today?
That was today. So let me explain to Paul what you're supposed to do is wait to go last.
Right. It's the Evan Jenkins rule.
You're supposed to, yes, jank yourself.
I
That's
think
what
I
you're
just delivered the highest batting average that has ever happened on that segment.
You know
I
who's
got
upset?
one more.
It's Jeff Rieger. He plays in this car, but he never gets it live. Go ahead.
One more here. Was it Chris? Was it Steve? Was it Dylan? There's 3 sides to this story that you could take either of the angles and it would make sense.
Go ahead, Mr. Perfect.
I am going to go with eeny, meeny, miny, Rico Beard.
I'm going to go with John Jansen on that.
Yeah, I think I said this, David. I think this guy may have gotten all of them.
Who said it?
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful, gentlemen. Really. Don't hate me.
You need to get a life.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I
go
do.
watch movies.
Right, go watch a movie.
I'm watching this movie right here. What are we doing? Yeah, what you missed, David, is I just spent my whole week trying to get this right. Somehow knowing I would be in on this segment today. That's what it was.
Well,
I
that's who
feel
said
like
it.
winning this is like bragging to a girl that you just beat a video game. It has like the same energy. It's like you guys are looking at me like you don't watch superhero movies, but you know all of these.
Congratulations. You
Thank
went
you.
82-0.
Thank you very much.
Well,
I appreciate it.
That's who said it. And now we'll be embarrassed because Paul he has something for us next. 97-1.
Great to be with you. Valeni and Rico, Mark Ryan in for Mike here on 97.1. All right, so I'm a dude who I tend to worry about things I can't control. And everyone always says worry about what you can control. I don't do well with that.
Okay.
I have no control over this segment. It is making me anxious. It is making me jittery. What's hurting this even more is Paul Sarah sitting there with a bleep-eating grin on his face and holding papers like he's very, very prepared. So I am afraid. I am very afraid. We've got your blitz for you right here.
Let's get to it.
Okay, so I want Mark, I want Rico, I want David to put on your detective caps for a second, and I'm going to put out a thing, and I'm going to give you theory A, theory B. You tell me what you think's going on.
Well, so we're going to figure out LeBron James' next team? Okay, let's go.
That's on here, but we'll not get to that yet.
Oh, okay.
So first of all, we're going to start with Tarek Skubal's comments. He said he wants the Tigers to be buyers at the deadline, but then he's apparently also telling his friends he doesn't want to be traded from the Tigers. So let's go with theory A. He wants to be he wants the Tigers to be buyers and not get traded at the deadline because he thinks they have a legit chance to win it all, and he thinks they will before he leaves the team via free agency. Or B, it's simple. He doesn't really care what happens to the team once he's gone. He just doesn't want to get traded because he hates the idea of moving multiple times in the next few months.
I think it's A. I mean, I think he wants to see it through, and I think he would feel guilty, piecing out of something before he sees it through. But at the same point, man, if you're not willing to put a ring on it in the form of a long-term contract, you don't get to say, hey, Rico, I'm going to break up with you in November. In November, I'm going to break up with you. No, man. What must happen eventually needs to happen immediately. It's bleeper get off the pot time right now.
I have an answer, and hopefully, Paul, it's C, and you don't take away 100 points like Kenny used to do. But I think it's C. He wants to win. He thinks his team can actually win. Not a World Series, but they're on a hot run. He knows I'm not going to be here long term, but let's just ride this thing till the wheels come off. And when the wheels come off, I'll be on a new team. That's where I think he is.
I hope you do take points from him because that was not a choice. I'm going with B. It's because he doesn't want to move twice. He's only looking forward to one move when he finally signs his deal and he's out of here. Goes wherever or he stays, whatever. But he doesn't want to move twice.
Okay. Now let's go to the Tigers trade deadline. So theory A, they keep Skubal, buy a few marginal bullpen arms, which will ultimately prove fruitless, get knocked out in the wild card round, and then lose Skubal for nothing in free agency. Or B, they trade Skubal, buy a high-end bullpen arm, a good right-handed bat, but miss the playoffs altogether.
Whoa.
Go ahead. After you.
I'll get my points back on this one because I will stick to the choices. A, marginal things. Last year showed you Scott Harris doesn't make major moves because he doesn't want to be haunted. And when Skubal leaves, they'll get the comp pick and they'll say, well, McGonigal was his comp pick, so it can work. And that's what they'll do.
I think that is the answer. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. I think it's going to be A. I think they're going to make marginal moves and keep Skubal, but you hope one of those marginal moves is a bat.
I'm going with A only because it has in there they lose him for nothing. I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to lose him for nothing.
Okay, let's go over to the Pistons, and let's look at Trajan Langdon's offseason. So let's go with theory A. He did his due diligence in contacting all the big-name free agents and trade targets, but was truly just unable to make a deal happen. Or B, he sat down at the Coney Island and ordered the Detroit GM special.
I want to go with B because of the Coney thing, but I think it's A because the reports are coming out that the price was just too high. So he tried, but just didn't get a deal done.
but David, it's B. And just so that you guys know, the GM special is this theory that Rico came up with, that all these GMs congregate together and they discuss how they can essentially screw over the city by doing nothing, right? Let's be conservative and just win just enough. It'll keep you just long enough not to lose your job. Langdon looks, but Langdon's problem is he values his own guys as much as Brad Holmes does. And he has the same philosophical feeling as Scott Harris does about his prospects. So he values them more than anybody else does. He looked, but did he really look if it's not a trade any other GM would make?
Yeah, I'm going to go with B because I do think that, look, this is in the graphic city. You just want to be in the graphic. You don't want to win titles here. You want to be relevant and have people say, oh, well, this is an up-and-coming team. And after a while, you can only be up-and-coming. After a while, you're a failure. Paul, I think he went out there. He made calls, but he didn't want to be a big boy and pay the price to being great. He just decided, I'll be good.
By the way, I think the Detroit GM special is plain oatmeal, dry toast, and a glass of warm milk. Nothing that'll upset the stomach.
And don't forget egg whites.
Okay, let's go to LeBron James. Last one here. LeBron James. Theory A, he's legitimately considering all his options and discussing his future with his family on where he'll end his career. Or B, he's basically known this whole time where he'll end up playing next, but wants to milk the headlines for all they're worth.
Yeah, I'm convinced his son is going to get another paycheck if he just waits a little bit longer. That's what he did last time, remember? If I just wait until this date, my son's contract becomes guaranteed. I think...
That already came and went. His son got $2.5 million.
I think he wants to go to Golden State. I think he's deciding between what he wants and legacy, and I think he knows he needs more championships for his legacy. Legacy would be in Philadelphia. I think he's really conflicted here.
I think he already knows where he's going. I think it's Cleveland. All the clues are there because he said the clues are out there. He's been a lot, he's done some things in the state of Ohio. He's going back home to Cleveland.
I'm going to pull a Rico here. It is C. He's an attention whore. That's all it is.
Yeah. Okay. Nope. Take away points.
Who won?
All right.
I won. Thank you very much. Hold your applause. I'll be here. No, I won't be here all week. I'll just be here today. Coming your way next, we are pulling no punches on the Jahmyr Gibbs conversation. What do you do in the Lions pickle? 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers open up a 3-game series against the Angels tonight. LA tied for the worst record in baseball. They stumbled into the break as well, winning just 2 of their last 12 games. Reed Detmers starts against Troy Melton. Melton's been one of the more consistent arms for the Tigers, carrying a 1.82 ERA in his last 8 starts post-injury. He's given up 10 earned runs combined in his last 2 as well as Detmers. Mike Trout, coming off his first All-Star appearance in a couple years, slugging 18 homers this season. 9:38, the first pitch, right here on 97.1. On the farm, number 3 prospect, Jose Busueño has been activated from the 60-day injured list. Number 5 prospect, Tyrone Lorenzo, also started rehab. The Guardians lead the AL Central. They're still without star Jose Ramirez, but he's progressing in his day-to-day at this point. The Guardians just postponed their game with the Pirates tonight because of the smoky air. Lucas Herbert bolted 38 spots in the British Open to take the lead. He's 8 under. Bryson DeChambeau received a 2-shot penalty, dropping him from 2nd to 5th. The NFL has officially suspended Arizona Cardinals director of scouting Ryan Gold for violating the league's gambling policy. Quote, the league's investigation determined that Gold provided confidential, non-public inside information regarding 26 draft selections by the Cardinals before they were announced, and that Mr. Gold participated in parlay bets on NFL and college games, end quote. Michigan State basketball announced they'll take on Tennessee on the road this season, November 17th. The Pistons also wrapping up Summer League against the Heat with a 9 o'clock tip at the Corwell House Sports Desk.
Valenti Enrico. Mark Ryan in for Mike here on 97.1. Rolling on until 6 o'clock. Hope you guys are doing very, very well on this Friday and getting some fresh air, man, because this has been just brutal. Just brutal.
Real quick, if I may. Jeremy, I do have a question for you.
Okay.
Have you used your grill yet?
I have not, but you didn't hear the crosstalk earlier, huh? So John Jansen said he's bringing me his extra propane tank on Monday.
When did you become the station charity case?
I don't know. I don't know, but he said he got a new grill and he doesn't need it. So I'm like, sure, I'll take it. Why not?
Okay.
That's awesome. Good for you.
Do you know what the first thing you're going to cook?
Well, they also asked that. I'm starting simple. I don't know.
Do it
hot
simple.
dogs, hamburgers.
Do it simple. Do hot dogs, hamburgers. Do it simple.
Hot dogs for the kids, hamburgers
There's
for us.
levels to this. Rico's going to be looking down on you in terms of his skill level for the next 30 years because
I'll never reach. He's got like 5 grills.
That
literally.
sounds like an insult. Rico's barbecue is the best I've ever had in my life.
Really?
In my life.
Wow. Hold on, though.
In my life.
So this show got you the grill.
Yeah.
The morning show is getting you the propane.
Yeah.
So we need a contribution from Doug and Gator.
That's
what
true.
What are they going to get you?
I don't know.
You know what? They're going to get you some side items. Doug's going to bring in a bushel of kale and tell you to be respectful.
What a waste.
Chicken
kale, salads. What a waste.
Wait, can Doug eat kale? Now that everything gives you.
Oh, well, I don't think kale's on the list. Of
I guess he can't eat nothing but chicken right now.
Lettuce.
We all agree, right, that salads are a waste of space?
No.
Total waste of space.
I'm disappointed because I used to bring the salad bags to work, and they're the bags that are impacted. And I'm like, I'm so glad I didn't eat it.
Wait, you don't wash the salads in the bags?
No, they're pre-washed.
They're not pre-washed.
You never trust the pre-wash.
They're not pre-washed.
I trust the pre-wash.
Yeah, but
they're not pre.
That's why the horn's growing out of your head.
Well, how would you? I don't know. I mean, it'd be pretty hard to wash at work because there's a bunch of tiny pieces.
No.
Do you trust the pre-wash?
It's very simple. Cut the top of the bag, hold it under
some water.
Shake
Really?
the bag.
You guys all do this? Really?
It's triple washed and ready to eat.
It is not.
Do you read?
Paul in an apartment does not
triple wash.
Does not triple wash.
How many times do they need to wash it?
No, I open the bag, dump it in the thing, and eat it.
Yes.
Oh,
you
boy.
guys are kidding me. You quadruple wash this thing?
Oh, boy.
How many washes is enough where you don't have to do it?
I don't care. I'm going to
wash it again.
Put it under the sink.
Well, I
in
might
the bag.
now.
Shake the bag. Let the water drain out.
Or in my opinion, I'm washing it for the first time because I don't know if it's ever been washed.
Right. I don't need some
Not
guy
trusting.
Right.
You are not trusting, David.
somebody who just quit that day at Dole. And yeah, you know what? Screw these guys. I ain't washing them.
So David doesn't eat at restaurants then. That's what he's telling me.
You don't trust anybody.
Not at buffet restaurant.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I don't do the buffet restaurant.
No. Well,
I
I don't blame you there.
So
David just checks with the waiter. Now, this salad's been triple washed, right?
I walk back there.
Okay,
Can I actually have some water in a bag? I'm going to shake it up before I eat this, actually. Yes.
Well, you learn something new every day. Triple washed isn't enough for these bougie foodies that we have in here.
No, no. You know what? You don't talk to me, right? You shut your mouth while you're talking to me.
Well, then
You probably don't even know the reference to that movie, do you?
He bought you a gift card, though. Where
I
was
did.
it?
No, he lost a bet. That's why I got the gift card. He didn't do it out the kindness of his heart. He lost a bet.
I lost a bet, but I
Yes.
made sure I paid him up because of all the great barbecue that I've gotten. I felt like this was owed.
So what has he given you? What?
Oh, like the first time. And again, hopefully the statute of limitations has passed on this because there was a day where Rico said to me, don't tell anybody I'm giving you this now.
Right.
Okay.
And he just
did.
Go ahead.
So one of those whole,
Told everybody.
one of
Right.
those whole trays, like silver plated trays, and it had every kind of thing in it. And it was right when I got here. It was chicken.
Raw salad.
No, absolutely not raw
Kale.
salad. Rico and I would not be friends if there was any salad in there. All right.
I didn't know that you didn't do movies and you don't do salad.
First rule on a first date. Just, I'm taking you out. I'm treating my whole life. Just don't get a salad.
Yeah, Rico made sure to triple wash the brisket before he gave it to me.
Thank you very much, Rico. You didn't trust them, so I appreciate it. It was extra safe because I got it from you. Thank you very much.
So burgers and dogs.
Burgers and dogs. But
Okay.
I think it's going to have to be early next week, right? Because if he's given me a propane tank.
I just wondered, like, have you went out and got a tank? But no, that's good. So,
Yeah.
okay. I would be interested to see. No, I'm not judging you. I just want to know what's the first thing.
Well, I'll make sure if I send you a photo, it doesn't include any landscaping,
Bruh.
so there's no question marks.
Okay,
about what
you know what? All I gotta say is, my man Tom, who tweeted that
Yeah?
picture.
AI.
Tom,
it looks
that was A+.
It looks scarily real. It
because
does.
he didn't overdo the AI. If you didn't know better, you would have thought that, man, Jeremy, you really need to cut the weeds in your backyard. Like he didn't make it look like he was part of some rainforest, but it was pretty.
Well, that's what it's going to look like when we have to sit inside when the smoke sticks around for a whole year, right?
For an entire year.
But yeah,
You're coming along. You're doing just fine. You're coming along.
Trim the backyard, cut the grass, then take the photo. Or better yet, just send me the photo.
That's what I'm.
And don't put it on social media.
I'm not going to anymore, and they don't deserve it.
Just make sure Doug and Gator get you something. Because if they don't, then they're
What
not
could
respectful.
they get him? Well, you know what?
Some sauce. I don't
Get
know.
him the hot dogs.
No, get him the Smock number one dad chef. There
That's
you go.
it. That's it.
Number one chef and dad, something like that.
Yep.
There you go. That's what they can get you.
Well, I gotta have
Deadbeats.
I gotta have not popular stuff more often now. I mean,
There you go.
That's great.
And now you're moving on up, man.
He's coming in the show next week. Man, I don't have a car. I mean,
Well, David, here's the funny thing. I walk over to the J side, and they're like, I need a Blackstone. I can use this. I'm like, you need a job.
It's like Jim's like, what do I have to do to get one of those grills? And I'm like, well, tell him you don't have one. That's the first step, I guess.
Jeremy's going to start slipping in like advertisements. Pepsi is the taste of a new generation, right, guys?
It was just an organic thing. I was sitting here the fourth weekend of July 3rd, and I'm talking to Otto, and
I came in after that,
Right, and
he was giving you crap.
I'm talking to Otto. No, because I'm talking to him. I don't know if you saw this movie, but it felt like the scene in the 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yes.
And,
No CGI.
Right.
Great movie.
Right. And they're sitting there talking, and it's just like, so Otto, you know what I mean, right? And he's like, yeah, they feel like sandbags, right? Like, that's not how you. Otto, do you have a grill? I don't.
Oh, boy.
Right. I'm just talking about grilling, and he's just giving me this glassed over look like, yeah,
and then it
sure.
became lecture time because you're a dad.
I
you're
grill
a husband.
I grill meat all the time. Yeah, that's great. And Otto, you've never grilled, have you?
No. It's never happened.
So when Paul gets a house, his housewarming gift is going to be a grill too. Is that accurate?
I don't know.
You don't think Paul will grill?
Paul may. Paul doesn't like me.
I don't think Paul's a griller.
Keep saying that.
Paul will cook something, and the next thing you know, I'm like, he's in the hospital, guys. I need a GoFundMe. Help me out, Paul.
He does.
I did say to Jeremy he should troll on social media and take another photo in front of his gas grill with a bag of charcoal and be like, I'm ready to fire this thing up.
Oh, my God.
That's great.
See, if people would think it's funny, I would, but people get offended. It's like,
Okay,
oh my
first of
gosh,
all,
you have a
first-
weed in your
first-
crack. Like, what?
No,
Okay,
as it comes to
Jeremy.
think of it, you're going to blow your face off. Don't
No.
quit.
Jeremy, first of all, remember this.
Yes.
Who cares?
No,
The people on social media, their main job is to tear you down.
That's true.
To feel better about themselves.
That's true.
That's it. Oh, because your lawn could have been perfectly manicured, and you know what they would have said? Oh, look at this guy. I bet you didn't
It's
do it
too
yourself.
good, yeah.
You probably paid somebody to come and cut your grass for you. Wish I had that money that you had. So no matter what you do, it's never good enough for the people.
That's
so
true.
screw the people. Put the picture out there and you move on. There you go. Don't worry about what they say. You can't win. So don't play the game.
I needed this from Coach right here.
There you go.
This is a good speech.
Good speech, Coach. Good speech. Go team.
Go watch a movie.
Go team.
Go watch a movie.
I clearly don't do that enough. Let's get to Eugene in Canton, who's been hanging patiently. What's up, Eugene?
Drops away from the
Eugene. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, he's two stops away.
We may have need to put him on hold. Oh, you hung
Oh, I hung up on him.
Yeah,
he was waiting that long.
Eugene, call back. We just didn't want you to say something on the air.
I know.
So you can feel free, Eugene.
It felt like it was going down that road, didn't it?
Right, like he was comfortable talking to somebody else, and he would have.
The next 3 seconds may have gotten us fired.
He would have dropped a few my friends. So we leave it at that. So
there you go. All right. Well, coming your way next. It's Christmas in July. Why, oh, why is it Christmas in July? We'll tell you next. Valenti and Rico, Mark in for Mike here on 97.1. Valente and Rico, Mark Ryan in for Mike here on 97.1. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. So here he is. Eugene in Canton has waited patiently, and we get to him right now. What's up, Eugene?
I'm sorry about that.
It's all good, buddy.
For taking my call. Hey, I was waiting in line for soup kitchen, and the man gave me. Things are bad when soup kitchens have to make cutbacks. Now, I was listening to y'all about the Oasis.
Gotta turn the radio down, man. Gotta turn your radio down, Eugene.
That was about the Trojan horse. I read that in junior high, where they had put all the people in the army in a horse, and they gave it to the enemy. And then at the night, they opened up the horse, and they opened up the horse, and they won the war.
Yeah.
The
Trojan War.
You know how Achilles' heels became how they got his name? The mother put him in the river. The guy told him, well, you want to protect your son in the war, let him soak him in the river so she can only hold him by his heels. And the first time he went to war, the arrow came through the air and hit him in his Achilles heel. That's how it became an Achilles heel. And I want to ask y'all, do y'all remember the books y'all read? I read Trojan War, Of Mice and Men, and The Outsiders. Can y'all recall the books that y'all read in high school?
Mice and Men, Scarlet Letter, The Great Gatsby.
Oh, wow.
We had to do Huck Finn in grade school.
Huckleberry Finn. Wyatt Earp. Is that a book too?
The Odyssey. I did the Odyssey.
Now, Eugene, if you already know the story of the Odyssey, why do you got to see the movie?
Hey, because look, they made The Outsiders. You want to see how good, you want to see is it correct with the book. They made The Outsiders with Rob Lowe. They made Mice and Men with what's his name from Forrest Gump, Captain.
They even did The Great Gatsby a few times.
Yup.
Okay.
So they do make movies from books. And to quote, who said this? I ain't got time for this Mickey Mouse bull. Anybody know who said that?
Anybody know? David's got it.
Gary Oldman and The Professionals.
Look, we got movie Q&A going on over
Appreciate
here.
the call, Eugene. And there's Christopher Nolan too. He makes good movies. I know you don't really care, but he did Oppenheimer, which
I like that.
Had CGI in it,
Right.
But yeah,
There was a story there. There's a story there. You
There's a
see
story in every movie, Mark.
Whether it's a good story or not is left to the interpretation. Okay. Well, what about this? This I thought was interesting. Many fans got their wish this week, right? When Steve Yzerman got kicked to the curb. You got Christmas in July if you wanted a new day for the Detroit Red Wings.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't believe some of the excuses I receive from people upset that they fired Steve Yzerman. One of my favorites was there wasn't a single GM in the NHL that could have done better with the hand that Steve was dealt. Yeah, okay. That made your head hurt just about as bad as my movie takes. But I will say this to you. Now that you got one wish in July, what's the next one? Well, what could happen for you between now and the next month or so that would be like another Christmas gift? Christmas in the summertime, Christmas in the fall. What is that for you? What could take place that would be, for you guys, for Rico, Christmas in July?
I think the easiest thing is we've already talked about this in the 4 o'clock hour, 3 o'clock hour. You can use the Odyssey Rewind if you want the details. Is Skubal. Come out and say we're keeping him or we're getting rid of him. But this whole, I don't need this whole LeBron thing where maybe he's coming back, maybe he's not. Who knows? Yep, we're going to move him. Or no, he's going to be a part of this team and we're going to do our best to re-sign him. Give us something. So then you can move forward and say, all right, you're keeping him. Bye. Let's try and make a push for the playoffs and see how far we can go. Or, guys, he's just not going to be in our long-term plans. Okay, put it out there. Let's see what you can get in return for him, and we move on. That's it for me. In the next month, that's what I would love to see. That would be my Christmas wish.
So you want somebody giving you just a conclusion.
Yeah.
Right? Just bring this little bad boy to an end and give us the end of the movie. All right? Give us the end of the movie.
Or at least make a decision. This is the direction we're going to go. Okay. Now I can live with that. But this whole limbo thing, well, if we win X amount of games and if we do this and if we do that, don't base what you do on the next 5 weeks. Let decide your next 5 years. Okay? Because if you do this and he walks, you get one pick. Could it be Aaron Judge? Could it be McGonigal? Yeah. But 9 times out of 10, it won't be.
Okay.
9 times it'll be somebody who won't ever make the team. And you lost them. Don't let it, because right now it looks like it's going the way of Shohei and the Angels, where you knew he was never coming back and the Angels were too stubborn to move him.
My Christmas wish in July. What is your Christmas wish in July, by the way? 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. The moves that end up happening are often the ones that nobody sees coming. Nobody believed the Celtics were going to trade Jaylen Brown because no one believed the Celtics would be that dumb. Well, guess what? They were. Oftentimes, there are stars that move that no one sees coming. And I just would love for one of these stars to find themselves to the Pistons. I would love for an olive tree just to fall on Trajan Langdon's lap, right? Just something fell in your lap. You didn't expect it to be there. I would love Domantas Sabonis. I'm not interested in Domantas Sabonis in exchange for Jalen Duren. Okay? DeMar DeRozan would be a nice fit. I mentioned that when he was released from his deal. But something that you don't see coming, a Jamal Murray, maybe of the Denver Nuggets, something out there that would fit this team that is not out there that everyone's talking about, because the way that NBA trades work, it's never the ones that everyone's talking about that end up happening. No, it's not going to be Trey Murphy III, guys. I mean, that's everyone's flavor of the month, right? Trey Murphy III. I got news for you. It's not going. It's far more likely to be Zion than it is to be Trey Murphy III, because they're not talking about Zion. Jamal Murray, a player of that ilk, nobody's talking about, but you start reading the tea leaves in Denver, they kind of realize they don't have an NBA championship caliber roster.
You're about to break that thing up.
Yeah.
I can see that. That's pretty good, Mark. That's actually, that may be the smartest thing you said all day. It took you 3 hours and 24 minutes to get there, but you got there.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
There.
Yeah.
It's all about getting better in between.
As long as you get better as you go, right? That's what we're working for. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want them to luck into, stumble into something that ends up really, really helping this team.
248-539-9797. Here's one. I got a text message. Christmas in July. Brad trades next year's second-round pick and third-round pick for Max Crosby.
Well, he was at a Pistons Summer League game.
Well, that's it. It's
was
done.
He wearing the old
it's
English
done.
D?
It's done. He's got the Honolulu blue on the helmet. It's done.
All right, let's go to the phone line.
Here we go. We got Jerry in Royal Oak who's up next. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
I got a. It might not be a popular pick or not, but I think Brendan Shanahan would be a good pick for GM. I know he had a rough go of it in Toronto, but he's a no-nonsense guy. He's well-known around the league. And, if they don't hire him, maybe they should use somebody like Mickey Redmond as an advisor, like they use Chris Spielman with the Lions, Because Jim Nill and Kenny Holland, they're both too old now, and you need some fresh, young blood in there. But there might be a connection between Yzerman and Shanahan. I'm not sure if the Wings would go for that or not, but just throwing it out there. Thanks.
Okay. I appreciate the call. Like saying go after Shanahan. Yeah. That's a wish, because I don't know if Wings fans want somebody from the Wings family.
Right.
Because, and the sad reality is,
that's a further extension from the Wings family.
He had nothing to do with what Steve has done, but I think that may be just a little too close for comfort. That you may want to just get somebody. You know how it goes. It's like in college. Do you want a guy that's had some type of tie to the program, or do you just go completely outside? I think Yzerman has burnt this thing so badly, you want to hear a new voice.
I want to bring some pain to Paul Serra. I want Brett Peterson, assistant general manager of the Florida Panthers. That's the guy I want. Anything that brings Paul pain brings me happiness. But I love what he's built. I love the pedigree that he's gotten there. The fact that, Florida, when they're not besieged by injuries, is a contender year in and year out. That kind of continuity is what I think this team needs to build that they never had under Yzerman. Every year you had Yzerman saying dumbass things like we need better hockey players, like Captain Obvious kind of remarks when it's his primary responsibility to deliver that. Mm-hmm. I think Brett Peterson is a guy with his pedigree that could really build a system and increase the talent level of this team. Thank you, Paul. Did I bring pain to you, Paul?
Well, I don't want to see guys from the front office of the Panthers go when they've been so successful lately, but it would make sense for the Wings. They especially know how to handle free agency and trades way better than Yzerman has been able to handle them.
Anybody, I can do that better than Yzerman.
Wow. Anybody. David, we've said it. Excuse me. We've said it before. I just think that time passed Yzerman by. He was still trying to do things the old school way, and it's a new school mentality. And as I said before, it's the reason why a lot of college coaches bailed. The second NIL and the portal started up. This ain't the type of game that I grew up loving and coaching. I want no parts of this. So the Jay Wrights and the Coach K's and all, I'm going to go into I'm walking away from the game. They still have something left in the tank.
But why didn't he walk away from that? He knew what was up.
Because it's the stubbornness of I can beat the system. Okay, the system won't beat me. I can beat the system, and the system wins unless you adapt and you change. I saw it in East Lansing. Izzo was Yzerman, where he was going to beat the system, and finally he realized, I better change.
I saw it in the Carolinas with Dabo Swinney. I'm not going to use the transfer portal. And guess what he's doing now?
He's using the transfer portal. Right. The system is not going to win. It's not going to lose. You better get on board. It's like trying to stop a river. You can't.
We've got an NFL Blitz coming your way next, right here on 97.1.
Hold on. Wait a minute. There we go. Found it, David. No, I didn't. Here we go. All right. Sorry about that. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine somebody saying you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. It's a lot of streaming and sharing and scrolling or whatever else you do with your phone. All for half the price, none of the commitment. That means you save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wow, right? Now, all you got to do is think about how you'll spend all of that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY or go visit XfinityMobile.com or just stop into an Xfinity store today to switch. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared upon one line of Xfinity Mobile Select. Comparable plans of T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Valente Enrico, Mark in for Mike today. Feel like I'm getting triple teamed in here, and I thought getting triple teamed was a lot more fun. But by everybody about the Tarek Skubal situation, guys, just being merciless towards me here today. Merciless, I tell you. But it's time for the Football Blitz. So, here's what's interesting. How many shows do you hear do who's going to be worst to first? Happens every year in the NFL. Well, that's close to accurate, right? 20 of the last 23 years in the National Football League, there has been a worst to first team. But, for every yin, there's a yang. For every sunny day, there's a rainy one. How about this? 9 of the last 10 years, there's been a first to worst team in the National Football League. And last year, it was whom?
Right here.
Yeah, it was right here in the D. So it can't be us this year. Thank goodness gracious. Who is it most likely to be? Here are the contenders: the Denver Broncos, the Seattle Seahawks, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the New England Patriots, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Bears, the Chicago Bears. Those are your contenders to go first to worst. You know, unbelievably, there's greater odds of that than the worst to first. 20 out of 23, 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 is higher odds. We're going to see a first to worst this year. So we go around the room. Who is it going to be?
Oh, I got
first to worst.
I got it, because in this division, I think it flips. And I've been saying this for a while now. It's going to be the Jags. They go to last, and I'm just put it out there. The Tennessee Titans are going to win the AFC South this year. So the Jags will be my candidate to go from first to worst.
Cam Ward guy, huh?
I am.
Believer. All right, Cam Ward. Well, I don't want to quit while I'm behind with David, but I'm going to. It's the black and gold. And this to me is easy.
No.
I am a Shedeur Sanders truther.
Oh.
I believe in him. And I certainly believe in the other two teams in this division. All right? Old Man River is going to get the job done for me for Pittsburgh? Really? Pittsburgh is the only team for whom tomorrow never comes. All right? And guess what? You're going to be longing for days past. Longing for Mike Tomlin when you see what happens this year to the black and gold. First.
To
last.
I think there's two. So I'm a little bit torn between the two, but I think ultimately Mark Ryan is right on this, and it is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because they're going to stink. Mm-hmm. Tomlin's gone. Aaron Rodgers is old, probably playing against his will because he's doing his buddy Mike McCarthy a favor.
Playing against his will. Wow.
I just don't see them, and I think the Browns will be better. I don't think they'll be great, but I think they'll be better than the Steelers, and I think the Ravens and Bengals are going to be the team battling it out to win the division. And I think the dark horse is probably maybe the Carolina Panthers fall from first to worst because that division always rotates so much. But for funny's sake and to drive David a little bit crazy, it's the Steelers.
So now it's time to bring somebody in. Somebody else to answer phones now. Can't have Paul anymore.
Okay. I'm going to say this. In order to go from first to worst, you really have to look at the worst team in the division because that'll help you. Because you can go from first to third, but for worst, that's why I can't give you the Steelers. David, I can't. I was going to joke and say that.
Thank you.
I can't.
They can go to third.
Cleveland is
but
awful.
Yes, thank you.
They're awful. When you have 20 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks, okay? They might as well run the Wildcat because they're a desperate team. They're playing for next year's season, so I can't go with Cleveland. The team who I really wanted to go with was New England, with all the distractions that they have and Club Brissini and all of this, but you also have the Jets in your division. So which means you can't go worse than the Jets because the Jets are awful.
Oh, don't forget about the Dolphins. You can't be worse than them.
I forgot about the Dolphins as well.
Most people do now.
You might as well put the Hurricanes in there for next year. That would be a better team. So those two are off the table. David, I get what you're saying about Jacksonville because I'm with you. I like Cam Ward. I like Tennessee. Jacksonville, I think, could be bad, but unless Trevor Lawrence goes down. Now, if he goes down, then yes, Jacksonville would be the betting favorite to be that first to worst team like you saw the Lions go last year. Even though they didn't lose their quarterback. That was just weird. Denver, I don't think the Raiders. The Raiders at some point are going to put their brand new shiny toy in, and that's going to be...
Denver's way too good for that.
I'm just saying. Too good. But even if Bo Nix comes down, the fact that the Raiders are still the Raiders and they're still trying to figure things out, I don't see them giving up last place at all. The other one that you may want to watch out for, only because I think when you look at Philly, okay, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving pieces in Philly. Was it A.J. Brown, and now it's going to be addition by subtraction, or did A.J. Brown expose some things and this team just really isn't coherent? Jalen Hurts he just kind of walked away from
John Harbaugh with New York. Lifting that organization. See, I don't do Philly because with Philly, as long as Dallas is in that division, you always know there's going to be an 8 and 9 team in that division.
Right, but I mean, I look at this and like Philly, if Philly falls apart, it may be kind of like last year with the NFC North. Last place and first place is not going to be that big of a difference, but the Lions still finished tied. They were tied with last place, but because they got swept by Minnesota, welcome. Put the dunce cap on, you got last place because you lost to Max Brosman on Christmas Day. I don't think it's going to be Chicago. I don't. Now, it's going to be a fist fight, and I think it's going to be tough. The one that I see really is Carolina. I think Carolina got gifted first place. And by gifted, they didn't earn it. It's because somebody else won a game. I think the Saints won a game, which gave them first place. That division's god-awful. There's razor-thin margin between. Carolina, if I had to put money on it, would be the team that goes from first to worst.
Well,
I think Tampa's better. I think Atlanta's better than them. And I think the Saints could be better than them.
And it doesn't take much to beat. 8 wins, 8 wins, 8 wins, and 6. So it doesn't take much to then flip and say, okay, I win 9 games and I win the division. And now I've won 6 games and I'm in last place.
Right. And in the West, kind of like the Dolphins and the Jets and the Cardinals reside in the West. So you got 3 really good teams, and then you got a homecoming team for everybody in the Cardinals.
Here's why your point on Carolina is really interesting. And they're an obvious choice, right? Like I went away from the obvious choice. No, but you're wise for this reason. Number one, there's not an awful team in that division, in my opinion. Number two, 5 times in NFL history, you've had a team with a losing record win a division. Guess how many times the NFC South has done it? 3 of those 5 times. That's what that division does. Every year, death taxes in the NFC South blows.
So, yeah, I look at Tampa. I look at Atlanta. I think they're going to be better than Carolina. And then it's New Orleans. And I think when you're looking at New Orleans, they're on their way up. I think Carolina is probably going to be parting ways with Bryce Young, and they're going to be going into the quarterback market next draft. So I think he's going to end up getting benched. For me, it's Carolina, followed by Philadelphia. And then if I had to choose, only because the division is so hard, then I would go with the Chicago Bears. Only because, once again, in this division, 11 wins, 9 wins, 9 wins, 9 wins. The difference, it was a tie. Green Bay had a tie, which put them in second and in the playoffs. And that tie was the big difference between them and the Lions. So if you think about it.
I remember being in Carolina when they made that trade for the number 1 pick in Bryce Young. That is one of the worst overall number 1 selections of all time. And you say, whoa, why? Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell had all the makings physically, right? You missed on the mentality. Bryce Young.
That purple drink.
Yeah. Bryce Young had no makeup of anything, didn't have the physical tools ever to merit being anything above a 3rd or 4th round pick. I mean, like, just the decision-making process that this little minion is our guy. That minion, that's the minion I want. Number 1 overall pick. What? You can understand Ryan Leaf. You can explain Jamarcus Russell. You can't explain that.
But yeah, Jacksonville, I'd like to say so, but the Steelers, David, I think they're piling on. So long as
It's a bunch of
Cleveland,
slander.
so long as Cleveland exists, they will be in last. I'm sorry. You could be a Shedeur Sanders truther all you want. He's not an NFL quarterback.
They've
Okay.
been drafting really good lately, though, Rico. Their roster's really good.
They don't have a quarterback, Paul.
They do not have a quarterback.
They're
You
the
were right about
Cleveland
that.
Browns, man.
Okay.
You can't say anything good about them.
They lost the best player. Okay. Now, they got a lot of picks. Now, if they get a quarterback, maybe they can turn it around. They won't turn it around next year, Paul. They want a quarterback in next year's
No and
draft.
no.
2 votes for Pittsburgh, a vote for Jacksonville, and a vote for Carolina to go
Pittsburgh,
first to worst.
Guys, Cleveland is awful. Quit trolling David.
Cleveland's roster is better than Pittsburgh's roster.
Pittsburgh, as weird as he is, they have a quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. Okay?
We'll see.
Cleveland doesn't. You said Bryce Young was Shedeur Sanders. I mean, he might as well go out there and just play 500 because he's not a quarterback.
Did those massages make Deshaun Watson forget how to throw?
He just hasn't played, and he got injured.
Make that make sense to me. 248-539-9797. That's your Football Blitz.
All right. Getting ready to take this show up to Wojo and Rieger. Valenti and Rico show. Mark Ryan, kind enough to sit in, and I found out Mark never read The Odyssey. He hates movies that have CGI in it. And just when I thought, like, man, you're an idiot, I have a talk with Jeff Rieger. I'm sorry. I owe you an apology.
What did Jeff just say out there? This is hilarious. Did you hear this, David?
He said a lot.
Did you hear this? You know what? He said a lot. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay. So we're not going there. Okay.
No, let's not go there. Right. It's Friday, and we all want to be here on Monday. So let's not go there. Just know, Rieger shows me each day. Yeah, Mark, I'm sorry for thinking that you're an idiot.
So, well, I am maybe just slightly less. You know, listen, we're in the same club together. He and I.
All right. We were so far behind. David, we got any outstanding text?
We don't have any text. We got every text from the whole show on here because we didn't read text at all today.
We were having too much fun today. I'm sorry, people. David, hit us with a couple texts.
I'll read some text here on the washing salad. Someone says, I'm calling BS. You guys do not wash the salad.
Actually,
I agree with the call. I agree with the texter.
I wash the salad every time.
Another person says you don't wash, you rinse and hope for the best. Another one on Mark Ryan with the movie says, keep it that way, Mark. You don't want to see this movie. It is a bunch of bull.
There you go. Must be the Odyssey.
And then they're saying, watching on YouTube, does Mark Ryan have on a cardigan?
Yeah, what do you got going on over there?
Is that what this is? I have no idea.
Why do you have two layers?
Oh,
it's 85 outside.
Oh, no. That's very disconcerting. It's like a house coat. What is it?
It's island time, Bob. It's island time.
Rico, you have allowed this the entire show, and it's on the little airwaves?
Well, remember, in honor of Kenny Cott, it was always Floral Fridays.
Correct.
That is not floral.
No,
but it is Friday.
I'll be honest, that's a grandmother's house sweater.
It does.
Oh, my gosh.
You know what Mark looks like? He looks like a 1955 golfer. Doesn't he?
Wait, what?
No, I think that's a grandmother look.
How did we get on this?
Well, hold on. Wojo, listen to this. Wojo, everybody listen.
Going to what?
No, it's pretty apparent what he said.
You know what? Never mind.
I heard a beat there.
They made it safe for radio. Wait, we're not going to talk about that, but we're going to talk about this?
Who are you talking to, by the way?
You're taking the fashion advice from Wojo.
Okay.
The fact that you're taking fashion advice from Wojo.
Listen, I don't go to extremes, which means I never break any rules.
Right.
I'm always right down the middle.
You're kind of like the equivalent of a bad radio show, right? No opinion at all.
Oh, yeah, or a dumb one like Rieger.
So what radio show on 97.1 would be most like Wojo's wardrobe? Go ahead.
Right down the middle. Black and blue.
No opinion.
Brian Chapman angry at the world.
That's an opinion.
That's an opinion.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I have opinions.
No, I'm saying your
wardrobe.
Your wardrobe. Yeah, I'm saying your wardrobe. I'm not saying you don't have opinions.
Oh, no, my wardrobe is intentionally designed to not make any statements.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Not any statements.
To be forgettable.
Yes.
Not memorable.
Like, I want to walk in and nobody ever say anything about what I'm wearing.
You're taking fashion advice from Wojo.
Well, what do you think about? What happens when you try something off the map?
Yeah, what do you think about his blouse?
Not bad. I know you're not talking.
What do you mean?
We just had a conversation out there.
About what? Oh, our religion conversation?
Oh.
So what? I don't know a lot about religion.
Yeah, I don't either. I just figure at the very end, I'll just say I'm sorry for everything.
Exactly.
Let me in.
Exactly.
Knock.
I may not believe in religion, but
more than that to it.
But I believe in karma. Oh, you think there's more?
There's more than just knock, let me in. There's a judgment day.
I'm sorry.
There's a judgment day.
I figured out you'd be wherever you need to be. You're not going to miss it. You're not going to go to the wrong place, I don't think.
I don't know. Someone explain it to me, please.
I think you got to go to church for that.
Oh, yeah.
When's the last time you've been to church?
I watched it on TV, those church shows.
Yeah, this is why Rico did not want to go here. Yeah, this is exactly why he said we're not going here.
We got two churchgoers over here, right? Oh, 3 churchgoers.
Yeah.
I've been to Hatchett's church. It's very nice.
Yeah. How did you get in?
They let me in.
Wow.
I showed up to support Hatchet. And
okay.
Yes.
All right.
I was let in.
All right.
It's a very nice church.
I will just warn you.
They have a nice audio-visual
on this Friday that I'm already prepared for Rieger annoying the bleeping hell
So
out of
let
me.
hold on. Let me bring you in
Oh,
something
my
from my
God.
religion, okay? From the Jews. During Passover, they say, "Why is this night different than any other night?" They said that at Passover. I'll say that to you.
Wait, so you do know some things?
Well, I know the Jewish
I'm
religion.
impressive.
I know the Jewish religion. Yes.
You do?
Oh yeah, a little bit.
You know the
Like,
matzo
you know
ball
the
soup
Sad
thing.
reality is, I think I know more.
Oh, you think? Well, how about we do this on the air? Who knows more about being Jew? I'm Jewish. Who knows more about being a Jew?
God.
You versus me. That would be
What
good
has
ratings.
happened?
That would embarrass you.
What
You
is
think
going
you know
on?
more than I do?
Yes.
I went to
going on?
At
Temple
one
for
point,
like
this
12
was a
years.
sports radio
Hello,
station.
Mark. How are you? Me
At
and
one
Mark are
point
going to
this
have a
was.
conversation over here.
So what are
yeah.
you guys talking about? What's Rieger going to annoy you with?
Oh, you will not believe what he's going to annoy me. We are going to have some very interesting predictions for the second half of the Tiger season. And I'll just throw one of mine out there. One of them. A Tiger starting pitcher will take a no-hitter into the 9th inning, and it's not who you think it is.
Is it going to be a multiple no-hitter?
I'm not
Wojo?
giving it away.
I'll take that bet.
I would too.
And I didn't say finish it into
No,
the
no.
9th inning.
Yeah, I would take that
Thanks
bet.
for having me,
Put it on the
everybody.
board. Put it on the
97.1.
board. Wait, what's going on?